A blue Italian sky by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A blue Italian sky, yet scarce more blue than the clear lake beneath, upon whose breast are gliding 2 or 3 light boats, with sails floating and waving gracefully like clouds. On the one side are corn and green grass fields, and olive groves and vineyards, and one ruined shrine, sacred in our days to some most radiant nymph starry queen, whose sweet divinity was beauty. Near it a lone cavern with its azure fount, shaded by roses and a laurel tree, beneath whose shade might the young painter lean and gaze around until his passionate hues caught light and life and loveliness. Steep hills are on the other side, upon whose heights dark Hannibal once rested. Who could dream that this calm lake was crimson once with blood? That these green myrtles waved o'er the death wounds of men in their last agony? Or war? How soon thy red fiends can lay desolate the holy and the beautiful. A child screening a dove from a hawk by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I screen the favourite dove, that child, I screen it if you may, yet I misdoubt that trembling hand will scare the hawk away. A dove will die, that child will weep, is this their destiny? Ever amid the sweets of life some evil thing must be. I moralize, is it not thus we've mourned our hope and love? Alas, there's tears for every eye, a hawk for every dove. A child screening a dove from a hawk by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I screen the favourite dove, that child, I screen it if you may, yet I misdoubt that trembling hand will scare the hawk away. The dove will die, the child will weep, is this the destiny? Ever mid the sweets of life some evil thing must be. I moralize, is it not thus we've mourned our hope and love? Alas, there's tears for every eye, a hawk for every dove. A comparison by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A pretty rainbow sort of life enough, filled up with vanities and gay caprice. Such life is like the garden of Versailles, where all it's artificial, and the stream is held in marble basins, are sent up amid the fretted air in waterfalls. Fantastic sparkling, and the mighty element, a moment's toy, and, like all toys, ephemeral. A Dream by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I was wondering in my sleep, oh, what treasures thou dost keep in thy wild imaginings, spirit of the folded wings. Methought I was in a grove, scared to and home of love. In it there were 1,000 flowers changing with the changing hours, fountains dancing in the shade to music by the murmuring maid, while around acacia trees trifled with the sun and breeze. Wandering step and wandering sight were at first enough delight. I gazed upon the azure sky where the clouds went floating by, some tinged with the serpentine of a rainbow's opaline, others laden with the dew which illumes morning's hue. When I marked the temple rise, made of marble such as lies in the vein of virgin snow round the Parian mountain's brow, white as it were snow had grown, by some magic into stone. All were to the shrine addressed, and I entered the forest. All asked boons. What could I do but like them as something too? Down I knelt before the shrine where was placed the boy divine, and I prayed that I might prove the deep happiness of love which will find all that can bless in its own dear faithfulness. As the god smiled on my prayer, melts the temple into air. I waked, said my heart to me how like to reality. Thus, alas, our hopes take flight like the visions of a night. A Dutch Interior by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. We were poor, and by the cabin pale want sat at the door, and the summer to the harvest brought insufficient store. On one side the fierce ocean proclaimed perpetual war, on the other mighty nations were threatening from afar. Foes and seas denied a footing, on the very ground they trod, but they had their native courage, and they had their trust in God. They made the sea defender of the lately threatened shore, and their tall and stately vessels sailed the conquered waters o'er. To the poor and scanty cabin poured wealth from east and west, and freedom came with commerce from all out times aghast. Dike by dike they beat the enemies, as they had beat the sea, till faith stood by her altar, secure, triumphant, free. A First Disappointment by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The deep, the long, the dreaming hours that I have passed with thee, and thou hadst not a single thought of hope or word with me. I heard thy voice, I spoke again, I gazed upon thy face, and never scene of actual life could be a deeper trace than all that fancy conjured up and made you look and say, till I have loved reality that chased such dream away. Alas, this is vain, fond and false, thy heart is not for me, and knowing this, how can I waste my very soul in thee? A First Night by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is a fearful stake the poet casts when he comes forth from his sweet solitude of hopes and songs and visionary things to ask the iron verdict of a world. Till then his home has been in fairyland, sheltered in the sweet depths of his own heart. But the strong need of praise impels him forth, for never was there poet but he craved the golden sunshine of secure renown. With sympathy, which is the life of fame, it is full dearly bought. Henceforth he lives, feverish and anxious, in an unkind world that only gives the laurel to the grave. A Girl at Her Devotions by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She was just risen from her bended knee, but yet peace seemed not with her piety, for there was paleness upon her young cheek, and thoughts upon the lips which never speak, but wring the heart that at the last they break. Alas, how much of misery may be read in that wan forehead and that bowed down head! Her eye is on a picture. Woe that ever love should thus struggle for vain endeavour against itself. It is a common tale. Ever will the while earth soils prevail over earth's happiness. It tells the strophe with silent, secret, unrequired love. It matters not its history. Love has wings like lightnings, swift and fatal, and it springs like a wild flower where it is least expected, existing whether cherished or rejected. Living with only but to be content, hopeless, for love is its own element, requiring nothing so that it may be the marvel of its fond fidelity. A mystery art thou, O mighty one. We speak thy name and beauty, yet we shun to own thee, love, a guest. The poet's songs are sweetest when the voice to thee belongs, and hope, sweet opiate, tenderness, delight, are terms which are thy own peculiar right. Yet all deny the master, who will own his breast thy footstool and his heart thy throne. 'Tis strange to think if we could fling aside the mask and mantle that love wears from pride, how much would be, we know so little guess, deep in each heart's undreamt, unsought recess, the careless smile like a gay banner borne, the laugh of merriment, the lip of scorn, and for a cloak, what is there that can be so difficult to pierce as gaiety? Too dazzling to be scanned, the haughty brow seems to hide something it would not avow. But rainbow words, light laugh, and faultless jest, these are the bars, the curtain to the breast, that shuns a scrutiny, and she, whose form now bends in grief beneath the bosom's storm, has hidden well her wound. No none are nigh to mock with curious or with careless eye, for love seeks sympathy, a chilling yes strikes at the root of its best happiness, and mockery is wormwood. She may dwell on feelings which that picture may not tell. A Lady's Beauty by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Lady, thy white brow is fair, beauty's morning light is there, and thine eye is like a star, dark as those of midnight are. Round thee satin robe is flung, pearls upon thy neck are hung, yet thou wearest silk and gem, as thou hadst forgotten them. Lovely as the ray that lies on thy lip and in thine eyes. A Legend of Teignmouth by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Some few brief hours, my gallant bark, and we shall see the shore, my native and my beautiful, that I will leave no more. And gallantly the white sails swept on before the wind. The prow dashed through the foam and left a sparkling line behind. The sun looked out through the blue sky, a gladsome summer sun. The white cliffs, like his mirrors, show the native land is won. And gladly from the tall ship's side Sir Francis hailed the land, and gladly in his swiftest boat rowed onward to the strand. I see my father's castle walls, look down upon the sea, the red wine will flow there tonight, and all for love of me. I left the gentle maiden there, for all the tales they say of woman's wrong and faithlessness to him who is away. I wager on her lily hand wears still a golden ring, but lady, 'tis a plainer one that o'er the seas I bring. As bugle sound the turret swept, they meet him in the hall, but mid dear faces, where is hers the dearest of them all? Ah, every brow's dark and sad, and every voice is low. His bosom beats not as it beat a little while ago. They lead him to a darkened room. A heavy pale they raise, a face looks forth as beautiful as in its living days. A ring is yet upon the hand. Sir Francis, warned for thee, alas, with such a clay-cold hand should true love's welcome be. He kissed that pale and lovely mouth, he laid her in the grave, and then again Sir Francis sailed far o'er the ocean wave. To east and west, to north and south, the mariner was known, a wanderer bound to many a shore, but never to his own. At length the time appointed came, he knew that it was come, with pallid brow and the wasted frame that mariner sought home. The worn-out vessel reached the shore, the very sails sank down, the seamen cleared her of the spoils from many an Indian town. And when Sir Francis fired the ship, yet tears were in his eyes, when the last blaze of those old planks died in the midnight skies. Next morning, 'twas a Shabbat morn, they sought the church to pray, and cowed beside his maiden's tomb the brave Sir Francis lay. O death, the pitying that restored the lover to his bride, once more the marble was unclosed. They laid him at her side, and still the evening sunshine sheds its beauty o'er the tomb, like heaven's own hope to mitigate earth's too unkindly doom. A Legend of Tintagel Castle by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Alone in the forest, Sir Launcelot rode, o'er the neck of his courser the reins lightly flowed, and beside hung his helmet, for bare was his brow, to meet the soft breeze that was fanning him now. And the flowers of the forest were many and sweet, which, crushed at each step by his proud courser's feet, gave forth all the fragrance, while thick overhead the boughs of the oak and the elm tree were spread. The wind stirred the branches, as if its low suit were urged like a lover who wakes the lute. And through the dark foliage came sparkling and bright, like rain from the green leaves in small gems of light. There was stillness, not silence, for dancing along a brook went its way like a child with a song. Now hidden where rushes and water flags grow, now clear while white pebbles were glistening below. Lo, bright as a vision and fair as a dream, the face of a maiden is seen in the stream. With her hair like a mantle of gold to her knee stands a lady as lovely as lady can be. Short speech tells a love tale, the bard's sweetest words are poor beside those which each memory hoards. Sound of some gentle whisper, the haunting and low, such as love may have murmured, ah, long, long ago. She led him away to an odorous cave, where the emerald spars shone like stars in the wave, and the green moss and violets crowded beneath, and the ash at the entrance hung down like a wreath. They might have been happy if love could learn a lesson from some flowers, and like the leaves turn round their own inward world, their own lone fragrant nest, content with its sweetness, content with its rest. But the sound of a trumpet was heard from afar, and Sir Launcelot rode forth again to the war, and the wood nymph was left as I woman will be, who trusts her whole being or false love to thee. For months every sunbeam that brightened the gloom she deemed was the waving of Launcelot's plume. She knew not of a proud and the beautiful queen, whose image was treasured as hers once had been. There was many a fair dame and many a knight made the banks of a river like fairyland bright, and among those whose shadow was cast in the tide was Lancelot kneeling near Ginevra's side. With purple sails heavily drooping around, the mast and the prow with veil lily bound, and towed by two swans a small vessel drew near, but high on the deck was a pole-covered brier. They oared with their white wings the bark through the flood, till arrived at the bank where Sir Launcelot stood. A wind swept the river and flung back the pole, and there lay a lady, the fairest of all. But pale as a statue, like sunshine on snow, the bright hair seemed mocking the cold face below. Sweet truants, the blush and the smile both are fled, Sir Launcelot weeps as he kneels by the dead. And Visa loves a record, a vow and a dream, and the sweet shadow passes away from life's stream. Too late we awake to regret, but what tears can bring back the waste to our hearts and our years? A long while ago, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Still hangeth down the old accustomed willow, hiding the silver underneath each leaf. So drops the long hair from some maiden pillow, then midnight heareth her elle's silent grief. There floats the water lily, like a sovereign whose lovely empire is a fairy world, the purple dragonfly above it hovering, as when its fragile ivory uncurled a long while ago. I hear the bees in sleepy music winging from the wild thym, where they have passed the noon. There's the blackbird and the hawthorn singing, stirred the white spray with the same sweet tune. Fragrant the tansy breathing from the meadow as the west wind bends down the long green grass. Now dark, now golden, is the fleeting shadow of the light clouds pass as they want to pass a long while ago. There are the roses which we used together to bind the young fair brow no longer fair. Oh, what mocking us! Oh, summer weather, to be so sunny with the loved one. Where? 'Tis not her voice, 'tis not her step that lingers in lone familiar sweetness on the wind. The bee, the bird are now the only singers. Where's the music once the fairs combined a long while ago? As the lone flowers that in her pale hand perished, is she who only hath a memory here. She was so much a part of us, so cherished, so young that even love forgot to fear. Now is her image paramount, it reigneth with a sad strength that time may not subdue. Memory, a mournful triumph, gaineth, as the slow looks we cast around anew, a long while ago. O lovely garden, the summer covers the tree with green leaves, and the ground with flowers. Darkly the past around the beauty hovers, the past, the grave of our once happy hours. It is too sad to gaze upon the seeming of nature's changeless loveliness, and feel that with the sunshine round the heart is dreaming darkly our wounds inflicted, not to heal, a long while ago. Is it not the scenes where youth and childhood passed years that deepened as those years went by? Shadows will darken in the careless wildwood. There will be tears upon the tranquil sky. Memories, like phantoms, haunt me while I wander beneath the dropping boughs of each oak tree. I grow too sad as mournfully I ponder things that are not, and yet that used to be a long while ago. Worn out, the heart seems like a ruined altar. Where are the friends, where the faith of yore? My eyes grow dim with tears, my footsteps falter, thinking of those whom I can love no more. We change, ours change, while recollection fain would renew what can but recall. Darker life's dreams and varied its affection, and cold its hopes, and I feel them all, a long while ago. A Lover's Dream by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It was a dream, as bright as air, yet glanced upon a sleeper's brain, for fancy's witching wing was there, and love had gilded summer's chain. There was an eye like noontide light, a voice like notes of minstrelsy. That voice was soft, those eyes were bright, for oh, their breath of love to me. There was a form of loveliness, whose look of tenderness was mine. My Catherine, dear, canst thou not guess that form of loveliness was mine? It smiled toward my dream, my love, no more vision let it be, but bid the dreamer's slumber prove an image of reality. A maniac visited by his family in confinement by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. His arms are bound with iron, while they look weak as a child's, for they are thin and withered, and the large veins seem drained. Upon his cheek is scarcely left one single hue of life, so gaunt, so ghastly, and the fierce dark eyes, set in the vacancy, scowl from beneath the shaggy eyebrows like the lightning fires sent out from the grey cloud. For many years his bed has been upon that cold stone floor. It is warm with the pressure of his limbs. For many years he has not breathed the air, the wholesome open air. The sun, the moon, the stars, the clouds, the fair blue heaven, the spring, the flowers, the trees, and the sweet face of man, song, or words yet more musical than song, affections, feelings, social intercourse, unless remembered in his fairy dreams, have all been strangers to solitude. A curse is set on him, like poverty, or leprosy, or a red plague, but worse. The heart has sent its fire up to the brain, and he is mad. What can have made this wreck? He was once young and beautiful and brave, trusting, as noble spirits ever are. And he was wronged, betrayed, tortured, deceived. Hard calumny came from the lips of friends whom he had served, lost riches by false tongues. But that he might have borne, did she he love, the mother of his children, left his roof with one who owed him life and home, yet paid his blessings with a curse. Then he grew mad, and was chained down upon a dungeon floor, a heart-sick, solitary wretch. There sweet faces bending near his own, a pale girl beautiful as innocence, with white hands clasped in pity and in prayer, the daughter of a maniac, who has come in the vain, vain hope that red insanity will feel the influence of his soothing voice. And two fair boys are with her, one who clings around his brother, panting with the fear of simple childhood, while the other's eyes have less of dread than sorrow. Still no looks of love or memory from the father comes. He sits with clenching teeth and grasping hands, regardless of a gentle pity which even the dark jailer, whose harsh brow has no lines of compassion, even he feels, almost moved to sadness. A moment's rest, and then once more, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A moment's rest, and then once more, Silara tried her memory's store, and woke when o'er the strings she bowed a tale of Rashtan the proud. A Name by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. When named him, yet do I start at that name. Have I still to forget? Is my heart still the same? Long hours have passed on since that name was too dear. And its music is gone, it is deaf to my ear. The tales of a false one. Ah, false is to me my heart's life begun, it is ended with thee. I laughed as was laugh who but one image know in the blue sky above, on the fair earth below. I had not a thought in which our heads now part. In the wide world I sought but a place in the heart. To win it I gave all that had been my pride, like a child or a slave subdued at my side. All the marsh was sweet, I for thee could resign. Others knelt at my feet, but I knelt at thine. I was happy, I dreamed, I could trust thy word. My soul's faith it seemed in my idol and Lord. And yet thou couldst change, and did me meet now, the voice would be strange and altered but brow. I thought I had schooled my heart from regret. It will not be ruled, 'tis so hard to forget. I live in a crowd, I seem like rest, but my spirit is bowed by a grief unconfessed. From my pillow at night, 'tis a wretched sleep flies, and morning brings light, and the tears to my eyes. They speak. I ask what it is they would say, for the thoughts that I name not are with thee far away. 'Twas a light word and careless that named thee again. There were none by to guess why I shuddered like pain, but the damp on my brow, the pang at my heart, reveled to me how wildly loved still thou art. Yet, false one, farewell, I have still enough pride, though hopeless to quell, yet at least it can hide. May an hour be waiting for thee, when love in its power shall avenge him for me. A narrate flaunting on a shell by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Thy dwelling is the coral cave, the element the blue sea wave, thy music the wild billows dashing, thy light the diamond's crystal flashing. I'd leave this earth to dwell with thee, bright-haired daughter of the sea. It was an hour of lone starlight when first my eye caught thy sweet sight. Thy white feet pressed the silver shell, love's own enchanted oracle. Thy fair arms waved like the white foam, the seas dashed from the billowy home. And far behind thy golden hair a bright sail floated on the air, and on thy lips there was a song, as music wafted thee along. They sang, sweet daughter of the sea, thy look and song are treachery. Thy smile is but the honeyed bait to lure thy lover to his fate. I know not in thy care still less. It is enough of happiness to be deceived. Oh, never yet could love doubt. No one doubt would set his fettered pinions free from all his faults but most delicious thread. Love cannot live and doubt, and I, vowed slave to my bright deity, have but one prayer. Come joy, come ill, if you deceive, deceive me still. Better the heart and faith should die than break beneath love's perjury. A Noble Lady by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A pale and stately lady, with a brow that might have well beseemed a Roman dame, Cornelia, or her glorious children died, or that imperial mother, who beheld her son forgive his country at her word. Yet there was trouble written on her face, the past had left its darkness. A Pleasant Memory by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Ah, little do those features wear the shade of grief, the soil of care. The hair is parted o'er a brow opened by this mountain snow, and whence descends in many a ring of sun and summer glistening. Yet something on that brow has wrought a moment's cast of passing thought, musing of gentle dreams, like those which tint the slumbers of a rose. Not love, love is not yet with thee, but just a glimpse what love may be. A memory of some last night's sigh, when flitting blush and drooping eye answered some youthful cavalier, whose words sank pleasant on thine ear, to stir, but not to fill the heart. Dreaming of such fair girl thou art. Thou blessed season of our spring, when hopes are angels on the wing, bound upwards to the heavenly shore, alas, to visit earth no more. When step and laugh alike are light, when, like a summer morning bright, our spirits and their mirth are such as turn to gold whate'er they touch. The past, 'tis nothing, childhood's day has rolled too recently away, for youth to shed those mournful tears that fill the eye in older years. When care looks back on that bright leaf of ready smiles and short-lived grief, the future, 'tis the promised land to which hope points with prophet hand, telling us fairy tales of flowers that only change for fruit and hours. Though false, though fleeting, and though vain, though blessed time I say again, glad being with thy downcast eyes, and visionary look that lies beneath a shadow, thou shalt share a world where all my treasures are. My lute's sweet empire filled with all that will obey my spirit's call. A world lit up by fancy's sun, ah, little like our actual one. A Poet's Midnight by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Is not the lark companion of a spring, and should not hope that skylark of a heart bear with her sunny song youth company? Still is its sweetest music poured for love, and that is not for me. Yet will I laugh and hope, but only for her praise and tears, and they will make the laurel's cold bright leaves sweet as the tender myrtle. A Ruin on the Banks of the Jumna above the city of Delhi by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. And when the wind disperses these, the faint scent of the lemon trees mingles with that rich sigh which dwells within the bogol's golden bells. The dark green pupils, the glossy leaves, like mirrors each a ray receives, while luminous the moonlight falls o'er pearl-cusked marble walls, those graceful palaces that stand most like the work of Fairyland. And rippling to the lovely shore, the river tremulous with light, on its small waves, is covered o'er with the sweet offerings of a night. Heaps of its scented grass, whose bands have all been wove by pious hands, or rafts, where fragrantly combine red and white lotus flowers of twined. And on the deep blue waters float many a coconut small boat, holding within the lamp which bears the maiden's dearest hopes and prayers, watched far as ever eye can see, a vain but tender augury. Alas, this world is not his home, and still love trusts that signs will come from his own native world of bliss, to guide him through the shades of this. Dreams, omens, he delights in these, for love is linked with fantasies. But hark, upon the plaining wind, Zilara's music floats again. That midnight breeze could never find a meeter echo than that strain, sad as the sobbing gale that sweeps the last sere leaf which autumn keeps, yet sweet as when the waters fall and make some lone glad music. A Scene by Moonlight by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Thou canst not restore me the depth and the truth of the love that came o'er me in earliest youth. The gloss is departed, the magic is flown, and sad and faint-hearted I wander alone. A Sister's Love by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. My little sister, whom I less love with a sister's tenderness than with a mother's anxious care, she so young and how fair. I can remember her so small, I marvel that she lived at all, and started with a sudden fear that little crying voice to hear. But soon the helpless sleeper grew my playmate and companion too. Her outstretched arms before her feet were eager my approach to greet, and soon the fair feet began to meet me when I homewards ran. Returned from other cares to find my sweetest task was left behind. Her golden head was laid beside the pillow where my mother died. She laughed while waking from her sleep, and only wept to see us weep. And sometimes I feel glad to know she has been spared life's bitterest woe. Whatever griefs her path may cross, she did not know a mother's loss. I see her now, the elfin thing, a bright hair tossed in many a ring. The sunshine seemed in that bright hair, more golden than it seemed elsewhere. And sometimes, when, in leisure hours, I read around it wildwood flowers, I fancied such a sunny glow must be upon an angel's brow. Her cheek had an uncertain red, now feverish, now faintly shed, less like the colour on the rose than that the cloud of evening shows. I've often watched her while she slept, until for very laugh I wept. And she was changeful in her mood, now haunting some green solitude, now bursting forth in sudden glee, like the wild bird upon the tree, that singeth from her heart's excess of eager, transient joyfulness. Like overcare it may appear to me that mirth was touched with fear. I love her then, I love her still, alike in good, alike in ill. To me no afterlife can bring so anxious or so dear a thing. She is my hope, she is my youth, she brings the freshness and the truth, the kindliness of early years, the all yet unwashed out by tears. Let those forsake her sight who will, I shall but cleave more dearly still. Let every other love depart, my sister has her sister's heart. A spirit doeth arise from the ashes of the dead, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A spirit doeth arise from the ashes of the dead, holy as if the skies thrice sacred influence shed. There ethereal hopes are born, such as sanctify the earth. The noblest wreath ere worn owns to the grave its birth. For we think upon the dead, the glorious and the good, and the thought their way hath led stirs the life blood like a flood. Where the pure bright moon hath shed the light which bids it rise towards the heaven o'er its head, even such our sympathies. Is it some hero's grave who for his country died? Then honour to the brave, we would be proud to rest beside. Is it some sage whose mind is as a beacon light to save and guide his kind amid their mental night? Some poet who hath sung the griefs o'er which he wept, the rose where rain hath clung that fresh and sweet is kept? Some martyr who hath sealed with his blood his faith divine, that ever man should yield to the passions God's own shrine? Who can think on men like these, nor feel that in them dwell the highest energies and a hope unquenchable? While the graven altar seems for the most excited creed, till resolves that were as dreams and an honourable deed. Plant the laurel on the grave, where the spirit's hope hath fed, by the good, the great, the brave, be honour to the dead. A summer day by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Sweet valley whose streams flow sparkling and bright as the stars that descant in the depths of the night, whose violets fling their rich breath on the air, sweet spendthrifts of treasure the spring has flung there. My lot is not with thee, 'tis far from thine own, nor thus amid summer and solitude thrown, but still it is something to gaze upon thee and bless earth that such peace on the bosom can be. My heart and my steps both grow light as I bound over green grass that covers the beautiful ground. And joy o'er my thoughts, like the sun o'er the leaves, a blessing and giving and taking receives. I have heaped up thy flowers, the wild and the sweet, as if fresh from the touch of a night elfin's feet. A bough from thy oak and a sprig from thy broom, I take them as keepsakes to tell of thy bloom. Their green leaves may drop, and their colours may flee, as if dying with sorrow at parting from thee. And my memory fade with them, till thou wilt but seem like the flitting shape morning recalls of a dream. Let them fade from their freshness, so leave they behind one trace like faint music impressed on the mind. One leaf or one flower to memory will bring the light of thy beauty, the hope of thy spring. A supper of Madame de Brinvilliers by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Small but gorgeous was the chamber where the lady leant. Heliotrope and musk and amber made an element, heavy like a storm, but sweet. Softly stole the light uncertain through the silken fold of a sweeping purple curtain, and enwrought in gold was the cushion at her feet. There he knelt to gaze on her, he, the latest worshipper. From the table came the lustre of its fruit and flowers. There were grapes, each shining cluster, bright with sunny hours. Noon and night were on the hues. There the purple fig lay hidden mid its white green leaves, and the rose, sweet guest, was bidden, while its breath receives freshness from the unshed dews. Nothing marks the youth of these, one bright face is all he sees. With such colours as are dying on a sunset sky, with such odours as are sighing when the violets die, are they rich Italian wines. Dark and bright they glow together in each graceful flask, telling of a summer weather and the autumn task, when young maidens strip the vines. One small flask of cold pale green, only one, he has not seen. When she woke, the heart that slumbered in a poet's dream, few the summers he had numbered, little did he deem of such passion and such power. When there hangs a life's emotion on a word, a breath, like the storm upon the ocean, bearing down and death, youth has only one such hour, and its shadow now is cast over him who looks his last. Does he laugh her? Yes, to madness, fiery, fierce, and wild, touched too with gentle sadness, for his soul is mild, tender as his own sad song. And that young wan cheek is wasted with a strife within. Well he knows his course has hasted through delicious sin, borne tumultuously along, never have the stars above chronicled such utter love. Well the red robe folded round her suits her stately mien, and the ruby chain has bound her of some Indian queen. Pale her cheek is like a pearl. Heavenly the dusky masses of her night-black hair, which the raven's wing surpasses, bind her forehead fair. Odours float from every curl. He would die, so he might wear one soft tress of that long hair. Clear, her deep black eyes are shining, large and strangely bright. Somewhat of forbid repining gives unquiet light to the wild but troubled glow. Dark-fringed lids in eastern languor o'er their depths have shed, but the curved lip now of anger, 'tis too fiercely red, passion crimsons in its glow. Tidings from that face depart, of the death within her heart. Does she love a boy who, kneeling, brings to her his youth, with its passionate deep feeling, with its hope, its truth? Now his hour has passed away, scarcely does she seek to smother change and scornful pride. She's thinking of another, him at his side. He has had his say. Love has darkened into hate, and her falsehood is his fate. Even now a hand extends, grasps the fated cup. For a red lip hour at a bending he will drink it up. He will drink it to her name. Little of the vial knowing that has struck its wave, how its rosy tide is flowing onwards to the grave. One sweet whisper from her came, and he drank to catch her breath. Wine and sigh alike are death. A youth with a lyre in his hand, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Yes, I have sinned against love and thee, both heart and harp have been untrue. I cannot deem how they could be wakened by anyone but you. But my harp in the sunshine hung, and I was proud to wake the strings, and other hands than thine have flung flowers and laurel offerings. Too dear I prized those flatteries, and bowed me at an idol shrine, and breathed in vanity the sighs which should have been thine, only thine. I pray thee pardon, for the sake of my so long devoted strain. I pray thee pardon me, and take thy truant to thy heart again. Absence, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, tell me not that this is life, the life that now I lead, the life that once the light of life is worse than death indeed. Love is life's light, and lost that light, what's dark can rise on such a night? I dread the pictures of my dreams, for when I gaze on thee, and thou art near, and thou art all that I would have thee be. When I startle from my sleep, and know all faults, watch and weep. I would I were upon a bark, that bark before the wind. I would sail over the sea, and leave all faults of thee behind. For very vain, I could not flee the spell of passion set by thee. Absence I will not say, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. And all the fixed delights of house and home, friendship that cannot break, and love that will not roam. I will not say I fear your absent one will be forgotten, but you cannot feel the darkening thoughts that o'er my spirit steal, when I remember I am quite alone, that all I loved most fondly, all are gone. To you that deepest sorrow is unknown. Some very dear ones are beside you now, but cold is here each smile that meets my own. It does not lighten o'er some long loved brow. 'tis vain to tell me soon again we meet, but thought but makes the very hours depart more slowly. Hope is sickness to the heart, when we so often accents must repeat. Affection is an absence, as a flower transplanted from the soil which gave it birth. Dew has no freshness, sunshine has no power. Dropping, it pines for its loved native earth. Addressed to Queen Adelaide by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. We dream no more that fairies dwell in the white lily's fragrant cell, and yet our little book seems planned by elfin touch in elfin land and sent by Oberon, Irene, an offering to our English queen. Such a small, fair page should only mark the olive leaves of life's dull arc, a fairy chronicle, but meant for days of hope and of content. The tiny almanac found here made record a glad new year. Addressed to Colonel H. on his return from Waterloo, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon, who envies not the glory of the brave, the sunshine of her fame, the laureled grave. Theirs is the memory of afterlight, theirs is the brightness mid oblivion's night. Time whelms the many with eternal gloom, but sheds fresh honours on the hero's tomb. In life they move not with the coming throng, to them the nobler heights of fame belong. Each heart admires, each lip is warm with praise, each hand would weave the victor chieftain's base. Warrior, this praise is thine, but there will be a purer, holier, dearer meet for thee. Thine was the arm that stopped the destined blow, and spared the trumpet of a foreign foe. The wrath that valor's deeds must gain is bright, but its chief lustre flows from mercy's light. Admiral Benbow by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The Admiral stood upon the deck, before a shot was thrown. Before him rode a Frenchman's fleet, behind him lay his own. 6 gallant ships upon the sea their stately shadows cast. In all of them St. George's flag was waving at the mast. Dark was the shadow on the sea, and dark upon the sky. In stillness like the coming storm the English fleet sailed by. Our Admiral, he gave the word. Up rose the gallant crew, and far across the sounding sea the iron welcome threw. The earthly thunder of the deep poured from the breader's side, with welcome fiery as their own, the fleur-de-lis replied. Signal too from our battle line, the English Admiral said. At once above the rising smoke the signal flags are spread. The wind sprung up, a hotter fire is carried o'er the flood. The deck whereon the seamen stand is slippery with blood. The smoke that rises from the guns rolls on the heavy air, so thick above 'twere vain to ask if heaven itself be there. The thunder growls along the deep, the echoing waves reply, yet over all is heard the groan, deep, faint, of those who die. The wind goes down, down drop the sails. A while the conflict stops, a last chain shot sweeps o'er the deck. Our Admiral, he drops. What care he for life or wound? The flowing blood they check. Again, though helpless as a child, they bear him to the deck. With heavy eyes he looks around. An angry man was he. He sees 3 English frigates lie all idle on the sea. Out on the cowards, muttered he, then turned to where beside the Ruby, his true consort, lay a wreck upon the tide. There is no time for thought or word, the French are coming fast. Again the signal flag is hung unnoticed at his mast. A ranking fire sweeps through her deck, the braider has resigned. For the first time her sails are spread, and with the foe behind. They take the dying Admiral, they carry him ashore, they lay him on the bed of death, from whence he rose no more. But not unhonoured in his name, recalled and honoured long, his name on many a song that speeds the midnight watch alone. But for the cowards who could leave the brave man to his doom, theirs was the scorned memory, and theirs the nameless tomb. They died, their long dishonoured flung for ever on the wave. Time brings no silence to the shame cast on the coward's grave. Admiral Collingwood by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Methinks it is a glorious thing to sail upon the deep, 1,000 sailors under you, a watch and ward to keep. To see your gallant battle flag so scornfully unrolled, as scarcely did the wild wind dare to stir one crimson fold. To watch the frigates scattered round like birds upon the wing, yet know they only wait your will, it is a glorious thing. Our admiral stood on the deck and looked upon the sea, he had the glass in his right hand, and far and near looked he. He could not see one hostile ship abroad upon the main, from east to west, from north to south, it was his own domain. Good news for England this, good news. Forth may her merchants fare, thick o'er the sea, no enemy will cross the pathway there. A paleness came upon his cheek, a shadow to his brow. Alas, our good Lord Collingwood, what is it ails him now? Tears stand within the brave man's eyes, each softer pulse is stirred, it is the sickness of the heart of hope so long deferred. He's pining for his native seas and for his native shore, all but his honor he would give to be at home once more. He does not know his children's fare, his wife might pass him by, he's so altered to meet with an unconscious eye. He's been many years at sea, he's worn the wind and the wave. I ask a little breathing space between it and his grave. He feels his breath come heavily, his keen eye faint and dim. It was the very sacrifice that England asked of him. He never saw his home again. The deep voice of a gun, the lowering of his battle flag, told when his life was done. As sailors walked the deck and wept, around them howled the gale. Far away two orphans knelt, a widow's cheek grew pale. Amid the many names that light our history's blazoned line, I know not one, brave Collingwood, that touches me like thine. Admiral Lord Collingwood by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Methinks it is a glorious thing to sail upon the deep, 1,000 sailors under you, their watch and war to keep. To see your gallant battle flag so scornfully unrolled, as scarcely did the wild wind dare to stir one crimson fold. To watch the frigates scattered round like birds upon the wing, yet know, they only wait your will, it is a glorious thing. Our admiral stood on the deck and looked upon the sea, he held the glass in his right hand, and far and near looked he. He could not see one hostile ship abroad upon the main, from east to west, from north to south, it was his own domain. Good news is this for old England, forth may her merchants fare, thick o'er the sea, no enemy will cross the pathway where. A paleness came upon his cheek, a shadow to his brow. Alas, our good Lord Collingwood, what is it ails him now? Tears stand within the brave man's eyes, each softer pulse is stirred, it is the sickness at the heart of hope too long deferred. He's pining for his native seas and for his native shore, all but his honor he would give to be at home once more. He does not know his children's face, his wife might pass him by, he so altered did they meet with an unconscious eye. He has been many years at sea, he's worn with wind and wave, he asks a little breathing space between it and his grave. He feels his breath come heavily, his keen eye faint and dim, it was the very sacrifice that England asked of him. He never saw his home again, the deep voice of a gun, the lowering of his battle flag told when his life was done. His sailors walked the deck and wept, around them howled the gale, and far away two orphans knelt, a widow's cheek grew pale. Amid the many names that light our history's blazoned line, I know not one, brave Collingwood, that touches me like thine. Affection by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There is in life no blessing like affection. It soothes, it hollows, elevates, subdues, and bringeth down to earth its native heaven. It sits beside the cradle patient hours, whose sole contentment is to watch and love. It bendeth o'er the deathbed, and conceals its own despair with words of faith and hope. Life has naught else that may supply its place. Void is ambition, cold is vanity, and wealth an empty glitter without love. After reading The Sorrows of Rosalie by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. They tell me, lady, that thy face is as an angel's fair, that tenderness is all the trace of earth her features were, that we might hold thee self still, but sighs with smiles unite, and that thy large dark eyes will fill with tears as well as light. They tell me that thy wit, when gay, will turn too sad again, the likeness of a lightning ray that melts in summer rain, and that the magic of her words is even as thy song, the sweetness of her seashell chords, the night winds be along. I will believe all they can say of fairy charm is thine. My lips are murmuring now I lay my tears on thy last line. I've drank the music, sweet and low, waked by thy graceful hand. I must speak of thee, I am now beneath the enchanter's wand. I dream thee beautiful and bright, ardent the festal crowd, the flippant eye of flashing light, thy own self disavowed. They see the loveliness that burns, the splendor round the shrine, but not the poet's soul which turns thy nature to divine. I dream thee in thy lonely hour, thy long dark hair unbound, the parading pearl, the laughing flower, flung careless on the ground. The crimson eager on thy cheek, the light dark in thine eye, while from thy parted lips there break sweet sounds, half song, half sigh. A tale of feminine, fond love, the tender and the tried, the heart's sweet faith which looks above long after hope has died. Even as the spring comes to the rose and flings its leaves apart, so what should woman's hand unclose the page of woman's heart? The song is sad, which thou hast sung, is sad. How canst thou know, the loved, the lovely, and the young, a single touch of woe? Ah, yes, the fire's in thy breast, the steel upon thy brow. Life has no calm, no listless rest for such a one as thou. Thou blending in thy harp and heart the passionate, the wild, the softness of a woman's part, the sweetness of a child, the feelings like the fine lute strings, a single touch will break, with hopes that were an angel's wings, and make the heaven they seek. The stern, the selfish, and the cold, the feelings all repressed, the many cast in one base mold, for them life yields the best. They plot upon one even way, till time, not life, is our. Death cannot make them colder clay than what they were before. But thou, go ask thy lute what fate may for thy future be, and it will tell thee tears await the path of one like thee, too sensitive like early flowers, one unkind breath to bear. What in this very world of ours but tears can be thy share? Yes, little would I that such words of prophecy were sooth. I am so used to mournful chords, to me they sound like truth. And the fate hath one stainless leaf, that page to thee belong. Sweet lady, one dream of grief, and let the dream be sung. I pity those who sigh for thee, I envy those who laugh. For love, thy nature's formed to be, as seraphs are both. I fling thee laurel offerings, I own thy spirit's spell. I greet the music of thy strings, sweet lady, fare thee well. Agatha by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. An ancient chamber in a castle old, the oaken wainscoting is black with age, the tapestry worked with scripture histories has lost its colours, and the books that fill those carved arches show both care and time. And yet the room is cheerful, for the sun looks through the casements, their bright flowers are placed in graceful order, and the cultured plant bears ever witness to a calm delight, shed o'er the hours of such as nurse its bloom. Two lean beside the window, one whose brow bears evidence of many a chastened grief, for it is sad but calm, her cheek is pale and touching in its beauty. 'Tis so meek, so kind, with light that suits an angel's face who dreams of heaven. By her side is one, younger and exquisitely beautiful, with large blue eyes, the darker for their tears, and with a red rose rain upon her face, paramount as in youth. Agatha Loquitu. Nay, Bertha turned from gazing on the road, which winds amid the lime trees. 'Tis in vain. The last hoof-tramp has perished on the wind 2 hours agone. Now drive thy tears, dear child. I would not check the natural tenderness, the grief the young and loved at parting feel. But I must blame this utter yielding woe, which feeds upon indulgence, and forgets womanly fortitude and gentleness, making the strength it finds in patient hope. But when the dangers of a red campaign, the very march, the night watch, when the snow drives on a northern wind, my Bertha, yes, all these and more are in thy earnest lot. Yet not the less his life is in God's hand, as much as when he wandered through our vales, with thy sweet eyes upon him. Trust in heaven, prayer and submission, bring the blessing down. Dear child, I know you saw, for my heart now only beats unto a measured time. Yet once its pulse was agony, I wept tears passionate and vain. Oft have you asked my early history. I tell it now, that it may bring its lessons safe and hope. Show how the heart is schooled by suffering, and how earth's soul may be guided to heaven. You know that I am not a native here. These quiet vales, where security seems like a birthright, and the circling years marked but by the seasons and their change, the green ear ripening into yellow wheat, the opening blossoms and the falling leaves, these are our chronicles of passing time. This was my mother's soil, the Saxon land. She was the very being such a home would form, to gentle beauty, calm and meek, yet steadfast, filled with all harmonious thoughts. And nature and religion were content which learned submission from its hope, high and holy hope beyond the grave. But I was born beside the winding Rhone, and lived from infancy amid glittering scenes of falsehoods, follies, and appearances. Now kindly influences from solitude, now communings with nature filled the heart with thought and mystery and memories, which childhood doeth unconsciously imbibe, till the mind, strengthened by such intercourse, finds its own power, and doeth rejoice to find. For never was it meant that we should be formed only by the artificial world. We grow where selfish and indifferent, we take up cunning for defence, and deem how foolishly 'tis wisdom. Vanity, too strongly nourished and too early taught, makes every object like a mirror yield some likeness of ourselves. And we but see our own small interests and our weak desires in all around, and we exaggerate our merits and our claims, unsatisfied as the false estimate must ever be, and ends in disappointment. And then comes envy and hate, anger and bitterness, while life, a constant fever, has no joy in nature or in meditation alone. Such was my youth. I lived but for myself. My gentle mother only asked to see a smile upon the face, she laughed so well, and my proud father, in his bold career of war and counsel, had but time to think indulgent was affection. Yet not glad, albeit so glittering, was my hour of youth. It had its vain desires, hopes modified, its envyings and repinings. I was young and rich, and, I may say so now, was beautiful, and so were many. And to vanity the triumph which it shares is incomplete. Before a year of festival had passed, there came a stranger to our halls. He bore high rank and honour in the emperor's court, from whom he brought a greeting to our king. It doeth not need to paint his lofty step, his falcon eye, he won him many hearts. Such triumphs then were surest road to mine. I loved Count Hermann, passionately loved, and I, methinks, grew better for that love. For early love brings with its gentleness and self-distrust and timid cares. Love feels its own unworthiness, I felt mine, conscious of faults I never dreamed before. Had my affection been less rashly placed, it had been better for my happiness. But Hermann laughed in that frivolity which most destroys our nature's higher part. He woke on me no great and noble thoughts, no generous imaginings. The mind, stirred by the feelings to its inward depths, was a mysterious sea he sounded not. His choice was but a worldly preference. And mutable like other worldly things, it had no soul, and thence no certainty. For constancy is but love's spiritual part. Count Hermann left our court with many vows. How he fulfilled them one short summer taught, which saw him wedded in his native land. Not mid the quiet influences around, the solemn light of evening on the hills, so tranquil in the beauty, can I paint my fierce despair or my impetuous grief. Vexed pride and anger, grief and lingering love mingle together in wild sobs and words. Thank God I have forgotten them. Again my evil nature had the mastery. I thought but of myself, and, worst of all, there arose before me that deep burning shame which I must meet. I could have borne the loss of my false lover's faith, but could not bear to think that others knew his falsehood too. I shrank abashed, and shunned all social life. I thought not of my mother's lonely hours, remembered not the home made desolate by the lost presence of a darling child, but, reckless in my grief as in my love, entered the convent of the Carmelites. I vowed a heart to God that was not God's, and as the veil the novice worst of height, a face from every eye, so did the veil of proud resentment hide me from myself. How eagerly I entered my new state! How strict was I in its observances! Night brought its vigil, and day brought its fast, till, so the human heart deceives itself, I deemed myself half martyr and half saint, rejoicing in my early holiness. Alas, the novelty wore off. I grew first languid, and then weary, and then turned repining to the world I had resigned. Yet good for me the listless solitude of my low cell. Lonely are serious thoughts, and such mine were. I thought on wasted hours and wasted gifts, with peninsula fear. Day filled with its unsatisfying round of forms and words. How precious grew the night! Then, leaning from my lattice, I could watch the pale stars growing bright in the dim air. Spoke not in their mystery to my inmost soul? Found we not language in my own deep thoughts? When was I humble in my nothingness, an atom in the path of many worlds? When was I hopeful in the scant wheat that, clustering at my casement, filled the cell with its sweet breathings? I could see a power as watchful of the little as the great. The fragile flower was cared for as the star. Yet I had moments of despondency, many and bitter, and remorse awoke as from a dream. At last a summons came. 'Twas from my dying father, and I went. My year's nativity was not past, and knelt for the first time beside the bed of death. How my heart smote me when I saw the cheek of my pale mother. I, her wilful child, how much I might have soothed her, had I shared the patient vigils. Many a weary night had she bent lonely on my father's couch, and now it was too late for me to aid. I wept in agony, I called the saints to witness to the depth of my despair. I vowed wild penances. My grief, still selfish, half forgot my mother's woe. Yet known not all in vain for me. Her meek and beautiful example, I was touched by the calm sweetness of humility, was sore resigned. Yet in my heart there was a struggle. Pride forbade to change, and bade me straight resume the wail and woe. But still the image of my mother, left to solitude and solitary tears, softened me with reproachful tenderness. I longed to throw me at her feet, and say, "Mother, dear mother, take your child again." One evening, 'twas the first we bent our way to that Angustal chapel where the dead of all our race reposed, how many a tear had fallen upon those cold and quiet stones. The tablets to the memories of the tomb were mostly worn with time, but one was there, fresh. 'Twas the bitter work of yesterday. There knelt my mother, but in prayer, not tears, and pale, as with some sad yet solemn thought. At length she rose, and, taking tenderly my hand in hers, said, "Shall we part, my child?" My tears were readier than my words as we sat together in the dim and holy eve. And when my mother told me that her heart had long been opened to the truths divine the German Luther taught, and by that faith had my departed father died in hope, the tie was broken now that bound to France, and she desired to see her native land, own the true creed, and die. "My Garther," she said in her own sweet peculiar tone, "read you the pages which I offer now, and then decide." I kissed the silver clasp of a small Bible. Bertha, from that hour it has to me been as a bosom friend. We sought this castle, and our pilgrimage brought its own blessings. Years have passed away in our most dear home circle, and we trace, each day succeeding, an accustomed round of duties, pleasures, charities, and cares which make their own delight. My mother's age, how beautiful it is! Such deep repose, solemn as if a shadow of a grave were resting on it, yet rejoicing to stay, for my sake and for yours, her orphan charge. Though faint the pilgrim, yet the heart is strong. Bertha, my soul, though contrite and subdued, is stirred with thankfulness and love to God. E'en as the vale reflects the sunshine bright with golden light, and as the lake gives back the bright blue sky unbroken by a cloud, as outward earth mirrors the outward heaven, so doth the soul return with spiritual light, even from the shadow of the inward world. Many things trouble, many things destroy the image God has stamped on every mind. Sorrows and strife and passions our it pass in feverish yet dark obscurity. And when we struggle vainly, unless faith with tears and prayers creates holy calm, and only in such mood may we hope peace. But, Bertha, see the light leaves of the lime are trembling, heavy with the darkness flung by twilight. 'Tis the hour my mother loves to pace the terrace. She will need the aid of your young arm. I would not trust such charge to any but our Bertha. Age by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Age is a dreary thing when left alone. It needs the sunshine brought by fresher years. It lives its youth again while seeing youth, and childhood brings its childhood back again. But for the lonely and the aged man left to the silent hearth, the vacant home where no sweet voices sound, no light steps come disturbing memory from its heaviness. Woe for such lot! 'Tis life's most desolate. Age needeth love and youth to cheer the path, the short dark pathway leading to the tomb. Age and Youth by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I tell thee, said the old man, what is life? A gulf of troubled waters, where the soul, like a vexed bark, is tossed upon the waves of pain and pleasure by the wavering breath of passions. They are winds that drive it on, but only to destruction and despair. Methinks that we have known some former state more glorious than our present, and the heart is haunted by dim memories, shadows left by past felicity. Hence do we pine for vain aspirings, hopes that fill the eyes with bitter tears of their own vanity. Are we then fallen from some lovely star, whose consciousness is as an unknown curse? Ah, little do those features were, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Ah, little do those features were the shade of grief, the soil of care. The hairs parted o'er a brow augment white as mountain snow, and thence descends in many a ring with sun and summer glistening. Yet something on the brow has wrought a moment's cast of passing thought, music of gentle dreams, like those which tint the slumbers of a rose. Not love, love is not yet with thee, but just a glimpse what love may be. A memory of some last night's sigh, when flitting blush and dropping eye answered some youthful cavalier, whose words sank pleasant on thine ear, to stir, but not to fill the heart. Dreaming of such a fair girl thou art, thou blessed season of our spring, when hopes are angels on the wing, bound upwards to the heavenly shore, alas, to visit earth no more. When step and laugh alike are light, when, like a summer morning bright, our spirits in their mirth are such, as turn to gold whate'er I touch. The past is nothing, childhood's days are rolled too recently away, for youth to shed those mournful tears that fill the eye in older years. When care looks back on that bright leaf of ready smiles and short-lived grief, the future, 'tis the promised land, to which how points with prophet hand telling us fairy tales of flowers that only change for fruit and hours. Though false, though fleeting, and though vain, though blessed time, I say again, glad being, with thy downcast eyes, and visionary look that lies beneath thy shadow, thou shalt share a world where all my treasures are, my lute's sweet empire, filled with all that will obey my spirit's call, a world lit up by fancy's thunder, little like our actual one. Ah, look upon those with flowers, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I look upon those with flowers, and look upon with broken lute. Why are those roses scantless, dead? Why are those gentle chords so mute? A sunbeam passed and kissed those flowers, waked the young bloom, the instant sigh. What darkened clouds came o'er that ray, the rose was left to drop, to die. A wind breath by and waked the lyre, I never had it such a sound. But soon the gale too rudely swept, the lute lay broken on the ground. These things are emblems of my heart, and what has been thine influence there? You taught me first love's happiness, or could you teach me love's despair? Ah, loveliest, that through my casement gleaming, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Ah, loveliest, that through my casement gleaming bringeth thy native heaven along with thee, touching the far-off light that lovelier dreaming, which but for that all earthly else would be. The smoke is around the housetops slowly wrapping, until, upgathered in one gloomy cloud, it rises like the city's heavy breathing, material, dense, the sunshine's spreading shroud. Night knows not silence, for that living ocean pants night and day with its perpetual flow, stirring the unquiet air with restless motion from that vast human tide which rolls below. Trouble and discontent, and ours whose dear is in the feverish heart which knows not rest. These give the midnight's sinking sleep denial, these leave the midnight's dreaming couch unpressed. But woe, sweet star, amid the harsh and real, the cares that harass night the thoughts of day, thus bring the beautiful and the ideal, till the freed spirit wanders far away. Then come the lovely hope, the fond remembrance, all dreams that in the heart its youth renew, till it doth take fair planet by resemblance, and fills with tender light and melts with dew. What though it be but the delicious air, the influence that in their beauty seems, still let laugh, song, and hope make thee their mirror. O life and earth, what were ye without dreams? Ah, sad it is to see the deck, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Sad it is to see the deck dismasted of some noble wreck, and sad to see the marble stone defaced and with grey moss o'ergrown, and sad to see the broken lute forever to its music mute. But what is lute, or fallen tower, or ship sunk in its proudest hour, to awe and majesty combined in the worst shape, a ruined mind? Ah, what could the lady's beauty match, and it were not the lady's pride? By Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Ah, what could the lady's beauty match, and it were not the lady's pride? The lady of the festive board was ward to the castle's absent lord. The lady Adeline, the same bright vision that with their greeting came. On the knot of her reft hair was set a blood-red ruby coronet, and pearls the orient and the rare braided the folds of her raven hair. White they were, but their stained snow was dimmed to the forehead that shone below. Around her floated a veil of white, like the silvery wreck round the starved twilight. But yet there was mid her excess of bright and dazzling loveliness, as something in the eye and hand, and forehead speaking of command, an eye whose dark flash seemed a light to even more than beauty's pride. A hand as only used to wave its sign to worshipper and slave, a forehead, but that was too fair to read of aught save beauty there. Beautiful, but thrice wayward, wild, capricious as a petted child, she was all chance, all change. But now a smile is on her radiant brow, a moment, and that smile is fled. Contempt and scorn are there instead. A heavy change of beauty's face and beauty's mood has its own grace. Air, Glen, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. My heart is not light as when first, love, that fond heart confided to thee. The passion flowers which thou hast nursed, love, are flowers of sadness to me. Thou hast been to me as the spring-gale, love, that woos the young bloom to unfold. But when once its cares prevail, love, the warmest side breath will grow cold. Alas, when the heart is once won, love, it is not held dear as before. Then the race has in triumph been run, love, the prize is fought, precious no more. Farewell, thou hast trifled with me, love, yet for thee is my very last sigh. She who trusted so fearless to thee, love, can but weep over false die. Airy Force, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I, underneath yon shadowy side, I could be fain to fix my home, where dashes down the torrent's bright in sparkling wave and silver foam. No other sound is waking there but that perpetual voice, which seems like spirit music on the air, an echo from a world of dreams. They were more wise in other days, than turned the hermit to his cell, and left the world where all betrays apart with his own thoughts to dwell. Content to curb the heart, to be indifferent, quiet, mournful, cold with hopes turned into memory, the feelings that had lost their hold. Far better this, than such vain life as in the crowded cities known, where care, repining, grief, and strife make every passing hour their own. There, by yon torrent's rushing wave, I'd pass what yet of time remained, and feel the quiet of a grave, long ere that grave itself were gained. Akbar's Tomb, Second Jar, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. All that seems most opposed to be is yet associate with thee. Together life and thee depart, dream, idle treasure of my heart. Again, again, Murad must wield his scimitar battlefield, and must he leave his lonely flower to pine in solitary bower? Has power no aid, has wealth no charm, the weight of absence to disarm? Alas, she will not touch her lute, what, sing, and not for Murad's ear, the echo of her heart is mute, and that alone makes music dear. In vain, that royal hall is decked as for a festival. The sunny birds, whose shining wings seem as if bathed in golden springs, were worth the gems they cost, and fair as those which knew her earlier care. The flowers, or where the rose expand the sweetest depths wind ever fend. Ah, earth and sky have loveliest hues, but none to match that dearest red, born of the heart, which still renews the life that on itself is fed. The maiden whom we love bestows magic on the haunted rose. Such was her color, when her cheek spoke what the lip might never speak, the crimson flush which could confess all that we hoped but dared not guess. That blush which through the world is known to love and to the rose alone, a sweet companionship which never the poet's dreaming eye may sever, and there were tulips whose rich leaves the rainbow's dying light receives. For only summer sun and skies could lend to earth such radiant dyes. But still the earth will have its share, the stem is green, the foliage fair. Those cornels of gems that glow over the withered heart below, that one dark spot, like passion's fire, consuming with its own desire, and pale as one who dares not turn upon her inmost thoughts, and learn if it be love her depths conceal. Love she alone is doomed to feel the jasmine droopeth mournfully over the bright anemone, the summer's proud and sunburnt child. In vain the queen is not beguiled, they waste their bloom. Nidira's eye neglects them, let them pine and die. Ah, birds and flowers may not suffice the heart that throbs with stronger ties. Again, again Murad is gone, again his young bride weeps alone, seeks the old nurse to win her ear with magic stories once so dear, and calls the Elmas to her aid. With graceful dance and gentle singing, and bells like those some desert home hears from the camel's neck far ringing. Alas, she will not raise her brow, yet stay, some spell hath caught her now, that melody has touched her heart. Oh, triumph of Zilara's art! She listens to the mournful strain, and bids her sing with song again. Alexander and Philip, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He stood by the river's side, a conqueror and a king. None matched his step of pride amid the armed ring, and a heavy echo rose from the ground as 1,000 warriors gathered round. And the morning march had been long, and the noontide sun was high, and weariness bowed down the strong, and heat closed every eye. And the victor stood by the river's brim, whose coolness seemed but made for him. With the press spread the gloom like a cloak from the noontide beam. He flung back his dusty plume, and plunged in the silver stream. He plunged like the young steed, fierce and wild. He was borne away like the fabled child. We took the king to his tent from the river's fatal banks. A cry of terror went like storm through the Grecian ranks. Was this the fruit of a glorious one? Was this the death for Ammon's son? Many a league heard the call, but each one shrank away, for heavy upon all was the weight of fear that day, when a thought of treason, a word of death was in each eye and on each breath. But one with a royal youth had been from his earliest hour, and he knew that his heart was truth, and he knew that his hand was power. He gave what hope his skill might give, and bade him trust to his faith and live. Alexander took the cup, and from beneath his head a scroll, he drank the liquor up, and bade Philip read the roll. And Philip looked on the page, where shame, treason, and poison were named with his name. An angry flush rose on his brow, and anger darkened his eye. What I have done I would do again now, if you trust my fidelity. The king watched his face. He felt he might dare trust the faith that was written there. Next day the conqueror rose from a greater conqueror free, and again he stood amid those who had died his death to see. He stood there proud of the lesson he gave, that faith and trust were made for the brave. Alexander on the banks of the Hyphasis, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Lonely by the moonlit waters does the conqueror stand, yet unridden by the slaughters of his mighty band. Yet the loyal ones leave. There he stands, sad, silent, lonely, for his hope is vain. He has reached that river only to return again. Mournful bends the matchless chief. He, the earth's unrivalled one, he must leave his task undone. Far behind the camp lies sleeping gods. How can they sleep? Pale fear o'er their slumbers creeping, with the world to weep, with victory to win. Where they lie in craven slumber, by the murmurs won, must the earthly weakness cumber Jove's immortal son? From the ardent fire within is there now impelling ray to excite the onward way? Now beside the moonlit river stands the soldier king, while he hears the night wind shiver with the very wing, with the very sound to hear, by the numerous shadows broken on the river's brim, from the mirrored stars a token that his star is dim. Changed and sullen they appear. To a great and fixed despair all things fade and omen are. Far away the plains are spreading, various, dark and vast, where a thousand tombs are shading memories from the past. He must leave them still unknown. All the world's sinkers still learning secrets strange and old. Early wisdom's dark discerning must remain untold. Mighty is the Haubau throne, mighty was the enterprise which upon that moment dies. With the moonlight on them sleeping stands each stately palm, like the ancient warriors keeping vigil stern and calm o'er prostrate world below. Sudden, from beneath their shadow, forth a serpent springs. O'er the sands as our meadow, winding in dark rings, stately doth it glide, and slow like an omen in a dream does the giant serpent seem. Silvery rose was far sent shining, where the shade was cast, while the king with stern repining watched the serpent pass. Sadly did the conqueror say, "Would my steps were like my spirit, I would track thy path. What those distant sands inherit, what this new world hath, should grow bright around my way. Ah, not mine yon glorious fear, the world's boundary is here." Pale he stood, the moonlight gleaming in his golden hair. Somewhat of the spirit seeming, glorious and fair, is upon that radiant brow. Like the stars that kindle heaven in the sacred night, to those blue clear eyes were given an unearthly light. For the large tears filled them now, for the Macedonian wept as his midnight watch he kept. In those mighty tears overflowing found the full heart scope for the bitter overthrowing of its noblest hope. So will many weep again. Our aspirings have arisen in another world. Life is but the spirit's prison, where its wings are furled, stretching to their flight in vain, seeking that eternal home which is in the world to come. Like earth's proudest conquerors, turning from his proudest field, is the human soul still yearning for what it must yield of dreams unfulfilled and powers. Like the great yet guided ocean is our mortal mind, stirred by many a high emotion, but subdued, confined. Such are shadows of the hours, glorious in the far-off gloom, at whose altar is the tomb. Alice Lee by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Through the dim and lonely forest comes a low sweet sound, like the whispering of angels to the green wood round. Bearing through the hours of midnight on their viewless wings, music in its measure telling high and holy things. Through the forest lone and dim swelleth soft the twilight hymn of the out night's lovely daughter, the gentle Alice Lee. On the grass the dews unbroken in their silver lie, and the stars are out in thousands on the deep blue sky, bright as when the old Chaldeans held them as the shrine where was kept the varying fortune of our human line. Would that hour the mystic scroll better hours may have to roll for the out night's lovely daughter, the gentle Alice Lee. Time was, coming forth together, she and spring might seem like the beautiful creations of a morning dream. Each went through the quiet greenwood, wandering alone, with the green leaves and wildflowers o'er their pathways strewn. Of the seasons in the year, spring seemed fittest to be near, the out night's lovely daughter, the gentle Alice Lee. Round her head the locks are golden, so the sun in June pours his glory o'er the summer at his crystal noon. From the shining hair, then parted, came the pure high brow, with the carving of a statue with the mountain snow. Blue her eyes as yon blue heaven, nature every charm had given to the old night's lovely daughter, the gentle Alice Lee. But it was the inward beauty, breathing from the face, that gave every look and motion its diviner grace. Thought was on the high white forehead, in the deep blue eyes, and it was the quick warm feeling bade the blushes rise. Which could such a sweet light impart, written on the cheek, the heart, of the old night's lovely daughter, the gentle Alice Lee? Lovely was the high-born maiden, happy were the hours, gathering in the oak tree's shelter mosses and wildflowers. Then the deer from each green coppice fled, a startled band, save when some familiar favourite fed from her small hand. Danger now and fear and wrath are around the woodland path of the old knight's lovely daughter, the gentle Alice Lee. Nobly doth she meet the trial, she who hath but known, till the present time of trouble, life's smooth path alone. For her smile be somewhat sadder, and her eyes subdued, such are lovelier as the token of a higher mood. Like an angel's is the face, in its meek and pensive grace, of the old knight's lovely daughter, the gentle Alice Lee. Not an hour of calm and quiet hath his old age found, there are thousand strangers haunting his ancestral ground. Of his ancient halls and woodlands is the old man reft, but they have not quite bereft him, for his child is left. Others evil fortunes move, deeper, dearer is the love of the old knight's lovely daughter, the gentle Alice Lee. 'Tis her voice that now is raising words of praise and prayer. Heaven will consecrate the worship of this hour of care. Earthly care and earthly sorrow only purify. Such a heart as that uplifting its best hopes on high. Heaven will bless the faithful maid, heaven will bless the duty paid by the old knight's lovely daughter, the gentle Alice Lee. All over the world with thee, my love, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. All over the world with thee, my love, all over the world with thee. I care not what sky may lower above, or how dark our path may be. The cloud may gloom, the thorn may spring, and the desert before us lie. I shall not look back. Can the fond dove swing or fail when her mate is nigh? I could follow thee over the dark blue main, in tempest or in summer shine. The voice of the storm would threaten in vain the heart that reposed on thine. For past the lights that the many prize, and grief and shame were with thee, there yet would be hope enough in thine eyes, so that they but turned on me. I should be glad, but for thy dear sake, that thy planet were darkened above, though the cloud that shadowed the fate would but make more apparent my truth and my love. Alteration by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. My heart hath turned aside from its early dreams. To me their course has been like mountain streams. Bright and pure they left the place of birth. Soon on every wave came taints of earth. Weeds grew upon the banks, and, as the water swept, a bad or useless part of all they kept, till it reached the plain below, an altered thing, bearing gloomy trace of its wandering. Amina by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Not yet to the dancers, love, leave not thy seat, my own is the ground that is touched by thy feet. Will not miss thee, though thine be the foot of a hand, the lightest, the whitest that shine through the band. Give not to the revel a look nor a thought, mine own be the moment which dearly I've bought. I know not what fate will demand for delay, I know I am happy, I know I will stay. No power upon earth but thy own can divide my heart from thy heart, and my step from thy side. I see thy lip tremble, I see thy cheek white, and the large eyes look strangely upon me tonight. But I call not back, maiden, one word I have said. There's blood on my hand and a price on my head. One merit, one only, my faults may atone. Whatever I am truly thine own. One way of thy hand, or one look from thine eye, or the wide world would send me that world to defy. I love thee, Amina, as few ever love. I look to thy face as to heaven above. For thy sake I think of my earlier years, I bring to thy bosom its memories and tears. I saw thee the parasite creeper set made of leaves and of blossoms a sweet ambuscade. The flowers their rich colours and faint perfume shed, and the fragrant grass pillowed thy delicate head. The fountain beside thee reflected thy face, the long hair fell round thee with exquisite grace. I only remember, of all I saw there, the turn of thy neck and the fall of thy hair. The thought that ever has been idle since then, my pistols are rusted, impatient my man. Now gloomy thy tidings that come o'er the sea, I must not stay longer in fair St. Lucie. Look out from the lattice, the moon's on the tide, she rules it as thou shalt rule me then my bride. In yon inland creek, rocking a light vessel lies, 'tis a bird on the wing heard sweep through the skies. Amid the dark branches of shadowy green, like boughs with their leafless her tall spears are seen. Come with me to yon vessel, my beloved and my own, her deck is my kingdom and shall be thy throne. Come, queen of the wild waves, Amina, with me, and leave the green valleys of fair Saint Lucie. No home-mate too lonely will darken thy mind, no father, no mother thou leavest behind. There are no old affections thy heart to divide, I am glad there is no one to laugh thee beside. If this hour unites us, we never shall part, my fairy, my flower, come home to my heart. Dost thou see a dark shadow far away on the main? 'Tis the frigates that seek me and seek me in vain. Thy sweet eyes are downcast, mine own thou wilt be, come far over ocean from fair Saint Lucie. An early passage in Sir John Perrot's life by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The evening tide is on the turn, so calm the waters flow. There seems to be one heaven above, another heaven below. The blue skies broken by white clouds, the river by white foam, where stars reflect themselves and seem to have another home. A shade upon the elements, 'tis of a gallant bark, her stately sides fling on the wave an outline dim and dark. The difference this by things of earth and things of heaven made. The things of heaven are traced in light and those of earth in shade. Wrapped in his cloak, a noble knight stepped to and fro the deck, revolving all those gentler thoughts the busier day hours check. A thousand sad, sweet influences in truth and beauty lie within the quiet atmosphere of a lone starry sky. A shower of glittering sparkles fell from off the dashing oar, as a little boat shot rapidly from an old oak on shore. His eye and pulse grew quick, the knight's his heart kept no true time in its unsteady beating with the light oar's measured chin. Thou hast loitered, so in sooth should I, thine errand be thy plea. And now what of my lady bride, what guerdon sent she me? Or sat she lonely in her bower, or lovely in the hall? How looked she when she took my gift? Sir page, now tell me all. I found her with a pallid cheek, and with a dropping head. I left her, and the summer rose was not a gladder yet, and she murmured something like the tones a lute has in its chords. So very sweet the whisper was, I have forgotten the words. A health to thee, my lady love, a health in Spanish wine. Tonight I pledge no other health, I'll name no name but thine. The young page hid his laugh, then dropped in reverence on his knee. In sooth, good master, that I think tonight may scarcely be. While kneeling at your lady's feet another dame passed by, the lion in her haughty step, the eagle in her eye. And though the good knight barred her gems, God's truth, we'll do the same. A pleasant meaning lit the smile that to her proud eyes came. She took the fairest of her gems upon her glittering hand, with her own fingers fastened it upon a silken band, and held it to the lamp, and said, like this stone's spotless flame, so tell your master better hold his high and knightly fame. Low on his bending knee the knight received that precious stone, and bold and proud the spirit now that in his dark eyes shone. Up from your sleep, my mariners, for ere the break of day, and even now the stars are pale, I must be miles away. The spray fell from the oars in showers as in some fairy hall. They say in melting diamonds the charmed fountains fall. And though as said the very stars, the dark grew the night, yet far behind the vessel left a track of silver light. They saw again that self-same shore which way that morn had passed, on which they'd looked, as those who know such look may be the last. Then out he spoke, the helmsman old, I marvel we should go, just like a lady's messenger on the same path to and fro. And 'tis to see a lady's face this homeward task we ply, or what the proudest of us all were proud to catch her eye. A royal gift our queen hath sent, and it were sore disgrace if that I first put on her gem and not before her face. On the terrace by the river's side there stood a gallant band, the very flower of knight and dame beware of English land. The morning wind tossed ostrich plum and stirred the silken train, The morning light from golden gem was mirrored back again. There walked the Queen Elizabeth. You knew her from the rest, more by the royal step and eye than by the royal vest. There flashed, for now the step was stayed, the falcon eye was still, the fiery blood of Lancaster, the haughty Tudor's will. A lady by the balustrade, a little way apart, leaned languidly indulging in that solitude of heart which is love's empire, tenanted by visions of his own. Such solitude is soon disturbed, such visions sooner flown. Love's pleasant time is with her now, for she hath hope and faith, which think not what the lover doth, but what the lover saith. Upon her hand wears a ring with a heart avow, the voices whispering at his side, what doth she blush for now? A noble galley valiantly comes on before wind, her sails are dyed by the red sky she's leaving fast behind. None other marked the ship that swept so eagerly along, the lady knew the flag, and when hath lover's eye been wrong? The lonely lady watched, meantime went on the converse gay, it was as if her spirits caught the freshness of a day. Good omens such a morn as this, her Grace of England said. Old progress down, our noble Thames hath Sir John Perrot made. Then spoke Sir Walter Raleigh, with a soft and serious smile, and an earnest gaze that seemed to catch the Queen's least look the while. Methinks that every wind in heaven will crowd his sails to fill, and goeth he not forth to do his gracious sovereign's will. With that the bark came bounding up, then stayed her in her flight, and right beneath the terrace she mourned her in the sight. Now, by my troth, exclaimed the Queen, it is our captain's bark, what brings the loiterer back again. Her eye and brow grew dark. Fair Queen, replied a voice below, I pay a vow of mine, and never yet was voyage delayed by worship at the shrine. He took the jewel in his hand and bent him on his knee, then flung the scarf around his neck, where all the gem might see. His white plums swept the very deck, yet once he glanced above. The courtesy was for the Queen, the glance was for his love. Now fare thee well, then said the Queen, for thou art a true knight. But even as she spoke, the ship was flitting from the sight. Who to the Spaniards and the gold amid the Indian seas, then rode the thunder of the deck upon the southern breeze. For bravely Sir John Perrot bore our flag across the main, and England's bells for victory rang when he came home again. An Evening Alone by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The steps of fate are dark and terrible, and not here may we trace them to the goal. If I could doubt the heaven in which I hope, the doubt would vanish, gazing upon life, and seeing what it needs of peace and rest. Life is but like a journey during night. We toil through gloomy paths of the unknown. Heavy the footsteps are with pitfalls around, and few and faint the stars that guide our way. But at the last comes morning. Glorious shines forth the light of day, and so will shine the heaven which is our future and our hope. An Allusion to the Past by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Ah, there are memories that will not vanish, thoughts of a past we have no power to banish. To shew the heart how powerless mirth still, for we may suffer and yet struggle still. It is not at our choice that we forget, that is a power no science teaches yet. The heart may be a dark and closed-up tomb, but memory stands a ghost amid the gloom. An Old Man Over the Body of His Son by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I am too proud by far to weep, for earth held naught so dear, as was the soldier youth to me, now sleeping on the briar. It were a stain upon his fame, who to his laurel crown is shame to shed one single tear. It was a blessed lot to die in battle and for liberty. He was my first, my only child, and when my race was run, I was so proud to send him forth to do as I had done. It was his last, his only field. I brought him back upon shield, but victory was won. I cannot weep when I recall the land is caused to bless my foe. When others tell their children all the fame that the warriors win, I must sit silent and but think on what my child had been. It is a father's joy to see the young eyes glow excitingly when warlike tales begin. Yet I know no living one I would change for my sleeping son. An Old Man's View of Life by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. We tremble even in our happiness, hurried and dim, the unknown hours press, heavy with care or grief that none may ever guess. The future is more present than the past, for one look back 1,000 on we cast, and hope doeth every memory outlast. For hope, say fear, hope is a timid thing, fearful and weak, and born in suffering. At least, such hope as human life can bring. It's home. It is not here, it looks beyond, and while it carries an enchanter's wand, it spells a conscience of their earthly bond. An Unseen Power by Letitia Elizabeth Land. In the ancestral presence of the dead sits a lone power, a veil upon the head, stern with the terror of an unseen dread. It sitteth cold, immutable and still, girt with the eternal consciousness of ill, and strong and silent as its own dark will. We are the victims of its iron rule, the warm and beating human heart its tool, and man, immortal, godlike, but its fool. And thus it is with all that made life fair, by Letitia Elizabeth Land. And thus it is with all that made life fair, gone with the freshness that it used to be. 'Tis sad to mark the ravage that the heart makes of itself, how one by one depart the colours that made hope. We seek, we find, and find too, charm has with a change declined. Many things have I loved, that now to me are as a marvel how they loved could be. Yet on we go, desiring to the last illusions vain as any in the past. Anecdote of Sobieski by Letitia Elizabeth Land. The white plum was upon his head, the spur upon his heel. The trumpets rang upon his ear with a note the dead might feel. Before him lay a gallant host, his own, his bannered line, where from 1,000 silver shields flushed back the morning shine. He sat upon his raven steed, as the tall ship curbs the deep. One instant yet he reined his horse, he heard his lady weep. "Weeps for lady mine?" he said. "What, a soldier's bride? Dear should be his fame than aught in the wide world beside." "Away," she cried, "these are not tears that fall for thee or me. A wee poor infant boy too young to fight and follow we." Another Dream by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, never another dream can be like that early dream of ours, when the fairy, Hope, lay down like a child and slept amid opening flowers. Little we recked of our coming years, we fancied them just what we chose. For whatever life's afterlights may be, it colors its first from the rose. Another year, again our page goes wandering over sea and land, by Letitia Elizabeth Land. Another year, again our page goes wandering over sea and land, and gathers in its pilgrimage the shells on many a foreign strand, and asks their music and their dreams what of the future and the past, waking the visionary gleams around the colder present cast. Two worlds there are: one, chill and stern, is the external world alone, whose lessons all mankind must learn, whose troubles all mankind have known. It were too harsh, it were too cold, but for the world within that lies, the spirit, by the clay controlled, there yet asserts its native skies. It is the minstrel's part to fling around the present's common cope the solemn hues on memory's wing, the spiritual light of hope. The scene that to a careless eye seems nothing but itself to be, has charmed earth and haunted sky, seen as the minstrel's eye can see. Himself is but an instrument, inspired by the diviner hour, when first imagination lent to earth its passion and its power. Its presence to the heart of man is like the sunshine to the earth, the soul of its eternal plan, and whence the beautiful has birth. All things divine and elevate attend its mighty influence here, the daylight of our actual state, the moral glory of our sphere. Without its being, earth's fair face has no sweet shadows flung of yore. The present lacks the sacred grace bequeathed by those that are no more. Without such lovely light the while, dark, silent, strange, all scenes would be, and Ithaca were but an isle unknown upon a nameless sea. But now 1,000 years come back, the gift of one immortal line, each with new splendor on its track as stars upon the midnight shine. All tender thoughts that fill the heart with tears, and dreams more soft than tears, have an imagination part which sanctifies what it endears. I only wake the softest chord that is upon the dreaming lyre, one low, one love-touched, whispering word which asks its tears but not its fire. I ask of every pictured scene what human hearts have beaten there, what sorrow on their soil has been, what hope has lighted human care. I have myself forgot regret, care, trouble, wrong amid my strain. If I win others to forget, my song has not quite been in vain. Anticipation by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. We do not know how much we love until we come to leave. An aged tree, a common flower are things o'er which we grieve. There is a pleasure in the pain that brings us back the past again. We linger while we turn away, we cling while we depart, and memories unmarked till then come crowding on the heart. Let what will lure our onward way. Farewell's a bitter word to say. Continues by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The thick curls cluster round thy graceful head, and o'er thy pale forehead where the mind a visible temple hath. Upon thy lip is frowned a rich yet melancholy smile, so sad it seems prophetic of the doom that hangs on thy young life, and thine eye wears an inward look where outward things but pass unnoticed. Or dost hold communion with thoughts dark and terrible, a blithang's hour, the spring flowers of thy morn, the seeds of death are sown within thy bosom, and there is upon thee consciousness of fate. The light that lingers on thy face is as a star that last remained one, a shadowy beam of those which have been. Ardent hopes of wine, and dreams of victories and high renown, a health departed, and on thy worn lip and hope-forsaken cheek a spirit burns, which will not wholly pass till in the grave. I looked upon thee, young Antinous, thou wert like the lovely presence of a dream, such shapes as come when o'er the sleeper's brain the memory floats of some wild, maddening tale, and he has slept, his inmost spirit filled with soul's beautiful imaginings. How often have I gazed on thee, and felt an interest almost like to life to me. Thine influence is upon the heart. Around are many glorious forms, kings, heroes, gods, bright queens, nymphs radiant in loveliness. Yet the eye turns to thee, for thou hast power to awaken such sweet sympathies. We think of youth and beauty, gathered like the rose on the first blushing of its purple morn. We look on those with wonder and delight, we look on thee and weep. Antioch on the approach from Sweaty by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. When the vulture on the wind mounted as in days of old, leaving hope and fear behind, what did his bark flight behold? Conquest, in its crimson car, reddening sword and broken spear, nations gathering to the war, these were in his white career. When the thunder and his wing swept the startled earth below, did the flight prophetic bring omen of a world we know. Vainly did the augur seek in its path the will of heaven. Not to that fierce eye and beak was that fated future given. No, the future's depths were stirred by the white wings of a dove, when the troubled earth first heard words of peace and words of love. Now far other hopes arise, our life's enlarging day. Science, commerce, enterprise point to man his glorious way. Where those distant deserts wind, even now an English band urge the triumphs of the mind through a wild and savage land. Mind, and only mind, could gain such a conquest as they ask. Stormy wind and sandy plain, doped and death attend the task. They will make their gallant way, much achieve their glorious goal. It is night subdued by day, 'tis the mastery of a soul. Let the dark Euphorus bear English keel and English sail. Not alone our wind and air will the enterprise prevail, but our flag will be around faith and knowledge, light and hope, empire with no other bound than the wide horizon's scope. Honor to the generous band bearing round our name and laws, for the honor of our land, for humanity's great cause. Epilogue by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Water. Seek for me in the herb-maid's bower, where the fountain plays of the jasmine flower. Seek for me in the light cascade, amidst the lists in the greenwood shade. Seek mid morn with the violet's dyes, seek me where rainbow paint April skies, and the blue rush of rivers, the depths of the sea, if we should sever, there seek for me. Higher. Seek for me where the war shouts meet, where the soldier's cloak is hid winding sheet. Seek for me where the lava wave bursts from Etna's secret cave. Seek for me where Christmas mirth brightens the circle of love round your hearth, where myth your flames glance, where the stars are bright, where the falcon flashes at the dead midnight, where the lightning scaps the tall oak tree. If you should shiver, there seek for me. Air. Seek for me where the Spanish maid hearkens at eve to the serenade. Seek for me where the clouds are dark, where the billows foam round the sinking bark, where the aspen leaf floats on the summer's gale, where the rose bends loud the nightingale's tale, where the wind harp wakens a melody. If he should shiver, there seek for me. Shame. Seek not me. If should shiver part at once, we part forever. April by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Of all the months that fill the year, give April's month to me, for earth and sky are then so filled of sweet variety. The apple blossoms shower of rose, the pear tree's pearly hue, as beautiful as woman's blush, as Everness Kent too. The purple light that like a sigh comes from the violet bed, as though the perfumes of the east had all their odor shed. The white briar rose, a fragrant cup to hold the morning's tear, the bird's eye like a sapphire star, the primrose pale like fear. The balls that hang like drifting snow upon the golden rose, the woodbind's fairy trumpets, where the elf's war-note blows. On every bough there is a bud, and every bud a flower, but scarcely bud or flower will last beyond the present hour. Now comes a shower cloud o'er the sky, and all again sunshine, and clouds again, but brightened with the rainbow's coloured line. Oh yes, this is the month for me. I could not love a scene where the blue sky was always blue, the green earth always green. It is like love. Our love should be an ever-changing thing. The love that I could worship must be ever on the wing. The chain my mistress flings around me must be both brief and bright, or formed of opals, which will change with every changing light. Tomorrow she must turn to sighs, the smile she wore today. This moment's look of tenderness, the next one must be gay. Sweet April, thou the emblem of art, of what my love must be. One varying like the varying bloom, is just the love for me. Are other eyes beguiling love? By Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Other eyes beguiling love? Are other rose lips smiling love? I hate for naught, you will not find lips more true, eyes more kind than mine, love. Other white arms retching love, other fond sighs breathing love. I hate them not, but call to mind the arms, the sighs you leave behind, all thine, love. And gaze not on other eyes, love, breathe not other sighs, love, or find many a brighter one than your own rose, but where are none so true to thee, love. All thine own, mid gladness, love, fonder still, mid sadness, love. Changed from all that now thou art, in shame and sorrow, still the heart would be the world to me, love. Ariadne watching the sea after the departure of Theseus, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Lonely, lonely on the shore, where the mighty waters roar, would that she could pass them o'er. Doth the maiden stand. Those small ivory feet are bare, rosy as the small shells are, they are, when the feet, less fair, on the sea-beat strand, wherefore doth the girl complain? Wind and wave fall here in vain. Dark is the raven's breast, wandering wild in its unrest, like a human thought in quest of a future hour. Do her raven tresses flow over neck and arm below, white as is the silent snow or the early flower? Calming the summer sun colors what it shines upon. Vainly does the west wind seek to recall upon her cheek how the red rose used to break in her native isle, breaking with a lovely flush. But her cheek has lost its blush and her lip its smile. Once how fair they used to spring for the young Athenian king. Desolate, how desolate, Does the Grecian lady wait on the beach forlorn, who late in the palace dwelt? They will not, the coming waves, watch her pleasure like the slaves who before her knelt, and the least sign was command for her slight but royal hand. Lonely was the native bower, where she dwelt the guarded flower. In her other happier hour a love grew to pain. Mid these grey rocks may she roam, for the maiden hath no home, none will have again. Never more her eyes will meet, welcome from her native creed. Little did the princess fear, when 1,000 swords were near, where no other was her peer, but an hour was nigh, when her hands would stretch in vain, helpless to the unpitying main, to the unpitying sky. Earth below and heaven above witnessed to the wrongs of love. On the wide and sounding surge, and the dark horizon's verge, does a vessel seem to urge fast her onward way, and the swelling canvas spread glitters in the early red of a coming day. 'Tis as if that vessel bore all the sunshine from the shore. Hath the young king left his side, she but yesterday his bride, who for his sake crossed the tide, gave him love and life? He hath left her far behind, to the varying wave and wind. But what is their strife? To the war within the heart which beholdeth him depart. She hath her life and fame upon an all desperate game. What availeth now her claim on the forts and fled? Not him only hath she lost, all the spirit treasured most has its lustre shed. Let the forts run across the main, if she could believe again. After hours may yet restore to the cheek the rose it wore, and, as it has smiled before, so the lip will smile. Let them be however bright, never will they wear the light of a native eye. Trusting, happy were they when, such they cannot be again. Strange the heart's emotions are, how from out of its despair will it summon strength to bear desperate wrong and woe. But such strength is as the light seen upon the grave by night, there's death below, and the very gleam that flashes kindles from the heart's sweet ashes. Maiden, gazing o'er the sea, wistfully, how wistfully, thine such very doom must be, thine the very heart. Woe for confidence misplaced, for affections run to waste, and for hopes that part, leaving us their farewell word, one for ever jarring word. There the Grecian maiden stands, wringing her despairing hands, lonely on the lonely sands. 'Tis a woman's lot. Only let her heart be won, and the summer hour is done. Soon she is forgot. Sad she strays by life's bleak shore, loving, but beloved no more. Ariosto to his mistress, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He who told of fair Olympia laughed and left off old. I sent thee, my beloved one, another song of mine, methinks the sweetest I have won to offer at thy shrine. I pray thee bore tears from sleep for young Olympia's woe, as angels pause in heaven to weep or grieve they cannot know. Weep for the fate which is to thee but like a troubled dream. Thou know'st not how hearts can be wrecked on life's faithless stream. Ah, some are born to love and pine, and some to love and reign. Brightest, imperial rulers thine within love's wide domain. For art a queen in thy command, whose sway is smiles and sighs. The languid wave of that white hand the sceptre's state supplies. I see thee now in that fair room, where thou wilt read the scroll. The faint lamp scarcely breaks the gloom which wraps the haunted hole. The lovely indistinctness flings its charm around the place, as if the shadow of love's wings had left a very trace. And ever and anon the wind flings back the fragrant shade that jessamine and myrtle twined have round the casement made. When light and perfume comrades meet, the flitting entrance win, fair sweet, but still more fair and sweet whene'er they enter in. For smiling in her silvery noon looks down night's conscious queen. But silence, oh, the truest moon, on all that thou hast seen. Tonight it matters not, tonight thou wilt only see alone a lady in whose eyes the light is lovely as thine own. Is it not, dearest? Thou canst tell how very fair thou art. But face, ah, thou must know the well whose mirror is my heart. What moonlit hours have passed, thy fairy feet beside, while the long lash its shadow cast our eyes it could not hide. When your cheek's native paleness wore the rose's transient hue, and the red lip, but hush, no more I must not picture you. Be still our love, a thing unknown, it is a flower too rare to be in common daylight shown to meet the sun and air. I keep thee with all holier thought, the dreaming and the deep, but not from earth but heaven abroad, of which we watch and weep. My hopes, my music and my tears, whatever in my line, soothes, softens, elevates, endears, a vine and only vine. Take then my song, and claim thy part, where thou hast lent thy grace, it caught its music from thy heart, its beauty from thy face. It steals the dew along the flower, by Letitia Elizabeth Larn. It steals the dew along the flower, so stole thy smile on me. I cannot tell the day nor hour I first loved thee. But now in every scene and clime, I change of grief or glee, I only measure from the time I first loved thee. I only think, and fast and fair, my good ship cuts the sea, I leave the lovely islet where I first loved thee. The wide world has one only spot where I would wish to be, where, all the rest of life forgot, I first loved thee. Atalanta by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A huntress with the silver bow, and radiant curls upon the snow of a young brow, whose open look was fair and pure as the clear brook on which the moonlight plays. 'Tis she, companion of the forest tree of Sciurus, she whose foot of wind left stag and arrow far behind, whose heart, like air or sunshine free, recked but to scorn what love might be. My soul is far too proud for love. I would be like yon lark above, with will and power to wing my way, with none to watch and none to stay, and love's chain would be sad to me as were a cage, free bird, to thee. Ill would it suit a heart like mine to live upon another's look. Ill could I bear the doubts, the griefs, the all that anxious love must brook. Thou bright-winged god, I mock thy chain, thy arrows point to me in vain. But maiden vows are like the rose, bending with every breeze that blows, or like the sparkles on the stream changing with every changing gleam, or like the colours on her cheek, or like the words her lips will speak, each firm resolve will melt away like ice before a sunny ray. Soon that young huntress of a grove bartered her liberty for love, and sighed and smiled beneath the thrall of him whose rule is over her. Ay, here, dear love, is just a home by Letitia Elizabeth Larn. Ay, here, dear love, is just a home, like what a home should be, a home of peace, a home of love, as made for thee and me. A cottage with its roof of thatch, its porch of a red rose, its white walls hidden by the wreath the bright jasmine throws. The rooms are dark, for the green vines have twined each lattice round, where, veiled by leaves, the wild wind harp breathes forth its lonely sound. And round are many landscapes hung, each of some foreign shore, of rock and storm, to make us prize our own calm home the more. A green turf lies before the door, a fairy carpet spread with silver daisies, pearls of dew, meet for the elf queen's street. About are beds of many flowers, sweet shrubs and blossomed trees. Beside that elm the dovecotes place, beneath that ash the bees. And there the little green house stands, a refuge for the spring, where, even in the winter time, the rose is flourishing. There's a murmur on the wind of a far below sweep. Come on this mound of scanted plants, and you can see the deep. Look to the east, where the grey waves blend with the grey sky, to where the setting sun has left its purple pageantry. How pleasant, in another hour, how wandering where will be, when the dim ships, like shadows, ride over the starlit sea. When sailing in the deep blue heaven the moon, like a young bride, comes timid, as she feared to claim her empire o'er the tide. Then, to return through the white cliffs, where winds and waters beat, how should we love the leaves and flowers, for our own calm retreat? We should be happy, yet let all sweet dreams, like these, depart. It matters not whatever his lot, love's home is in the heart. Ay, let us look on all around, by Letitia Elizabeth Larn. Ay, let us look on all around, and see how all have changed. This jasmine with its ember shower, how its green stems have ranged. This mountain ash, whose flower-filled boughs spread like a cloud at noon, whose shade is as a haunted place for the sweet airs of June. 'Twas but a little shrub when first I reft amid thy hair its berries, like the coral crown that the sea maidens were. One of my earliest gifts of love were apples from yon tree, and when the red fruit of its boughs might well be offered thee. Now it stands a deserted thing, all desolate and bare, the grey moss withering round the boughs, and not a leaf is there. A road winds where there once was seen a steep and green as Kent, and not a willow's left of those that our rill once bent. Ay, look, there are the footprints marked of change on every side. How much has altered since the bells first hailed thee as my bride. And in this dream of chance and change, we too have had our part. In years, in face and thought, have changed in all except the heart. But there at least there is no change, there love is burning still, as constant as the sun at noon on yonder southern hill. Baptismal Font Cathedral of Palermo by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Princes and kings upreared the mighty fane, through whose dim aisle a painted gleam is cast, rich with the purple and the violet vein that shines through the burning furnace past, an emblem how the soul shines forth at last, so purified by trial on this earth, to glory radiant with immortal birth. Sculptured the walls for beauty unsurpassed, yet hither doth the passion bring her child to him who on such offering half smiled. Sat he not on the mount, the child, the poor, are of the welcome ones at heaven's high door? Beautiful are the hues that lie by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Beautiful are the hues that lie on that Indian bird's blue wing, with his rainbow crest and soft black eye and neck like the rose of spring. Love's fond fancies are quickly caught by links love only can see, but too much truth there was in the thought that linked that bird to thee. To each all outward gifts belong, but each wants the inward part. The fair bird has not the sweet gift of song, and you, or you want a heart. Beethoven by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A stately and a solemn song, such as the evening winds prolong in some cathedral asile. When holy hope and lofty thought from the south's deep recession brought, attend the hymn the while. There mingle with thy glorious strain no common fancies light and vain. Thy spirit was enshrined, thy chords were thoughts, thy notes were given to all that links this earth with heaven, musician of the mind. Belinda by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Another soft and scanted page filled with more honeyed words. What motives to pilgrimage a shrine like minor thoughts? I know, before I break the seal, the words that I shall find. The wound which you alone can heal, so fair yet so unkind. There, take your fortune on the wind. How the breeze has borne, as if our malice were combined, the fragments I have torn. So let the vows they offer pass, vows fugitive and vain. I should as soon expect the glass my image to retain. I care not for a heart whose youth is gone before its years, which makes a mockery of truth, which finds a boast in tears. It is not love, when idleness would fill a listless hour. 'Tis vanity, which prizes less the passion than the power. I hold that love which can be kept as silent as the grave, and pure as dews by evening wept upon the heaving wave, embodying all life's poetry, its highest, dearest part. And till such love my own may be, I bear a charmed heart. Bells by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. How sweet in the breeze of the evening swells the whisper call of those soothing bells, borne softly and dying in echoes away, like a requiem sung to the parting day. Wandered from roses the air is like balm, the wave like the sleep of an infant is calm. No oars nor plying in flashes to wake the blue repose of a tranquil lake. And so slight are the sighs of a slumbering gale, scarce have they power to waft my slack sail. Fair hour, and the blush of evening light, like a beauty is veiled by the shadow of night. And the heart heat is soft at the sun's farewell beams, and the spirit is melting in tenderest dreams. A wanderer, dear England, from thee and from wine, yet the halves I have left are my bosom's best shrine. And dear those bells, for most precious to me, whatever can wake a remembrance of we. They bring back the memory of long absent times, young hopes and young joys are reviving in those gems. To me they are sweet as the meadows and rune, as the song which the nightingale pours to the moon. Like the voice of a friend, on my spirit they come, whose greeting is love and whose tale is of home. How blithely they wont to ring in the new year, the gayest of sounds amid Christmas-time cheer. How light was welcome we gave the young May, when sunshine and flowers decked the festival day. How soft at the shade of the twilight that bell rolled faintly away o'er my favourite dell, when his woodbine was fresh and the tremulous shade of the aspen leaf over my path beneath played. When the day of toil over, the hind turned the way of the perfumed fields of the newly mown hay. When a sound was heard, save the woodlark's white song, and the peal of those bells borne in echoes alone. They were dear to me when, but now they are brought more home to my heart, for the music is fraught with all that to memory is hallowed and dear, with all those fond thoughts that but speak in a tear. Voiceless and holy, that simple chime is, as a spell on the heart at a moment like this. Yes, sweet are those bells, for most precious to me, whatever reminds me love England of thee. Belvoir Castle, seat of the Duke of Rutland, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. 'Tis an old and stately castle in an old and stately wood. Forts and shadows gathered round it, of the ages it had stood, but not of the ancient warriors whose red banners sweep its towers, nor of any lovely lady blooming in its former bowers. Think I know, but one as lovely and more gifted haunts my line. In the visions round yon castle is no fairer one than thine. I can fancy thee in childhood, wandering through each haunted scene, peopling the green glades around thee with the thoughts of what had been, asking of each leaf its lesson, of each midnight star its tale, till thy fancy caught revealings from the music of a gale. Yet whence did thy lute inherit all it knows of human grief? What dost thou know of the knowledge on life's dark and daily leaf? In thy woman-hearted pages how much sympathy appears with the sorrowful and real, all that only speaks in tears. Have those large bright eyes been darkened by the shadows from below? Rather would I deem thee dreaming of a grief thou canst not know. But thou hast the poet's birthright in a heart too warm and true. Wreath thy dark hair with the laurel, on it rests the midnight dew. Benares, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. City of idol temples and of shrines, where folly kneels to falsehood, how the pride of our humanity is here rebuked. Man that aspires to rule the very wind and makes the sea confess his majesty, whose intellect can fill a little scroll with words that are immortal, who can build cities, the mighty and the beautiful. Yet man, this glorious creature, can debase his spirit down to worship wood and stone, and hold the very beasts which bear his yoke and tremble at his eye, for scared things. With what unutterable humility we should bow down, thou blessed cross, to thee, seeing our vanity and foolishness, when, to our own devices left, we frame a shameful creed of craft and cruelty. Beverley Minster, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Built in far other times, those sculptured walls attest the faith which our forefathers felt. Strong faith, whose visible presence yet remains. We pray with deeper reverence at the shrine hallowed by many prayers. For years, long years, years that make centuries, those dim-lit aisles where rainbows play, from colored windows flung, have echoed to the voice of prayer and praise. With the last lights of evening flitting round, making a rosy atmosphere of hope. The vesper hymn hath risen, bearing heaven, but purified the many cares of earth. How oft his music rocked those ancient towers, when the deep bells were tolling. As they rung, the castle and the hamlet, high and low, obeyed the summons. Earth grew near to God. The pity of ages is around. Many the heart that has before yon cross laid down the burden of its heavy cares, and felt a joy that is not of this world. There are both sympathy and warning here. Methinks, as down we kneel by those old graves, the past will pray with us. Beverley Minster is a remarkable example of Perpendicular Gothic style, and is said to be the most impressive church in the UK that is not a cathedral. There has been a religious building on the spot since at least 700 Anno Domini, when Saint John of Beverley founded a monastery. A later church burned down in 1188, and the present building was started in 1220, though it took 200 years to complete. It is said that the two towers on the west front inspired Westminster Abbey. Black Lynn of Linklater by Letitia Elizabeth Larn. But of himself, him only speak these hills. I do not see the sunshine on the vale, I do not hear the low song of the wind, singing as sings a child. Like fancies flung around the midnight pillow of a dream, dim pageantries shut out the real scene, and call up one associate with him. I see the ancient master, pale and worn, though on him shines the lovely southern heaven, and Naples greets him with festivity. The dying of the dead, for his great sake they have laid bare the city of the lost. His own creations fill the silent streets. The Roman pavement rings with golden spurs, the Highland plate shades dark Italian eyes, and the young king himself is Ivanhoe. But there the old man sits, majestic, wan, himself a mighty vision of the past. The glorious mind has bowed beneath its toil. He does not hear his name on foreign lips, that thank him for 1,000 happy hours. He does not see the glittering groups that press in wonder and in homage to his side. Death is beside his triumph. Blarney Castle by Letitia Elizabeth Larn. Although Mr. Crofton Crocker has devoted no less than 18 quarter pages of research to the history of Blarney Castle, and has minutely told us how its lord, Clancarty, lost his property, how his ring was fished up, and where his plate may be found, he has nevertheless left the precise meaning of the word Blarney unexplained. Those who are curious on the subject of its extended use may consult Saul's Abyssinia. I shall only attempt, by illustration, to show the accordance of what in England has long been termed a French compliment, with our notion of Irish Blarnery, as it is impossible better to illustrate Blarney Castle than by compositions which embody its very spirit. Voltaire's impromptu to a lady who wished him yet another 80 years of life. Lady, it is a selfish boon, the life your prayer would give, we're fain to keep what is our own, we wish our slaves to live. Marmontel's impromptu to Madame de Stael on his giving her a pen which she had dropped. Love dropped his feather at your feet, what time his wandering's hour, he trusted you to clip his wings and wished to rove no more. Marie Antoinette, finding a lady of her court writing to M. le Président Rousseau, added a few lines with her own hand, which called forth the following: Who traced these words, where loveliness has stamped its own divine impress? Dare I imagine who, it were ungrateful not to guess, too daring if I do? Shakespeare showed his usual judgment in putting the well-known exclamation, "What's in a name?" into the mouth of a young lady in love, who may very well be supposed not to know what she was talking about. And if a castle is to have such a name, it must be content to abide by its associations. The tea-table was the last resource of these little attentions, but the bubbling urn's dismal has carried with it that once common flattery of, "Pray, miss, look in the cup, and then it won't want sugar." Alas, our grandmothers were better off than we are. When an art reaches its perfection, it must decline, and certainly the French carried the delicate science of Blarney to its perfection. To quote 2 instances, Madame Helvetius reproached Fontenelle that he passed her without even looking at her by saying, "Comment, monsieur, bientôt me passar sans me regarder? Si je vous avais regard, je ne vois de passar," was the gallant reply. Madame de Stael asked Talleyrand, while they were engaged in a game then much in vogue, which supposed that out of 2 in a sinking boat you were to save one, which you would save, Madame de R. or her. There was not a little jealousy between the ladies. Still Talleyrand named Madame de R., but instantly smoothed matters by saying to Madame de Stael, "Ah, madame, l'assistance est ce qu'on n'osait vous offrir." Such was the ingenious extrication of the diplomatist. A rich strain of flattery pervaded our elder poets. A lover bids his lady unveil in the following imagery: As some fat tulip by a storm oppressed shrinks up, and folds its silken arms to rest, yes, from within the winds sing round its head. So shrouded up, your beauty disappears. Unveil, my love, and lay aside your fears. Again a young sea captain entreats his fair incognita to tell her name, that he may call upon it in a storm, and save some ship from perishing. Or carous painted words to his mistress beginning. Ask we no more when June bestows, when June is past the fading, for in your beauty's orient deep those flowers as in their courses sleep. Or take the immortal wreath the dramatist offered his mistress. I send we late a rosy wreath, not so much honouring we, as giving it a hope that there it could not wither be. But thou thereon didst only breath, and send it back to me, since when it grows and smiles as were not of itself but we. One more of carols on the side of a gentlewoman's face in the water. Stand still, you floods, do not efface the image which you bear, so votaries from every place shall altars to you rear. Enough of illustrations of the subtle art which has given the castle its name. Still I must add the charade of foxes addressed to the Duchess of Devonshire. Myself is my first, in a very short word, and I am the second, and you're my third. The word is idle. I will conclude with the latest specimen of the kind I have seen. It is extracted from the album of a young lady. Miss, in your nose in epigrams discerned, 'tis pretty, short, and elegantly turned. Borobudur by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. An ancient temple of an ancient faith, when man, to show the vanity of man, was left to his own fantasies. All life was conscious of a god. The sun, the wind, the mighty ocean, and the distant stars became his prototypes. At length there came the great appointed hour. The truth shone forth, the living waters of the gospel flowed, and earth drank life and hope. The work is still gradual and incomplete. It is man's task, and more his glorious privilege, to aid. Our England is a living fountain now, whence flow the waves of life, eternal life. Oh, what a power and duty is our own! 'Tis ours to shed upon man's present day the blessing of the future and the past. How much of India yet in darkness lies! We must dethrone the idol and dispel the shadows that but herald the true faith. We must give peace, love, charity to earth, and from old superstitions, vain beliefs, and false religions release the truth, so morning springs from out the depths of night. Was Castle Waterfall and Quarry by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. O gloomy quarry, thou dost heighten thee the tower and shrine, the city vast and grand and wonderful, and strong as thine look at the mighty buildings of our land, what once were they. Ere they rose fashioned by the cunning hand in proud array, one fronts me now, a temple beautiful, touched by the light which has so much of heaven, the light of Eve, golden and bright. In dull relief against the cloudy sky these turrets rise, our fine old abbey, where the dust of kings tranquilly lies, winning the eye amid the crowded street, to other thought than that the haste, the noise, the changeful scene around me brought. Mingling in air the twin-born spires, so nobly stand. They seem eternal, yet are they the work, man, of thy hand. Yet must they first have in some quarry lain, rude, shapeless, lone, until the mind of man inspired his hands to work in stone. Alas, the contrast between us and what we can create, that man should be so little in himself, his work so great. Bridal Flowers by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Bind the white orange flower in her hair, soft be their shadow, soft and somewhat pale, for they are omens. Many anxious years are on the wreath that bends the bridal veil. The maiden leaves her childhood and her home, all that the past has known of happy hours, perhaps the happiest ones. Well may there be a faint wan colour on those orange flowers, for they are pale as hope, and hope is pale with earnest watching over future years. With all the promise of their loveliness, the bright and morning bath their wreath with tears. Broken Vows by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. And this is all I have left now, silence and solitude and tears. The memory of a broken bow, my blighted hopes, my wasted years. There hangs your lute, the wandering wind will hence its only master be, but never may its numbers find my wandering master than in thee. My falcon, it has slipped its hand, afar your faithful gift has flown. The bird which fed from my own hand, alas, its day is like your own. You swore to me yon starry ranks should sooner leave their homes above, yon river change its native banks when you forget your early love. Each starry world its station keeps, in night's blue empire as before. The same ornate river sweeps, in vain, for I am loved no more. I will go weep till rose and blue alike from cheek and eye depart, a faded flower, and then adieu, my own false hopes and thy false heart. Byron by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Thy lute upon the Grecian ground lies broken, let it lie. 'Twas worthy such funeral mount, 'twas worthy of such sky. Beside thy old Castilian groves, it breatheth its noblest words. The pine woods and the ancient hills attend its dying chords. All nature owned its bitter spell and answered to the tone, for in the sorrow of her strain each heart recalled its own. This in Damascus by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Languidly the night wind bloweth, the gardens round, with clear barada floweth with a lulling sound. Not the lute note's sweet shiver can such music find as is on the wandering river, on the wandering wind. Where the moslem leaneth, dreaming o'er the inward world, around the fragrant steaming of a smokeless curd. Rising from the coffee berry, dark grape of the south, the pipe of polished cherry with its amber mouth. Cooled by passing through water, gurgling as it flows, scanned by the summer's daughter, June's impassionate rose. Where the rose's spirit haunted, our dreams that rise, of far lands and lives enchanted, and of deep black eyes. Thus is some sweet dream's assistance flowed the down life's stream. To heaven our whole existence could be such a dream. Cauldron Snout, Westmoreland by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Long years have passed since the last I stood alone amid this mountain scene. Unlike the future which I dreamed, how like my future it has been. A cold grey sky o'erhung with clouds, with showers in every passing shade, how like the mortal atmosphere whose gloom my horoscope has made. I thought, if yet my very feet could rove my native hills again, a world of feeling would revive, sweet feelings wasted, worn and vain. My early hopes, my early joys, I dreamed those valleys would restore. I asked for childhood to return, for childhood which returns no more. Surely the scene itself is changed. There did not always rest as snow that shadow in the valley's depth, that gloom upon the mountain brow. Wild flowers within the chasms dwelt, like treasures in some fairy hold, and morning o'er the mountains shed her kindling world of vapory gold. Another season of the year is now upon the earth and me. Another spring will light these hills, no other spring mine own may be. I must retune my unstrung heart, I must awake the sleeping tomb, I must recall the loving and lost, a spring again for me could bloom. I've wandered, but it was in vain, in many a far and foreign clime. Absence is not forgetfulness, and distance cannot vanquish time. One face was ever in my sight, one voice was ever on my ear. From all earth's loveliness I turned to wish, that the dead were here. Oh, very wandering to no home, or very wandering alone, I turned to childhood's once glad scenes, and found life's last illusion flown. Ah, those who left their childhood's scenes for after years of toil and pain, who but bring back the breaking heart, should never seek those scenes again. Calypso Watching the Ocean by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Years have passed away since to yonder fated bay did the hero came. Years have passed the while since he left the lovely isle for his Grecian home. He is with the dead, but she weepeth on eternally in the lone and lovely island mid the far-off southern seas. Downwards floateth her bright hair, fair, how exquisitely fair! But it is unbound. Never since that parting hour golden band or rosy flower in it has been wound. There it droppeth, sadly bright, in the morning sunny light, on the lone and lovely island in the far-off southern seas. Like a marble statue placed, looking o'er the watery waste, with its white fixed gaze, there the goddess sits, her eye raised to the unpitying sky. So uncounted days has she asked yonder main, him it will not bring again to the lone and lovely island in the far-off southern seas. To that stately brow is given loveliness that sprung from heaven, is like heaven bright. Never there may time prevail, but her perfect face is pale, and the troubled light tells of one who may not die, vexed with mortality in the lone and lovely island with the far-off southern seas. Desolate beside its strand, bowed upon her cold white hand, is her radiant head. Silently she sitteth there, while her large eyes on the air trace the much-loved dead. Eyes that know not tears nor sleep, would she not be glad to weep in the lone and lovely island amid the far-off southern seas? Far behind the fragrant pile sends its odours through the aisle, and the winds that stir in the poplars are imbued with the cedar's precious wood, with incense and with myrrh, till the azure waves beneath bear away the scented breath of the lone and lovely island in the far-off southern seas. But no more does the perfume hang around the purple loom, where Calypso wove threads of gold with curious skill, singing at her own sweet will ancient songs of love. Weary on the sea-washed shore, she will sing those songs no more in the lone and lovely island mid the far-off southern seas. From the large green leaves escape clusters of a blooming grape. Round the shining throne still the silver fountains play, singing on through night day, but they sing alone, lovely in their early death. No one binds a violet wreath in the lone and lovely island amid the far-off southern seas. Love and fate, oh fearful pair, terrible in strength ye are, till ye had been happy as a summer night, conscious of its own sweet light, was that island queen. Would she could forget to grieve, or that she could die and leave the lone and lovely island mid the far-off southern seas. She's but the type of all, mortal or celestial, who allow the heart, in its passion and its power, on some darkened fated hour to assert its power. Fate attends the steps of love. Both brought misery from above to the lone and lovely island with the far-off southern seas. Can You Forget Me by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Can you forget me, I who have so cherished the veriest trifle that those memories link, the roses that you gave me, although perished, the precious in my sight, they made me think you took them in their scantless beauty stooping from the warm shelter of the garden wall. Autumn, while into languid winter drooping, gave its last blossoms, opening but to fall. Can you forget them? Can you forget me? I am not relying on plighted vows, alas, I know their worth. Man's faith to woman is a trifle, dying upon the very breath that gave it birth. But I remember hours of quiet gladness, when, if a heart had truth, it spoke it then, when thoughts would sometimes take a tone of sadness, and then unconsciously grow glad again. Can you forget them? Can you forget me? My whole soul was blended, at least it sought to blend itself with thine. My life's whole purpose, winning thee, seemed ended. What wert my heart's sweet home, my spirit's shrine? Can you forget me? When the firelight burning flung sudden gleams around the quiet room, how would thy words, to long past moments turning, trust me with thoughts soft as the shadowy gloom? Can you forget them? There is no truth in love, whatever its seeming, and heaven itself could scarcely seem more true. Sadly have I awakened from the dreaming, whose charmed slumber, false one, was of you. I gave mine inmost being to thy keeping, I had no thought I did not seek to share. Feelings that hushed within my soul were sleeping, waked into voice, to trust them to thy care. Can you forget them? Can you forget me? This is vainly tasking the faithless heart where I, alas, am not. Too well I know the idleness of asking, the misery of why am I forgot? The happy hours that I have passed while kneeling, half slave, half child, to gaze upon thy face, were what to thee was passionate appealing. Let my heart break, it is a common case, you have forgotten me. Captain Cook by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Do you recall the fancies of many years ago, when the pulse danced those light measures that again it cannot know? We both of us altered, and now we talk no more of all the old creations that haunted us of yore. When any favorite volume was the mine of long delight, from whence we took our future to fashion as we might. We lived again its pages, we were its chiefs and kings, as actual, but more pleasant than what the day now brings. It was an August evening, with sunset in the trees, when home you brought his voyages, who found the fair South Seas. We read it till the sunset, amid the boughs grew dim, all other favorite heroes were nothing beside him. For weeks he was our idol. We sailed with him at sea, and the pond amid the willows the ocean seemed to be. The water lilies growing beneath the morning smile, we called the South Sea Islands, each flower a different isle. No golden lot that fortune could draw for human life, to us seemed like a sailor's mid the storm and strife. Our talk was of fair vessels that swept before the breeze, and new discovered countries amid the southern seas. Within that lonely garden, what happy hours went by, while we fancied that around us spread foreign sea and sky. Ah, the dreaming and the distant no longer haunt the mind. We leave, in leaving childhood, life's fairyland behind. There is not of that garden a single tree or flower. They have ploughed its long green grasses and cut down the lime tree bower. Where are the guelder roses, whose silver used to bring with the gold of the laburnums the tribute to the spring? They have vanished with the childhood that with their treasures played. The life that cometh after dwells in a darker shade. Yet the name of that sea captain it cannot but recall how much we laughed his dangers and how we mourned his fall. Carrick-a-Rede, Ireland, by Letitia Landon. He dwelt amid the gloomy rocks, a solitary man. Around his home on every side the deep salt waters ran. The distant ships sailed far away, and o'er the moaning wave the sea-bird swept with pale white wings, as phantoms haunt the grave. 'Twas dreary on an autumn night to hear the tempest sweep, when gallant ships were perishing alone amid the deep. He was a stranger to that shore, a stranger he remained, for to his heart, or half or board, none ever welcome gained. Great must have been the misery of guilt upon his mind, it thus could sever all the ties between him and his kind. His step was slow, his words were few, his brow was worn and wan. He dwelt among those gloomy rocks, a solitary man. Castle Building by Letitia Landon. You may smile at the fanciful structures I rear, and I say that my castles are built but on sand, like bubbles that on the blue waters appear, that sparkle in white and then sink from the hand. And my spirit is tracing some bright and new sphere, as light as the moment when joy gave it birth. Would you stop her gay pinion and chain it down here to reality's region, a plodder on earth? O time, as its shadows and sorrows pass by, darkens many a tint, fancy brightened in vain. The shade it will flit, like the clouds o'er the sky, and the picture be colored as gaily again. Unlike the Pactolus which glistened of old, but whose waves have exhausted their own brilliant store, a fountain of hope is still sparkling with gold, and often applied to, but proffers the more. Cemetery of a Smolensko Church by Letitia Landon. They gather with the summer in their hands, the summer from the distant valleys bringing. They gather round the church in pious bands, the funeral array and solemn singing. The dead are their companions. Many days have passed since they were laid to their last slumber, and in the hurry of life's crowded ways, small space has been for memory to cumber. But now the past comes back again, and death asketh its mournful tribute of living. And memories that were garnered at the heart, the treasures kept from busy hours are giving. The mother kneeleth at a little tomb, and sees one sweet face shining from beneath it. She has brought all the early flowers that bloom in the small garden round their home to wreath it. Friend thinks on friend, and youth comes back again to that one moment of awakened feeling. And prayers, such prayers as never rise in vain, call down the heaven to which they are appealing. It is a superstitious rede and old, yet having with all higher things connection. Prayers, tears, redeem a world so harsh and cold. The future has its hope, the past its deep affection. Change by Letitia Landon. And this is what is left of youth. There were two boys who were bred up together, shared the same bed, and fed at the same board. Each tried the other's sport, from their first chase, young hunters of a butterfly and bee, to when they followed the fleet hare and tried the swiftness of a bird. They lay beside the silver-trod stream, watching at the sun, played at the bubbles, shared each in the store of either's garden, and together read of him, the master of the desert isle, till a low hut, a gun, and a canoe bounded their wishes. or if ever came a thought of future days, 'twas but to say that they would share each other's lot and do wonders, no doubt. But this was vain. They parted with promises of long remembrance, words whose kindness was for hearts, and those warm tears hidden like shame by the young eyes which shed them, but which are thought upon in after years as what we would give worlds to shed once more. They met again, but different from themselves, at least what each remembered of themselves. The one proud as a soldier of his rank and of his many battles, and the other proud of his Indian wealth and of his skill and toil which gathered it, each with a brow and heart alike darkened by years and care. They met with cold words and yet colder looks. Each was changed in himself, and yet each thought the other only changed himself the same. The coldness, bred dislike, and rivalry came like the pestilence o'er some sweet thoughts that lingered yet healthy and beautiful amid dark and unkindly ones. And they whose boyhood had not known one jeering word were strangers in their age. If their eyes met, 'twas but to look contempt, and when they spoke, their speech was wormwood. And this is life. Change, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. And this is what is left of youth. There were two boys who were bred up together, shared the same bed, and fed at the same board. Each tried the other's sport, from the first chase, young hunters of a butterfly and bee, to when they followed the fleet hare and tried the swiftness of a bird. They lay beside the silver-trod stream, watching at the sun played at the bubbles, shared each in the store of either's garden, and together read of him the master of the desert isle, till a low hut, a gun, and a canoe bounded their wishes. Or if ever came a thought of future days, 'twas but to say that they would share each other's lot and do wonders, no doubt. But this was vain. They parted with promises of long remembrance, words whose kindness was for hearts, and those warm tears hidden like shame by the young eyes which shed them, but which are thought upon in after years as what we would give worlds to shed once more. They met again, but different from themselves, at least what each remembered of themselves. The one proud as a soldier of his rank and of his many battles, and the other proud of his Indian wealth and of his skill and toil which gathered it, each with a brow and heart alike darkened by years and care. They met with cold words and yet colder looks. Each was changed in himself, and yet each thought the other only changed himself the same. The coldness, bred dislike, and rivalry came like the pestilence o'er some sweet thoughts that lingered yet healthy and beautiful amid dark and unkindly ones. And they whose boyhood had not known one jeering word were strangers in their age. If their eyes met, 'twas but to look contempt, and when they spoke, their speech was wormwood. And this is life. Changes, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Leaves grow green to fall, flowers grow fair to fade, fruits grow ripe to rot, all but for passing made. So our hopes decline, so joys pass away, so do feelings turn to darkness and decay. Yet some leaves never change, some scenes outlive the bloom, some fruits delight for years mid all this death and doom. So are there some sweet hopes that linger to the last, affections that will smile even when all else is past. Only to patient search, blessings like these are given, when the heart has turned from earth and sought for them in heaven. Chapter House, Furnace Abbey, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Young friend, if, after struggles, toils, and many a passion past, a vanquished one, who from his car has the worn harness cast, or whether, drawing in your sail, the first rude wind has thrown your vessel in some quiet port, henceforth to be your own, or either some unhappy love which lingering with you still, for any further voyage in life has left you little will. And from a path that charms you not, at the first step returning, like some pale lover during night, by some lone threshold morning, or whether, full of hope and truth, you share life's better part. Of love unconscious, thou a man, a very child at heart. Dear friend, if it be yours to have in some deep vale a home, where you may dream of faith and fate, and all the great to come, if such a place of tranquil rest be to your future given, where every hour of solitude is consecrated to heaven, oh, leave it not, let this vain life fret its few hours afar. Where joy departs and glory mocks the wide world's very war, let not its rude and angry tide with jarring torrent wake the silence that the poplars laugh of your own limpid lake. Ah, stay! Live lonely on, and soon the silence and the sound of music by the wandering winds amid the reed tops found, the color which every various bough has on its various leaves, the hue which the transparent wave from the bright morn receives, or nearer from your window seen, your garden's pleasant trees, your chamber and its daily walls, or even less than these, all around with your comforters, and living but for you, will take to you in wordless speech a language soft and true. Like some safe friend with drooping head, who utters not a word, but yet has guessed your inmost thoughts, and with a look has heard. Yes, a solitude amid her depths has many a hidden balm, guarded for those who leave her not to strengthen and to calm. It has been long a dream of mine, a lonely one to dwell, where some old abbey's ruins hide a solitary cell, a gloomy room with iron bars across the window placed, and o'er the narrow panes of glass fantastic crossings traced, and green moss peeping forth amid the riven granite stone, and the dim arches overhead with ivy overgrown. Such is the dwelling, grey and old, which, in some world-worn mood, the youthful poet dreamed would suit his future solitude. If the old abbey be his search, he might seek far and near, ere he would find the Gothic cell more lorn and lone than here. Long years have darkened into time since vespers here were rung, and here has been no other dirge than that the winds have sung. And here the drooping ivy wreaths in ancient clusters fall, and more so each device have grown upon the sculptured wall. Yet might he find some southern cell where sweet wildflowers are creeping, and old pear trees below the ark their autumn leaves are weeping. There might he heap the treasured things he mentions in his songs, scrolls, crayons, folios, which have been familiar friends so long. A picture half effaced, once dear, a lute, an oaken chair, black but inlaid with ivory, a lock of golden hair, and letters dated years ago, and poems half complete, in picturesque disorder flung, would make a dwelling meet for the young poet and Corrite, who from our world have flown to build, in solitude and song, another of his own. Chevalier Bayard by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. His plum was the meteor that led the band, his steed was the first in the line. Like light his falchion flashed above, but blood soon darkened its shine. He stood alone, for they fled or fell, by the wounded warrior's side. One charge, he cried, for Saint Denis and France, but the war cry unanswered died. He lay him beneath an aged oak, the life-blood gushed from his breast. He looked not onward, but gazed where in dust lay his own soiled falcon crest. He hastened the boar to see if aught of human help could save, and spoken words of pity and grief as he leaned o'er the fallen brave. But sterner grew the knight's brow of death. What hast thou in common with me? I die for my God, my country, my king. Pity, traitor, is for thee. Children by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A word will fill the little heart with pleasure and with pride. It is a harsh, a cruel thing that such can be denied. And yet how many weary hours those joyous creatures know, how much of sorrow and restraint they to their elders owe, how much they suffer from our faults, how much from our mistakes. Often too mistaken zeal infants misery makes. We overrule and overteach, we curb and we confine, with a heart is schooled too soon to learn our narrow line. Now only taught by love to love seems childhood's natural task. Affection, gentleness, and hope are all its brief years ask. Christ Blessing Little Children by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. If ever in the human heart a fitting season there can be, worthy of its immortal part, worthy, O blessed Lord, of thee, 'tis in that yet unsullied hour, or ere the world has claimed its own, pure as the hues within the flower, to summer and the sun unknown, when still the youthful spirit bears the image of its God within, and uneffaced that beauty wears, so soon to be destroyed by sin. Then is the time for faith and love to take in charge their precious care. Teach the young eye to look above, teach the young knee to bend in prayer. This work is ours, this charge was thine, these youthful souls from sin to save, to lead them in thy faith divine, and teach its triumph over the grave. The world will come with care and crime, and tempt to many a heart astray. Still the seeds sown in early time will not be wholly cast away. The infant prayer, the infant hymn, within the darkened soul will rise, when age's very eyes dim and the grave shadow round us lies. The infant hymn is heard again, the infant prayer is breathed once more. Reclasping of the broken chain, return to all we loved before. Lord, grant our hearts to be so inclined, the work to seek, the will to do, and while we teach the youthful mind, our own be taught the lessons too. Christ Blessing the Bread by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Bow we to earth, and from thee cast all stubbornness of human will, then dare to drink the sacred cup why God and Saviour died to fill. Avowed humble as a child, when lisping at his mother's knee, his first meek words of earnest prayer, that scared cup may be for we. But if within thy sinful heart lurk earthly crime or earthly care, a fate which broods upon the past, of pleasure's feverish dream, beware. If thou against the widow's prayer or orphan's cry hast closed thine ear, and mercy to thyself forbear, drink not thine own destruction here. But from thee put all thoughts of earth, as erst from Israel's camp were flung, each worldly and unholy thing to which the secret sinner clung. Come with thy guilt anew washed in tears, thy spirit raised in faith above, then drink, and so thy soul shall live, thy Saviour's blood, thy Saviour's love. Christ crowned the thorns by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Too little do we think of thee, O too indulgent Lord. We ask not what thy will may be, we dwell not on thy word. Thou, who in human shape wast born and shared in human woe, thou who didst wear the crown of thorn, which all must wear below. Thou, who the sinner's fate didst share, yet from the grave arise, alas, unworthy that we are of such a sacrifice. Thy love should fill our hearts, like dew that fills the flowers by night, who in the gentle rain renew the waste of morning's light. Thus doth life's hurry and its glare dry up within our heart the holier thoughts that are thy share, the spirit's better part. And yet we turn not to thy love, we seek not to recall the hopes that lift our souls above their low and earthly frail. On pleasures or on wealth intent, careless we hurry on, and vainly precious hours are spent before we think them gone. That joy and sorrow, sin and strife, close around us like a bond, which so enslaves the present life, we never look beyond. O Lord, if every thought were thine, how little would they be acceptable before thy shrine and worthy heaven and thee. Yet thou hast said, thou wilt accept prayers offered in thy name, that never tears in vain were wept if from the heart they came. When strike our rocky soul, O Lord, amid life's desert place, yet may their hardened depths afford the waters of thy grace. Low in the dust we kneel and pray, O sanctify our tears, till they wash every stain away from past and guilty years. Christmas by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Now out upon you, Christmas, is this the merry time, when the red half blazed, the harper sung, and the bells rung the glorious chime? You are called Merry Christmas. Like many that I know, you are living on a character acquired long ago. The dim lamps glimmer o'er the streets through the dun and murky air. You may not see the moon or stars, for the fog is heavy there. As of all high and lovely things were blotted from the sight, and earth had nothing but herself left to her own dear light. A gloomy crowd goes hurrying by, and in the lamplight's glare many a heavy step is seen, and many a face of care. I saw an aged woman turn to her wretched home again. All day she had asked charity, and all day asked in vain. The fog was on the cutting wind, the frost was on the flood, and yet how many passed that night with neither fire nor food. There came on the air a smothered groan, and a low and stifled cry, and there struggled a child, a young fair child, in its mortal agony. Now for its price, the murderer said, on earth we must live as we can. This is not a crime, but a sacrifice in the cause of science and man. Is this the curse that is laid on earth? Must it be ever so, that there can be nothing of human good that must from some evil flow? On, and the dreary cities smoke, and the folk are left behind, and the leafless boughs of the large oak trees are stirred by the moaning wind. And all is calm, like the happy dream which we have of an English home, a lowly roof where cheerful toil and healthy slumbers come. Is there a foe in the land, that the midnight sky grows red, that by homestead and barn and rick and stack yon cruel blaze is fed? Where by months of labour, of rain and sun, of a harvest followed the plough, Our stack was reared, and the barn was filled, which the fire is destroying now. And the dark incendiary goes through the night with a fierce and wicked joy. The wealth and the food, which he may not share, he will at least destroy. The wind, it comes from the sea with the wailing sound it passed. 'Tis soft and mild for a winter's wind, and yet there's death from the blast. From the south to the north half the cholera came. He came like a despot king. He hath swept the earth with the conqueror's step, and the air with the spirit's wing. He shut him out with the girdle of ships and the guarded quarantine. For how, now which of your watchers slept, the cholera's past your line? There's a curse on the blessed sun and air. What will ye do for breath? For breath, which was once but a word for life, is now but a word for death. Ooh, for affection, when love must look on each face that laughs with dread, kindred and friends, when a few brief hours and the dearest may be dead. The months pass on and the circle spreads, and the time is drawing nigh, when each street may have darkened house or coffin passing by. Our lot is cast upon evil days and the world's winter time. The earth is old and worn with years of want, of woe, and of crime. And out in the folly of ancient times, a folly which wished you mirth, look round on the anguish, look round on the vice, then dare to be glad upon earth. Christmas Carol by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A rose, it is the love of June, the violet, that of spring. Out on the faithless and fading flowers that take the south wind's wing. Such craven blooms are howled in scorn, the hollies are wreath for Christmas morn. Its berries are red as the maiden's lip, its leaves are of changeless green, and anything changeless now is somewhat rare to be seen. The holly, which fall and frost are born, the holly's wreath for Christmas morn. Its edges are set in keen array, they are fell weapons bared, and in an unlucky world like ours, it is well to be prepared. Like the crest of a warrior worn, the holly's wreath for Christian morn. It was so with England's olden race, but alas, in this our day, we think so much of a present time that we cast the past away. Let's do as they did ere we were born. The holly's wreath for Christmas morn. The holly, it is no greenhouse plant that grows in the common air. It is the passion's lattice, a castle hall. Its green leaves alike are there, if its lesson in mind be born. The holly's wreath for Christmas morn. Christmas in the Olden Time by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. You must come back, my brother, for Christmas is so near, and Christmas is the crowning time, the purple of the year. He calls his court about him, he is the fairy king, whose revel is at midnight within a charmed ring. Christmas is coming, my brother dear, and Christmas comes, my brother, but once a year. The last leaf hath departed from off the old oak tree, but there's a wreath of mistletoe where the green leaf used to be, and we'll hang up the charmed kernel above the highest door, and strangers all must pay the fine ere they treat the fairy floor. Christmas is coming, my brother dear, and Christmas comes, my brother, but once a year. The trees are white with hoarfrost and snows on the ground, but there are yet some roses beside the casement found. And the terrace yet has myrtle, both shall be saved for you, and you shall give them, my brother, but I must not guess to who. Christmas is coming, my brother dear, and Christmas comes, my brother, but once a year. The willow lake is frozen, you will have such skating there, and the trees, like Lavon maidens, hang down their glittering hair. The holly's scarlet berries amid the leaves appear, it is an elfin armory with banner and with spear. Christmas is coming, my brother dear, and Christmas comes, my brother, but once a year. We shall gather every evening beside the ancient hearth, but one vacant place beside it would darken all its mirth. At any time but Christmas we give you leave to roam, but now come back, my brother, you are so missed at home. Christmas is coming, my brother dear, and Christmas comes, my brother, but once a year. Church of a Carmelite Friary by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Long years have fled away since last I stood upon my native land, and other longer years have passed since here I raised a suppliant hand, and yet how oft the sacred shrine, how oft the holy vesper song, again in slumber have been mine. Upon the night hour borne along, and wakened in the wondrous mind his early hope and early fear, all that my youth had left behind, all that my youth held more than dear. Methinks it has not all been lost, the influence of that holy fane. How often has its image crossed and checked when other checks are vain. Rage and revenge and worldly care have all been calmed and purified by memory of a childish prayer I whispered at my mother's side. Again I see the sunbeams fall upon the sepulchred isles array, again the marble saints recall the feelings of my earlier day. Still be their holy presence given, still be their faith alive in me, for he hath need to hope in heaven, whose home is on the stormy sea. See the war by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I cannot, if I would, call back again the early feelings of my love for thee. I love thee ever, but it is in vain to dream love can be what it was to me. Some of its flowers have fallen from the chain, and showed that iron under them could be, and it has entered in my soul. No more can that soul reveal in its dreams of yore. Oh, my heart can never be again in lighted hopes the same. The love that lingers there for thee has more of ashes than of flame. Still deem not but that I am yet as much as ever all thine own, for now the seed of love be set on a heart chilled almost to stone. And can you marvel? Only look on all that heart has had to bear, on all that it has yet to brook, and wonder then at its despair. Love is destiny, mine has long been struggled with in vain. Victim or votary, at thy shrine there I am vowed, there must remain. First, last, only love, oh blame me not for that I dwell on all that I have had to prove, of love's despair, of hope's farewell. I think upon mine early dreams, when youth, hope, joy together sprung, and gushing forth of mountain streams on which no shadow had been flung. When love seemed only meant to make a sunshine on life's silver seas. Alas, that we should ever wake and wake to weep our dreams like these. I laughed, and love was like to me the spirit of a fairy tale. When we have but a wish, and be whatever wild wish may prevail. I deemed that love had power to part the chains and blossoms of life's frail, make an Elysium of the heart, and shed its influence o'er all. I linked it with all lovely things, beautiful pictures, tones of song, all those pure high imaginings that but then forth to earth belong. All that was unreal became reality when blent with thee. It was but colouring with flame, more than a lava flood to me. I was not happy. Love forbade peace by its feverish restlessness, but this was sweet, and then I had hope, which relies on happiness. I need not say how, one by one, love's flowers have dropped from off love's chain. Enough to say that they are gone, and that they cannot bloom again. I know not what the pangs might be, that heart betrayed or slighted prove. I speak but of the misery that waits on fond and mutual love. The torture of an absent hour, when doubts mock reason's faint control. This fearful thinking of a power another holds upon our soul. To think another has in frail all of life's best and dearest part, our hopes, affections, trusted all to that frail bark of human heart. To yield thus to another's reign, to live but in another's breath, to double all life's powers of pain, to die twice in another's death. While these things present to me seem, and what can now the past restore, laugh as I may, yet I can dream of happiness and love no more. Claver House at the Battle of Bothwell Brick by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He leads them on, the chief, the knight. Dark is his eye, the fierce delight. A calm and unrelenting joy whose element is to destroy. Down falls his soft and shining hair, his face is as woman's fair, and that slight frame seems rather meant for ladies' bower when soldiers tent. But on that kindled brow is wrought the energy that is of thought, the sternness and the strength that grows in the high heart that beats below. The golden spur is on his heel, the spur his war-horse does not feel. The sun alone has gilt the brand, now bared in his unsparing hand. But, ere the sun go down again, that sword will wear a deeper stain, sun and sword alike will go down o'er the dying and the foe. Never yet hath failed that brand, never yet hath spared that hand, where their mingled light is shed are the fugitive or dead. While the grave were on his way, forward would that soldier say. and upon his latest breath would be victory or death. Clematis by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Around the cross the flower is winding, around the old and ruined wall, and with its fragile flowers binding the ark with which it soon must fall. And two before that cross are praying, one with the earnest eyes above, the other, as the heart delaying, blend heavenly with some earthly love. Saint Marie's shrine is now laid lowly, shivered in windows' rainbow panes. Silent its hymn, that pale flower solely of all its former pride remains. Hushed is the ancient anthem, keeping the vigil of a silent night. Gone is the censer silver sweeping, dim is the sacred taper's light. Through the rapt soul's divine emotion, the desert wind to heaven may bear. 'Tis not the shrine that makes devotion, the place that sanctifies the prayer. But yet I grieve that, thus departed, the faith has left the fallen cell. How many lorn and broken hearts were thankful in their shade to dwell. Not on the young mind, filled with fancies and hopes, whose gloss is not yet gone, not on the early world's romances should the cell close its funeral stone. Still is the quiet cloister wanted, for those who were a very eye, whose life has long been disenchanted, who have one only wish, to die. How oft the heart of woman, yearning for love that dreams but never meets, from the world, worn and weary, turning, could shelter in these dim retreats. When there that solemn quiet given, that life's harsh feverish hours deny, then might the last prayer rise to heaven, My God, I pray thee, let me die. Cleopatra by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. On the couch the queen is lying, on the royal bed, to her heart the snake applying, where a conqueror's head rested and was proud to rest. Dark and starry, her thick tresses are with jewels bound. Are they warm with the caresses of a chief who wound gems amid the curls he pressed, the curls of Cleopatra, the bright Egyptian queen? Two great empires have been shaken, hers the worst lot to bear. From her hand the sway is taken, while that hand is fair. Cold is the young Caesar's eye. Well she knows that hour is over, nothing can renew. Then the conqueror was her lover, and she conquered too. Only now remains to die. Death waits for Cleopatra, the proud Egyptian queen. Still she wore of queenly seeming, conscious of the past, and the pale sweet lips are dreaming of a spell they cast, when she made the heart her own. When the first imperial Caesar and the triumvir scattered kingdoms around to place her, never gave the world a peer. To the lovers she has known, the slaves of Cleopatra, that charmed Egyptian queen. Yet the glorious past has bound her in a chain like sleep. Visions of long years surround her, and their pageant sweep o'er her unconquered eyes. First she sees herself, half trembling, in an armed tent, to the earth with sweet dissembling her soft brows bent. But the Caesar kneels and sighs, subdued by Cleopatra, the young Egyptian queen. Next there glides the sunny river. She is on the tide, o'er her golden banner shiver, and the flutes beside fling the low soft notes to shore. But the haughty trumpet greets her with the clang of arms, while the Roman conqueror meets her, meets to own her charms. And the world is hers once more, won again by Cleopatra, the soft Egyptian queen. Then she sees a lighted palace filled with mirth and song. On the waves of each bright chalice floats dark night alone. Crowned they sit with rosy flowers. Back she flings her hair's rich cluster from her cheeks' red light, and her wild eyes' midnight luster grows more fiercely bright. Fate is by those festal hours, the fate of Cleopatra, the glad Egyptian queen. Dark and darker grows the vision. On her lips appear smiles that with a stern derision meet the coming fear. Mystic phantoms fill the room, strange dim shapes together blending in her glazing eye. And angstful queens, ascending, summon her to die. Shadows, from the shadowy tomb, they come to Cleopatra, the doomed Egyptian queen. Dim the purple lid is drooping o'er the radiant eye, and the stately head is stooping, and the cheeks' rich dyes are like marble white and dull. Never shall Augustus cover that imperial form with chains, yet the beauty has a lover, Death, almighty Death remains. And in death how beautiful is the worshipped Cleopatra, the dead Egyptian queen. Coleridge by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He told the lay of Christabella, he sung the song of Genevieve, the sweetest note that ever waked a silent summer eve. He rose to English lute from sleep and hung it with vow to vow for worship and for following on the green myrtle bough. Still o'er the poet's haunted grave its melancholy murmurs sweep. Oh, lovely is the face of death by music lulled to sleep. Colgong on the Ganges by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A lonely tomb, and who within it sleepeth, none knows. Old Time hath many secret things, but where her rosy tears the evening weepeth, and where the morn her early sunshine flings. For ever gildeth on that lovely river, laden with early wreaths the creepers twined, while like the arrows from a royal quiver, golden the glancing sunbeams o'er them shine. O outward world, how beautiful thy seeming, how lavish is thy luxury, how fair! A thousand blossoms light the thickets, teeming with future glories for the kindling air. Yet, lest the prodigal loveliness enchanteth with all the passing hours from summer win, less is the human spirit by it haunted than by some link that wakes the world within. The Hindu gathered of the purple flowers, what needed he? A garland for his head? Not so. He asketh from the summer hours a tribute for the unforgotten dead. And not in vain that fragrant wealth is scattered, for lofty thoughts and noble haunt the grave. The selfish chain of actual life is shattered, and higher thoughts higher existence crave. It is the past that maketh the ideal, kindling the future with its outward ray, and our world that else would be too real, flinging the glory of a moral day. Confidence by Letitia Elizabeth Lahn. Fear not to trust her destiny with me. I can remember in my early youth, wandering amid our old ancestral woods, I found an unfledged dove about the ground. Constant Water by Letitia Elizabeth Lahn. O lone and lovely water, whatever dweller by thy deepest solitude, how there am I of my present life, its falsehoods and its fantasies, its noise and the unkindly hurry of a crowd, with whom my days are numbered. I would watch the tremulous vibration of a race the moon sends down to kiss by quiet waves, and when they died, wish I could die like them, melting upon the still and silvery air. Or when the autumn scatters the worn leaves like ghosts, I'd meditate above their fall, and say, so perish all our earthly hopes. So is the heart left desolate and bare, and on us falls the shadow of a tomb before we rest within it. Constancy by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Forget we, or forget what my heart hath so dearly known? Deemest thou that wholly from earth all truth and faith are flown? O write your love on the sand, and the wave will wash it away, or place your trust in the flower the next summer sun will decay. But take an emerald ring and thereon engrave your name, through the lapse and change of years, it still will be the same. In such my heart, if you fear that aught like change will be shown, 'tis I that shall weep for the change, for the falsehood must be thine own. Cooper by Letitia Elizabeth Lahn. He was the first who ever told the history of those warriors bold, the dark stern race whose fated age has little left besides his page. And he has told how death and toil were round the settlers on the soil, who left their native vales to be free as they even now are free. Now in the great and glorious hour that yet awaits Columbia's power, when safe his line the past is dim, now will she read her youth in him. Corfu by Letitia Elizabeth Lahn. Now, doeth not summer's sunny smile sing soft o'er that Ionian isle, where round the kindling water sweep the murmured music of the deep, the many melodies that swell from breaking wave and red-lipped shell? Love mine, how sweet it were to leave this very world of ours behind, and bore from the blushing eve the wild wings of a wandering wind! Would we not flee away and find some lonely cave beside the shore, one where a Nereid dwelled of yore, and sheltered in its glistening bowers a love almost as fond as ours? A diamond spire encrusts the walls, a rainbow light from crystal falls, and, musical amid the gloom, a fountain's silvery showers illume the further darkness, as with ray and song it finds its sparkling way. A natural lute and lamp, a tone, a light, to wilder waves unknown. The cave is curtained with the wine, and inside wandering branches twine, while from the large green leaves escape the blooming clusters of a grape. Fruit with such hyacinth fine glow as southern sunbeams only know. We will not leave it till the moon lights with a languid look the sea. Sleep, shadow, silence for the noon, but midnight laugh to wake the fee, when the sweet myrtle trees exhale the odors of the blossoms pale, and dim and purple colors steep those blossoms in the perfumed sleep. Where closed are the cicala's wings, and no leaf stirs, no wild bird sings, lulled by the dusk air, warm and sweet, the kneeling, dearest, at thy feet, the face the only sight I see, the voice the only sound I hear. The midnight's moonlit mystery seems the full heart's enchanted sphere. Whence should thy own low whisper tell those ancient songs thou lovest so well? Tales of old battles which are known to me but from thy lip alone. Dear wendeth the bard again could sound his own imperial strain. Ah, folly of such dreaming hours that may not be ours. Farewell, thou far Ionian isle that lighted for my love awhile, a sweet enchantment formed the fate of darker days my life has made, embittering my reality with dreams of all that may not be. Such fairy fancies when they part, but leave behind a withered heart, dreaming o'er all it hath not known. Alas, and is such heart mine own? Corfu and Manduccio from Mount Olivet by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. O lovely isle that, like a child, art sleeping on the sea, amid whose hair the wind is wild, and on whose cheek the sun has smiled, as thou'rt loved to be. How fair thou art, how very fair, alone in a lovely dream that sprung on the enchanted air, a fairy likeness seems to wear, a fairy world to see. Thou bringest to me a pleasant mood of fanciful delight. To me thou art a solitude, known only to the seabird's brood and to the stars at night. I should so like to have thee mine, mine own, my very own, the shadows of the sweeping wine wherein the scarlet creepers twine, broken by me alone. I would not have a footstep trace thy solitary shore, no human voice, no human face should trouble my sweet resting place with memories of yore. I would forget the wretched years passed in this world of ours, their very cares and feverish fears, ending alike in bitter tears, darken in the heavy hours. But I would dwell beside the sea, and of the scattered shells ask, when they murmur mournfully, what sorrow in the past may be, of which their music tells. Winds, waves, and breathing shells are sad, methinks I should repine, if their loud tones were only glad. 'Twould seem too much as if they had no sympathy for mine. Not long such fancies can beguile dreams of what cannot be. Gone is their visionary smile, and thou art but a distant isle upon a distant sea. Corinna by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She stood alone, but on her every eye dwelt in mute ravishment. Her long black hair flew loose upon the gale, but half confined by the light veil and wreaths of braided rose, shading her bosom's matchless ivory, and fell upon the lyre like hyacinths twined fancifully round. A pensive shade was on the brightness of her deep blue eyes, where the sweet tenderness of woman's glance softened the minstrel's fire that sparkled there. A song arose, it was just such a strain the soft Erato wakes, when she would sing of loveliness, and laugh by souls shaded. Her voice, the siren's is not sweeter when she breathes her music to calm moonlight seas, was fraught with tender feelings, and called forth an answering harmony within the heart. And even when it ceased, the listener's ear thrilled with its wild and witching melody. She stood like some fair creature of the skies in mild and conscious beauty, and her eyes sunk to their timid station on the ground. Her cheek was delicately pale, but when they placed the laurel crown upon her brow, her face was mantled by a burning blush, bright, beautiful, like summer's glowing eve, such as young Psyche wore when love first taught his own sweet language. Corinna at the Cape of Messina by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. How much of mind is in this little scroll, whereon the artist's skill has boded forth the shapes which genius dreamed. The quiet sea sleeps in the distance, with that happy sleep which, in the human world, but childhood knows, childhood whose hope is present, Pale with light, for colour has departed with the sun, the moon is risen in the faint grey sky, bearing a clear young beauty on her brow, which has been turned to earth too short a while to wear its shadow. With a darker hue than when the sun is on their shining leaves, the myrtles spread their branches to the night, whose dews are falling. But the moonlight touched with silvery softness and with gentle shade, the fairy city seems as if repose and sleep alone were in its quiet walls. Silence was made for such a night, or song, and song has just been floating over waves. The lute is yet within its mistress' hand, for now the music from its chords has gone to wander over waters and to perish. I perished long the music of those chords, they had but life from sweetness, so they died. Not so the words, for even as the wind that wafts the seeds which afterwards spring up in a perpetual growth and then subsides, the song was only ministered to words which have the immortality of pain. A lady leans upon that silent lute, with large dark eyes like the eternal night, so spiritual and so melancholy, the exquisite Corinne. There's a power given to some minds to fashion and create, until the being present on the page is actual as our life's vitality. Such was Corinne, and such the mind that gave its own existence to its work. Corinne is but another name for her who wrote, who felt, and poured her spirit on her lay. What are the feelings but her own? The hope which in the bleak world finds no resting place, and, like the dove, returns unsatisfied, but bringing no green leaf, it seeks its ark with varied wing, and plumbs whose gloss is gone. Here, too, is traced that love which hath too much of heaven in its fine nature for the earth. Their love pines for home and finds a grave. The eagerness which turns to lassitude, the thirst of praise, which ends in bitterness, those high aspirings which but rise to find what weight is on the wings, and that keen sense of a wide difference between ourselves and those who are our fellows, and which marks a withering ring around all confidence. He cannot soothe a pain we do not know. The heart is sacrificed upon the shrine of mental power, at least its happiness. A whole life's bitterness is in the song, whose words too true are the singer's own. Cottage Courtship by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Now out upon this smiling, no smile shall meet his sight, and a word of gay revealing is all he'll hear tonight. For he'll hold my smiles too lightly if he always sees me smile. He'll think they shine more brightly when I have frowned awhile. 'Tis not kindness keeps a lover, he must feel the chain he wears, all with sweet enchantments over, when he has no anxious cares. The heart would seem too common if he thought that heart his own. Ah, the empire of a woman is still in the unknown. Let change without a reason make him never feel secure, for it is an April season that the lover must endure. They are all of them so faithless, their torment is your gain. Would you keep your own heart scathless, be the one to give the pain. Court of a Turkish Villa by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. In the midst a fountain singeth day and night, each small wave a mirror for the changing light. Now the golden sunshine, softened by the boughs, which a dopeful passage to the light allows. Of the moon seems lingering near, as she paused the words to hear of the tales Arabian, the old Arabian Nights. On the wind a murmur seems to float along, soft as is the music of remembered song, bringing at the moment all that dwelt apart in the lone recesses of a haunted heart. So upon her twilight wings memory beareth graceful things, from the tales Arabian, from the old Arabian Nights. I can see the garden treasured from the day where the young Aladdin took his wandering way. Pale the lamp was burning which the genie swayed. Would that at this moment I could have its aid. All my fancies, now so vain, I might with a wish obtain, from the tales Arabian, the old Arabian Nights. Far away the island rises on the deep, where the fated Ajib found the boy asleep. Soon the old fond father came with songs and joy. What bears he with him but his murdered boy? Still does fate in some dark shape mock our efforts to escape. as in the tales Arabian, the old Arabian Nights. Next a summer palace gleams with sunlight, but the lovely Persian makes it yet more bright. I can hear her singing in the lonely tower, mournful, oh how mournful of a happy hour. Still the same star rules above, so still companions laugh, as in the tales Arabian, the old Arabian Nights. Pleasantly these fancies haunt that fountain's fall, making its low music yet more musical. Still around its waters are adventures told, wonderful as any that I read of old. Never will their charm depart, still a portion of her heart dwells with the tales Arabian, the old Arabian Nights. Crescentius by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I looked upon his brow, no sign of guilt or fear were there. He stood as proud by the death shrine as even our despair he had a power. In his eye there was a quenchless energy, a spirit that could dare the deadliest form that death could take, and dared for the daring's sake. He stood, feathers on his hand, he raised them haughtily, and had that grasp been on the brand, it could not wave on high with freer pride than it waved now. Around he looked with changeless brow on many a tortured nigh, the rack, the chain, the axe, the wheel, and, worst of all, his own red steel. I saw him once before. He rode upon a coal-black steed, and tens of thousands thronged the rout and bade their warrior speed. His helm, his breastplate, were of gold, and graved with many a dint that told of many a soldier's deed. The sun shone on his sparkling mail, and danced his snow-plum on the gale. But now he stood chained, and alone, the headsman by his side, the plum, the helm, the charger gone. The sword, which had defied the mightiest, lay broken near, and yet no sign or sound of fear came from that lip of pride. And never king or conqueror's brow wore higher look than this did now. He bent beneath the headman's stroke with an uncovered eye, and wild shouts from the numbers broke who thronged to see him die. It was the people's loud acclaim, the voice of anger and of shame, a nation's funeral cry. Rome's wail above her only son, her patriot and her latest one. Crossing the Core Mountains by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He was the first that ever crossed those pale hills with their snow, whose summits in the clouds are lost, from whence the cold rills flow. He stood, the pines at his right hand, the eagle at his side. He fought upon his English land, and solitude replied. How strange it must have been to hear our own familiar tongue, bringing its home and childhood near those mountain tops among. Within that English traveller's heart what deep emotion stirred, as talked their little band apart, each with an English word. Were they familiar thoughts and fond, thoughts linked with early hours, that scarcely give a look beyond the present's fruit and flowers, that seem to pass like streams away, and yet that leave behind music that many an after day will bring again to mind? 'Tis strange how often early years will unexpected rise, and bring back soft and childlike tears to cold and world-worn eyes. Soft voices come upon the wind, old songs and early prayers, and feel how much of good and kind our very life still spares. Or had he lofty thoughts and stern of what before him lay? Did his aspiring thoughts discern honor some future day, of science, aided by his toil, of knowledge, taught to roam, of all the rich and varied spoil the traveller brings home? He needed all, the hopes that guide, the memories that cheer, for after hours were at his side of care and pain and fear. His was a hard and weary lot, his hour of wandering past. Alas, for him awaited not the welcome home at last. Strange hands sustained his sinking head, strange steps were at his side, strange faces bent above the bed whereon he died. I cannot bear to think of this, death-lone on that far strange shore, and yet the death-bed that was his awaiteth many more. Our careless crowds too little think of those who work their will, of dangers from which we should shrink, of toils while we are still. Too late some vain regret may wake, and pity then affords, for some young bold adventurer's sake, a few vain tears and words. Crossing the River Tons by Jola by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Light is the bridge across the dark blue river, gracefully swinging, far more like a shadow flung from the cloud than the work of man and labor. Formed of twisted grasses, fragile is the structure, seems it as meant to bear no other burden than sunbeams and moonbeams, dreams, thoughts, and fancies. Light is the line it traces on the water, light is the line it traces on the air, made to carry over yellow flowers from the park. Yet must it bear the weight of many burthens. Often does it bend, though it breaks not with its freightage. Airy bridge, for art of airy youth the symbol, so does its hope bind the present and the future. So slight is the structure which its heart carries onwards. Hope's fairy arches cross human life's dark river, frail the support, while over it there hastens all the sweet beliefs that make the morning fair. Soon the noontide comes, and the hurried hours grow busy. Morning has passed like a bright and sudden vision. Day has other freightages than its blushes and its dews. Slight as is the bridge, yet it can well sustain them. Hope carries on life's passage to the last, aiding in its labor as it aided in its fancies. Cupid and Psyche by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Love, but do not name his name. On this earth he only came to deceive and to destroy. Lasting sorrow, fleeting joy. Sunny light each pinion flings, but alas, they still are wings. Rainbow feathers edge his shaft, they are stained with crime and craft. Fair but false divinity, does the bosom treasure thee? Better would its folly fare, were the scorpion harbored there. Does the cheek with colors burn, shed from passion's purple urn? Woe for the deceiving light, it will herald darkest night. Go thou, ask the happiest lover, far or near, thou canst discover. He will say his happiest hour was but as a fairy dower, gold that for a moment shone, charmed the sight, and then was gone. And albeit thy blind caprice gave the varied one release, 'twas to leave him like the pyre, where the deadly flames expire. Not till they have fed on all of odor, gem, or coronal, leaving smouldering waste behind, withered hope and ruined mind. Heart it were relief to break, oh, love, thine is a fearful stake. What sweet picture may this seem, were it aught but painter's dream? Where were all in young love's reign, maidens hope for, minstrels feign, leans he by his dear one's side, from his eyes the veil untied. Gentle as the gentlest rays of the doves on which we gaze, he has left his bow unbent, hung aside his shafts, content but to trust his soft caress and his passing loveliness. O love, couldst thou be like this, mirrors of heaven's unbliss, and wouldst thou have hopes that might trust themselves to their delight, confidence whose sweet repose weaves a pillow of a rose, peace like that on ocean's breast, when the Helchen builds her nest, faith like that the martyrs feel in the high and holy zeal, when the pleasures thou wouldst know to immortal ones would grow. Go, love, like this couldst thou be, paradise were home for thee. Cupid Riding a Peacock by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. All the colors glistening on the rainbow of a spring, mingled with the deeper hue of a grass-green emerald too, are upon that bird whose neck crimson wreaths of roses deck, mounted by a boy whose lip is such as the bee would sip for the first rosebud in May. Love, upon a summer day, bade the graces link a chain of sweet flowers for a rain round the peacock's glorious wing. Forth he rode, then, like the king of bright colors, smiles and blooms, sunny darts and golden plums. Or this is not that sweet love, own companion to the dove, but a wild and wandering thing, varying as the lights that fling radiance o'er his peacock's wing. I do weep that love should be ever linked with vanity. Cureless Wounds by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. False look, false hope, and falsest love, all Mephew's sent to me, to shew how they the heart could move, and how deceiving be. They left me darkened, crushed, alone, my spirit's household guards our throne. The world itself is changed, and all that was beloved before is vanished and beyond recall, for I can hope no more. The sea of fire, the dint of steel, are easier than such wounds to heal. Crugmore Waterford by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Summer, shining summer, art thou bringing no colours to the red rose, green leaves to the boar, music to the singing birds, and honey to the bee? Summer, shining summer, oh, welcome unto thee! Now linger in our valley, oh, why should thou go forth to war the snow and the icicles of the eternal north? Where wilt thou find the valley more lovely for your home? Ah, even now the shadows are lengthening as we come. Well, autumn, thou art welcome with shovels of ripened corn. The hunter's moon is shining, the hills ring with his horn. The grapes are dyed with purples, the leaves are tinged with red, and the green and golden plumage of the pheasant's wing is spread. What? Snow upon the mountains? Heap pine boars on the hearth? Broach ye the crimson malvoisie, yet the old hall ring with mirth. Fill the lattices with holly, let the lamps and torches blaze, and let the ancient harper sing songs of other days. Alas for gladsome winter, thy festival is done, thy frostwork world of gossamer is melting in the sun. Forth come the early violets, such pale blue in their eyes, as if they caught their colours from gazing on the skies. And the green and tender verdure is on the hawthorn tree, and the brake of crimson promise shows what the rose will be. The primrose clothes the meadow, the birds are on the wing, and a thousand flowers are waking beneath the feet of spring. Let the year pursue its changes, let the seasons fade and fall, that valley has a welcome and a beauty for them all. Dangers Faced by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. My heart is filled with bitter thought, my eyes would fain shed tears. I have been thinking upon past and upon future years. Years past, why should I stir the depths beneath a troubled stream? And years that are as yet to come, of them I dread to dream. Yet wherefore pause upon our way? 'Tis best to hurry on, for half the dangers that we fear, we face them and they are gone. Dartmouth Castle by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I should like to dwell where the deep blue sea rocked to and fro as tranquilly as if it were willing the helichan's nest should shelter through summer its beautiful guest. When a plaining murmur like that of a song and a silvery line come the waves along, now bathing, now leaving the gentle shore where shining seashells lay scattered o'er, and children wandering along the strand with the eager eye and the busy hand, heaping the pebbles and green seaweed like treasures laid up for a time of need, or tempting the waves with their daring feet to launch perhaps some tiny fleet, mimicking those which bear far the wealth of trade and the strength of war. I should laugh when the sunset reddened the foam to watch the fisherman's boat come home with his well-filled net and glittering spoil. Well has the noontide repaid its toil, while the ships that lie in the distance away catch on their canvas the crimsoning ray, like fairy ships in the tales of old, when the sails they spread the purple and gold. Then the deep delight of starry night with its shadowy depths and dreamy light, when far away spreads the boundless sea as if it imaged infinity. Let me hear the winds go singing by, lulling the waves with a melody, while the moon like a mother watches their sleep, and I ask no home but beside the deep. Dartmouth Church, Devonshire, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Just where the evening sunbeams rest, there hangs a simple tablet with a maiden's name and with a common history. Alas, that such things should be common. There are summoned youths so full of youth's divinest part, its hope, its ready sympathies, its joy, that grief, our natural portion, seems to have no part in them. Edith was one of these. The morning gave its blushes and its light to that sweet face, which shone upon us all with an unconscious gladness. Never mouth had such a gay variety of smiles. The very hair was bright, and o'er her neck wandered like sunshine. Many an aged ear would listen for the music of her step, for frequent was the visit to the old, who grew more cheerful, and thanked God that gave a creature of such loveliness to earth. The heart spoke in her countenance, and showed the inward beauty. Long before you saw, you heard her glad voice singing like a bird, and known the fullness of its own delight. She passed away from us, as fades the flower that bears the secret of its own decay. Her cheek forgot its rose, or only wore a hectic flush, and in her eyes there shone a feverish radiance. From the first she knew that on her was the shadow of a grave, and as it darkened she but grew more meek, more calm, more earnest, and more spiritual, as if she felt that heaven was her home, and she but hastening by them. Dear Gifts by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. Life's best gifts are bought dearly. Wealth is won by years of toil, and often comes too late. With pleasure comes satiety, and pomp is compassed round with vexing vanities. And genius, earth's most glorious gift, that lasts when all beside is perished in the dust, how bitter is the suffering it endures, how dark the penalty that it exacts. Dearest, wander where you will, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Dearest, wander where you will, I'm present with you still. Over land and over sea, every thought will follow thee. Be thy flights but short as those the honey bee takes from the rose, or long as nights without a star, my heart will be where you are. You may change, but I will be the very self of constancy. Woman's heart's a fragile thing, born for much of suffering, like a lute which has a tone, sacred to itself alone. However rude the hand that flings its touch upon the gentle strings, music wakened in that heart will not but with life depart. Even in its latest sigh breathes the native melody. Love is woman's life, by whole hope, pride, harmony of soul. I do ask no plift of woe, 'tis enough for me to bow like a flower before the sun, blessed but to be shone upon. And I pray thee not forget the rose shade where first we met. I would have thee sometimes dwell on the twilight hours farewell. Be thou faithful, life to me will be one dream of ecstasy. Be thou false, my heart will make no reproach, but love and break. Death and the Youth by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. Not yet, the flowers are in my path, the sun is in my sky. Not yet, my heart is full of hope, I cannot bear to die. Not yet, I never knew till now how precious life could be. My heart is full of love, oh, death, I cannot come with thee. But love and hope, enchanted twain, passed in the falsehood by. Death came again, and then he said, I'm ready now to die. Deathbed of Alexander the Great by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. On his bed the king was lying, on his purple bed. Tell us not that he is dying, so his soldiers said. He is yet too young to die. Have ye drunk the cup ye gave him from the fatal spring? Is it yet too late to save him? We will see our king. Let his faithful ones draw nigh, the silver-shielded warriors, the warriors of the world. Back they fling the fragrant portals of the royal tent. Vainly to the stern immortals sacrifice and vow were sent. Cold and pitiless are they, silent in their starry dwelling. Nothing do they heed of a tale that earth is telling in her hour of need. They have turned their faces away, ye silver-shielded warriors, ye warriors of the world. In that royal tent is weeping, woman's tears will flow, there the queens their watch are keeping, with her separate woe. One still wears a diadem, one her long fair hair is rending from its pearls unbound, tears from those soft eyes descending, eyes that seek the ground. But Roxana looks on them, the silver-shielded warriors, the warriors of the world. In the east the day was reddening, and the warriors passed, in the west the night was deadening, as they looked their last on him, he, their comrade, their commander, he, the earth's adored, he, the godlike Alexander, who can wield his sword? As the wind their eyes were dim, the silver-shielded warriors, warriors of the world. Slowly passed the sad procession by the purple bed, every soldier in succession through the tent was led. All beheld the monarch's face, pale and beautiful, reclining. There the conqueror lay, from his radiant eyes the shining had not passed away, where he watched them from his place, his silver-shielded warriors, his warriors of the world. Still he was a king in seeming, for he wore his crown, and his sunny hair was streaming his white forehead down. Glorious was that failing head, still his golden baldric bound him, where his sword was hung. Bright his arms were scattered round him, and his glances still clung to the warriors by his bed, the silver-shielded warriors, warriors of the world. Pale and motionless he rested, like a statue white and cold, with his royal state invested for the purple and the gold. In his latest hour he wore, but the iron breath are failing, and the mighty soul has fled. Lift ye up the loud bewailing, for wide world mourns the dead, and they have the chief no more, the silver shield, the warriors of the world. Death in the Flower by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. 'Tis a fair tree, the almond tree, where spring shews the first promise of her rosy wrath, or ere the green leaves venture from the bud, those fragile blossoms light the winter bore with delicate colours, heralding the rose whose own aurora they might seem to be. What lurks beneath the faint and lovely red? What the dark spirit in those fairy flowers? 'Tis death. Death of Louis of Bourbon by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. How actual through the lapse of years that scene of death and dread appears! The maiden shrouded in her veil, the birthless half resolved, half pale, and the young archer, land prepared, with dagger hidden, but still bared, are real, as if that stormy scene in our own troubled life had been. Such is the magic of a page that brings again another age. Such, Scott, the charms the pages cast, our mighty master of the past. Death of a Lion among the ruins of shaped Lar by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Hurriedly, disturbing night with red and sudden light, came the morning as it knew what there was for day to do. And that ere it sank again it must show the lion's den. All night long a sullen roar, like the billows on the shore, sounded on the desert air, telling who was lurking there. And the sleepless child was pressed closer to the mother's breast, girdled by the watchfire's ray, did we wait the coming day. And beneath the morning sun flashed the spear and gleamed the gun. Forth we went to seek the shade where the Lion King was laid. Dark the towering palm was spread, like a giant overhead. But the dew grass below served the lion's path to show. Long green boughs and flowery spray he had rent upon his way. By the aqueduct of old, where the silver river rolled, long since laid in ruins low, but where still the waters flow. Soon decay of man's endeavour, nature's works endure for ever. Where we found the lion's cave, where we made the lion's grave, 3 shots echoed, 3 no more, and the grass is red with gore. For the claws and skin we come, let us be our trophy home. Deep in the heart is an avenging power by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Deep in the heart is an avenging power, conscious of right and wrong. There is no shape reproach can take, one half so terrible as when the shape is given by ourselves. Justice hath needful punishments, and crime is a predestined thing to punishment. Or soon or late there will be no escape from the stern consequence of its own act. But in ourself as fate's worst minister, there is no wretchedness like self-reproach. Deep silence chained the listeners around by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Deep silence chained the listeners around when, lo, another plaintive sound came from the river's side, and there they saw a girl with loosened hair seat her beneath a purple tree, where swung her gurra mournfully, filled with a cool and limpid wave, an offering o'er some dear one's grave. At once Silara caught the tone and made it as she sung her own. Derwent Water by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I knew her, though she used to make her dwelling by that lonely lake. A little while she came to show how lovely distant flowers can go. The influence of that fair scene made beautiful her face and mien. I have seen faces far more fair, but none that had such meaning there. For to her downcast eyes were given the azure of an April heaven, the softening of those sunny hours by passing shadows and by showers. O'er her cheek the wandering red by the first wild rose was shed, evanescent, pure and clear, just the warm heart's atmosphere, like the sweetened inner world in that early rosebud furled, all whose rich revealing glow round the lovelier world below. Light her step was, and her voice said unto the air, Rejoice, and Her light laughs, silvery breaking, sounded like the lark's first waking. Return to that fair lake, return, on whose green heathlands grows the fern, and mountain heights are dark grey stone, are bright with lichens overgrown. Thou art too fay-like and too fair for our more common clouded air. Beauty such as thine belongs to a world of dreams and songs. Let thy image with us dwell, lending music to farewell. Different Opinions by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Doubts, despairing, crime, and craft are upon that honeyed shaft. It has made the crowned king crouch beneath his suffering, made the beauty's cheek more pale than the foldings of her veil. Like a child the soldiers kneel who had mocked at flame or steel, made the fires of genius turn on their own breasts, and there burn a wound, a blight, a curse, a doom, bowing young hearts to the tomb. Well may storm be on the sky, and the waters roll on high, when that passion passes by. Earth below and heaven above, well may bend to thee, O love. Different Views of Youth and Age by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There was a shadow on his face that spake of passion long since hardened into thought. He had a smile, a cold and scornful smile, not gaiety, not sweetness, but the sign of feelings moulded at their master's will. The very world was hidden at that heart. Sorrow and strife were there, and it had learned the very lessons time and sorrow teach, and deeply felt itself the vanity of love and hope, and now could only feel distrust in them, and mockery for those who could believe in what he knew was vain. Disenchantment by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Do not ask me why I loved him. Love's cause is to love unknown. Faithless as the past has proved him, once his heart appeared mine own. Do not say he did not merit all my fondness, all my truth. Those in whom love dwells inherit every dream that haunteth youth. He might not be all I dreamed him, noble, generous, gifted, true. Not the less I fondly deemed him, all those flattering visions true. All the hues of old romances by his actual self grew dim. Bitterly I mock the fancies that once found their life in him. From the hour by him enchanted, from the moment when we met, henceforth with one image haunted, life may never more forget. All my nature changed, his being seemed the only source of mine. Fond heart, hadst thou not foreseeing thy sad future to divine? Once upon myself relying, all I asked were words and thought, many hearts to mine replying, and the music that I brought. Eager, spiritual, and lonely, visions filled the fairy hour, deep with love, for love was only not a presence, but a power. But from that first hour I met thee, all caught actual life from you. Alas, how can I forget thee, thou who madst the fancy true? Once my white world was ideal, fair it was, all very fair. Wherefore hast thou made it real? Wherefore is thy image there? Ah, no more to me is given fancy's far and fairy birth. Chords upon my lute are riven, never more to sound on earth. Once sweet music could it borrow, from a look, a word, a tone. I could paint another's sorrow, now I think but of mine own. Life's dark waves have lost the glitter which at morning's tide they wore, and the well within is bitter, naught its sweetness may restore. For I know how vainly given life's most precious things may be. Love that might have looked on heaven even as it looked on thee. Ah, farewell, with that word dying, hope and love must perish too, for thy sake themselves denying. What is truth with thee untrue? Farewell, 'tis a dreary sentence, like the death doom of a grave. May it waken thee repentance, stinging when too late to save. Journey, the Residence of Lady Hester Stanhope by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. O Lady, wherefore to the desert flying didst thou forsake old England's sea-beat strand, to dwell where never voice to thine replying repeats the accents of thy native land? Around thee the white pelican is sweeping, watching the slumbers of her collar brood, and at the fountains of her fond heart keeping the last supply of their precarious food. Far spreads the wilderness of sand, as lonely as is the silence of the eternal grave. And from thy home companions thou hast only the dog, the Arab steed, the flower, the slave. And rightly hast thou judged, on the strong pinion of an unfettered will thy flight was made, at once escaping from the false domain of our cold life, whose hopes are still betrayed. What is the social world thou hast forsaken? A scene of wrong and sorrow, guilt and guile, whence love, a long and last farewell has taken, then friends can smile and murder while they smile. Small truth is there among us, little kindness, and falsehood still at work to make that less. We hurry onward in our selfish blindness, not knowing that the truth were happiness. Ah, wisely hast thou chosen thus to leave us, for thou hast left society behind. What are to thee the petty cares that grieve us? The cold, the false, the thankless, the unkind. Thy home is in the desert. Fit disdaining, thou showest to the present and to us. Calm with the future and the past remaining, hopeful the one, the other glorious. Do anything but doubt me, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Do anything but doubt me, love. I cannot be a doubtful bee. I wonder, loving as I do, that such a thing as doubt can be. I love you, life and love are one. At least they seem but one to me. I trace your voice, I trace your look, in all I hear, in all I see. I have love's feelings, all, oh all. Save that I never learned to doubt. Is doubting then your proof of love? Surely love can live without. In feeling thus, it seems so strange that you can doubt one woe of mine. I pray thee, dearest, only trust my faithfulness, as I trust mine. Do anything but love, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Do anything but love, or if thou lovest an other woman, hide thy love from him who thou dost worship. Never let him know how dear he is. Flit like a bird before him. Lead him from tree to tree, from flower to flower, but be not one, overwilled like a bird, when caught and caged, be left to pine neglected, and perish in forgetfulness. Do you recall one autumn night, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon? Do you recall one autumn night we stood by the seaside and marked a little vessel tossed upon the foaming tide? The shoals were rough, the winds were high, wild was the billows' roar. The little vessel reeled, yet still steered for and gained the shore. And was my heart, however light, you deem that heart to be, by all the storm and change of life cannot be turned from we. Do you remember it? By Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Do you remember that purple twilight's falling, as if it were the atmosphere of some fairy land? One pale star to its lingering kindred calling was alone in the sky of all night's spirit band. To and fro mournfully the oak boughs were swinging, for a soft warm wind put the branches aside. Afar a little river would through the meadow, singing to the tall grass and wildflowers hanging o'er its tide. Down at our feet the blue violets were growing. We saw not their blossoms, but we felt that they were fair, for the fresh and fragrant rain of young April's bestowing fell from their leaves as they opened to the air. Deep fell the shadows around, each could see only the dark outline softening of the other's face. Thick closed the trees above, earth held no such lonely, nor, as we them deemed, so lovely a place. Sweet was the silence, but sweeter was it broken by words such as love whispers once in his youth. The leaf, star, and night are each taken for a token and a witness, for we doubted not of such stainless truth. How with its fever and memory, with its sorrow, came not our moment, whose joy stood alone. There are some days which never know a morrow, and the day when love first finds utterance is one. Do you remember it? Still the blue violets by the oak are shaded. Time in that quiet grove has left no trace, but as the colours of his picture are faded, so are the colours the heart through our place. Passionate picture were each a fair delusion, tears have washed the brightness of each away. Why should we wake from such beautiful illusion to know that life's happiness was lavished on a day? And yet we are not false mid absence and mid strangers, mid trial and mid time, how dearly we've laughed on. faithful through all that the faith of love endears, though we feel that the dream of our earlier love is gone. We have heard the heart's religion, its holy truth, derided, and with sneer, if not admitted, has yet profaned. By the world's many busy cares our thoughts have been divided, and selfishness has hardened whatever ground it gained. When I think how the affection is blessed beyond all measure, the last best trace of heaven our earth retains, I marvel how ambition or vanity or pleasure e'er have power to relax or to break its gentle chains. My spirit ponders mournfully, my eyes are dim with weeping. Aside for a moment all life's worldliness is cast. The flowers and the green leaves their summer watch are keeping, and I dream beneath the shadow of a past. Do you remember it? Doubt by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I tell thee, death were far more merciful than such a blow. It is death to the heart, death to its first affections, its sweet hopes, the young religion of its guileless faith. Henceforth the well is troubled at the spring, the waves run clear no longer. There is doubt to shut out happiness, the perpetual shade, which, if the sunshine penetrate, 'tis dim, and broken ere it reach the stream below. Doubts by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Ask me not, love, what may be in my heart when, gazing on thee, sudden teardrops start, when only joy should come wherever thou art. The human heart is compassed with fears, and joy is tremulous, for it enspheres an earth-born star, which melts away in tears. I am too happy for careless mirth, hence anxious thoughts and sorrowful have birth. Who looks from heaven is half returned to earth. How powerless is my fond anxiety! I feel I could lay down my life for thee, yet feel how vain such sacrifice might be. Hence do I tremble in my happiness. Hurried and dim the unknown hours press. A question of a past I dare not guess. Dr. Adam Clarke and the Two Priests of Buddha by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. They heard it in the rushing wind, they read it in the sky, they failed in the thousand flowers that by the river sigh, that there must be some holier faith than they themselves had known, whose temple was within the heart and not of brick nor stone. They saw this world was very fair, and questioned of what hand that with the beautiful and good had gifted sea and land. The idols answered not. The mind asks something more divine than ever breathed from carved wood or from the golden shrine. They heard of more exalted hopes, revealing God above, that spoke of universal creed, of universal love, and looked beyond the little space that is appointed here, and made of yonder glorious heaven man's own and native sphere. They craved for knowledge, whose pure light might pierce the more gloom. They left the temple of their race, they left their father's tomb. They left them for a distant isle, far o'er the distant main, but they were strong in faith, and felt it would be not in vain. What high and holy thoughts sustained their progress o'er the sea? They left their home, which never more again their home might be. A power far mightier than their own was with them night and day. They feared not, and they faltered not, God kept them on their way. At last they reached our English Isle, the glorious and the free. O England, in thine hour of pride, how much is asked of thee! Thy ships have mastered many a sea, thy victories many a land, and power almost as strong as fate is in thy red right hand. A nobler enterprise awaits thy triumph and thy toil. 'Tis thine to sow the seeds of good in many a foreign soil. Freedom and knowledge, justice, truth, are gifts which should be thine, and more than all that purer faith which maketh man divine. For strangers sought an English home, and there they learned to know those hopes which sweeten life and cheer, yet have no rest below. They learned to lisp in foreign words a faith of foreign prayer, yet felt it a familiar faith that every one should share. They bear it to their native land, and labor to impart the Christian knowledge that subdues, yet elevates the heart. Oh, nobler enterprise, how much for man by man is won! Doeth it not call on all mankind to see what two have done? Oh, fair thou art, thou lovely isle, the summer loves thine hours. Thy waves are filled with warm white pearls, thy groves with spice and flowers. But nature hath no gift assigned, though prodigal she be, like the pure creed of Christian law thy sons have brought to thee. Dr. Morrison and his Chinese Attendants by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. They bend above the page with anxious eyes, devoutly listening to the sacred words which have awakened all the spirit chords whose music dwells in the eternal skies. And still the teacher hope and aid supplies. For those dark priests are God's own messengers, to bring the land glad tidings from above, and to the creed that in its darkness errs, to teach the words of truth and Christian love. Blessings be on their pathway, and increase. These are the moral conquerors, and belong to them the palm branch and triumphal song, conquerors, and yet the harbingers of peace. Dream, dream, let me dream by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Dream, dream, let me dream, wherefore should I waken? Sleep is as a fairyland, not yet by spells forsaken. Break not on the gentle charm in which night has bound me. Wherefore should I wake to the cold world around me? Dreaming only, faithless love will not win to leave us. Dreaming only, may we trust hope will not deceive us. Dreaming, memory can forget its corroding sorrow. Night forgets that as today, so will be tomorrow. There are opiates for the heart in its anguish breaking. Spells of light to which the cares whose darkness haunts us waking. Dream, dream, let me dream, wherefore should I waken? To know my heart is as a grave by hope and love forsaken? Dunnold Mill Hole near Lancaster by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I fly from the face of my foe in his might. I ask from the sky but the shadow of night. I am lonely, yet dread lest the wandering of mind, yet dread lest the wandering wind should bring me the step or the voice of my kind. I hear the soft voices that sing in the cave, when from the rent limestone outgushes the wave, while the echoes that haunt the dim caverns repeat the music they make in repeating more sweet. There are colors like rainbows spread over the wall, and the depths treasure sunbeams wherever they fall. In each little nook where the daylight finds room, wild flowers like fairy gifts burst into bloom. The small lakes are mirrors which give back the sky. The stars in their depths on a dark midnight lie. I gaze not on heaven, I dare not look there, but I watch the deep shadows and know my despair. From the starry roof falls a perpetual shower. Doeth nature then weep o'er some evil-starred hour? While memory all that is mourns for endears, such sorrow is gentle, for blessed are tears. I weep not, I sit in my silence alone. My heart, like the rock that surrounds me, is stone. Beside me forever a pale shadow stands. My hands clasp for prayer, but there's blood on those hands. I rue not my anger, I rue but my shame. Let my old halls be lonely, and perish my name. She made them lonely, 'twas she flung the stain. I slew her while sleeping, I'd slay her again. O sweet bird that lovest in that oak tree to sing, whose home is the free air, I envy thy wing, yet wherever those white wings my spirit might bear, she still must be with me, false and the fair. Dunstanburgh Castle, Northumberland, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There was no flag upon the mast, none knew the vessel's name. What were the seas where she had passed, the country where she came? The first grey dawn of morning light shone through the sky of clouds, but yet the darkness of the night was on that vessel's shroud. The night now passing from the west, but only served to show the tumult of the ocean's breast, the deeper night below. Men gathered fast upon the sands, with eager aid, in vain. What is might of human hands to struggle with the main? The beacon fires upon the height are stronger than the day. In vain their warning gleam was bright, they could not point the way. On the high their crimson gleam is tossed, high on the hilltops shed. The first faint light of day is lost amid their fiercer red. The crimson tints the seabirds wing at every downward sweep. Yet even they in mid-air spring, as if they shunned the deep. How wide and wan their wings appear mid the dusky air, one pale as if with conscious fear, one dark as with despair. On struggles still the gallant ship, but every time more weak. Amid the waves her rent sails dip, the billows o'er her break. No human hands are on her deck, nor cries on the air. The waves have swept above the wreck, death is the monarch there. Darker and darker grows the sky, and darker grows the sea, and darker grows the human eye that such a sight must see. There rises an appealing cry, but only from the shore. One last black wave has burst on high, the ship is seen no more. For many days to come were flung strange relics on the strand, wealth over which wild whispers hung, and foreign gun and brand. And of a darkened, mingled race the bodies washed ashore. Hardships were marked on every face, and wild the garb they wore. Day after day the waves restore to land the unburied dead, and old men, as they come ashore, watched each dark face, and said that God was good, and still his power avenged the course of ill, and winds and waters knew the hour in which to work his will. Durham Cathedral by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Those dark and silent aisles are filled with night. There breathes no murmur, and there shines no light. The graves beneath the pavement yield the gloom, till the cathedral seems one mighty tomb. The cross invisible, the words unseen, that tell where faith and hope and death have been. But day is breaking, and a rosy smile colors the depths of each sepulchral aisle. The orient windows kindle with the morn, and amid the darkness are the rainbows born. Each ray that brightens, and each hue that falls, attests some sacred sign upon the walls. Some sculptured saint's pale head, some graven line of promise, precept or belief divine. Then sounds arise, the echoes bear along through the resounding aisles the choral song. The billowy music of the organ sweeps like the vast anthem of uplifted deeps. The bells ring forth, the long dark night is done, the sunshine of the Shabbat is begun. What is the temple but the type sublime? Such was the moral night of ancient time. Cold and obscure, in vain the king and sage gave law and learning to the darkened age. There was no present faith, no future hope, earth-bounded than the earth-drawn horoscope. Till the east there came the promised star, till rose the sun of rightness afar. Till on the world redeemed the Saviour shone, earth for his footstool, heaven for his throne. Earl of Egremont by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. To do justice to the character of Lord Egremont, we must separate him from the interest of general affairs, and contemplate his individual efforts as patron and encourager of everything which could tend to the good of the community. His seat, truly denominated the princely Petworth, may be esteemed the headquarters whence improvement has been spread around, without interruption or pause, during a period happily continued beyond the common lot of man. The temple of all that can grace and refine our nature, rich in the noblest productions of genius, whatever the scholar, the sculptor, and the painter could produce. The noble owner has not been less mindful of the benevolent and the useful. Under his auspices, the labors of agriculture have flourished, the conditions of the lower orders has been ameliorated, and ingenious discoveries and inventions have been applied to promote the progress of this the first of sciences, the foundation of all others. In his patronage of living artists and our native school, the munificence of the noble Earl has been equally conspicuous. Many of the finest pictures produced in our day in England are the results of his unlimited commissions. The Earl of Egremont has taken hundreds by the hand, whom circumstances had previously repressed, and brought them forward into notice and independence. To this day his house is the abode of several artists, engaged in the production of various works under his liberal patronage. In all other relations of society, his lordship is equally liberal and munificent. His charities are as prompt and ample as their occasions are numerous. And there is too much of want and affliction in our world to render this a lightly won praise. Much of human misery must have been alleviated, much of human comfort bestowed, much of suffering solaced, and much of happiness conferred by the man of superior rank and fortune, who has, during more than half a century, deserved a title far above that of the highest nobility, by being, throughout so wide a sphere, the charitable benefactor of his species. Edith, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Weep not, that in the spring we have to make a grave. The flowers will grow, the birds will sing, the early roses wave, and make the sod we are spreading fair for her who sleeps below. We might not bear to lay her there in winter frost and snow. We never hoped to keep her long on, but a fairy child, with dancing step and bird-like song and eyes that only smiled. Something shadowy and frail was even in her mirth. She looked a flower that one rough gale would bear away from earth. It was so clear and blue a light within her radiant eyes. They were too beautiful, too bright, too like their native skies. Too changeable the rose which shed its colour on her face, nor burning with a passionate red, nor with just one faint trace. She was too thoughtful for her years, its shelter spirit a war. When she smiled away our fears, we only feared the more. The crimson deepened on her cheek, her blue eyes shone more clear, and every day she grew more weak and every hour more dear. Childhood was a happy time, beloving and beloved. Yon sky which was her native clime hath but its own removed. This earth was not for one, to whom nothing of earth was given. It was but a resting place, to whom between the world and heaven. Egeria's Grotto, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A silver fountain with a changeful shade of interwoven leaves and blossoms made. Her leaves had turned the light to emerald green, while coloured buds like rainbows shone between. On the southern bank, as if beset with ocean pearls, grew the white violet. Above her stood a graceful orange tree, where spring and summer dwelt in amity, and shared the boughs between them, one the flowers its silver offering to the sunshine hours, the other with its fruit like Indian gold, or those bright apples the last lover rolled in Atlanta's path and won the day. Alas, how often gold has led astray! The shadow of old chestnut trees was around, they were the guardians of hollowed ground. The hunter in his chase had passed it by, so closely was it screened from curious eye. On the bank opposite to that were strewed sight the pale violets' sweet multitude. There was a little grotto, and like stars, the roof was set with crystal and with spars trembling in light. It needed much their aid, for at the entrance the dark branches played of a lone cypress, and the summer day was changed to twilight as it made its way. It is Egeria's Grotto. Her bright hair has left its odours on the fragrant air. The echo of her step is lingering still in the low music of the lute-toned rill, and here the flowers are beautiful and young, as when beneath her ivory feet they sprung. Aye, this made love delicious as a dream, save that it was too constant but to seem. No time to tire, gone almost soon, as seen, known but the happiness that it had been a shade, but such a shade as rainbows cast upon the clouds in its first beauty past. A mystery, such mystery as the breath lurking in summer sweetness on a wreath, which he would but enjoy, but not explore, to bless them with pleasant sense to desire more. And thus, if love would last, thus must it be, a wish, a vision, and a fantasy. El Rouge, Red Sea, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Lila, the flowers are withered now, the flowers are scattered at thy side, what time the horror silver star was mirrored in the fountain's tide. The fountain played, and flung its drops like pearls amid thy raven hair. I had not seen the mirrored star, but thou the word reflected there. Myself and thy sweet phantom self, that parting hour were both my own, my heart seemed like the fountain, made to image love and thee alone. When thou had passed the faithless wave, no likeness of her grace retained, but thou, my Leela's self begone, yet Leela's memory has remained. Thou darst costume thy dwelling place, take from thy wreath of flowers a sign, the tulip hides its withered core, and such a burning heart is mine. I call thine image to my sleep, I wake and watch the waves again, I think by words, I dream by smiles, ere made, I dream in vain. Elise by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, let me love her, she has passed into my inmost heart, a dweller on the hallowed ground of its least worldly part, where feelings and their memories dwell like hidden music in the shell. She was so like the forms that float on twilight's hour to me, making of cloud-born shapes and thoughts a dear reality, as much a thing of light and air as ever poet's visions were. I left smoke, vanities, and cares just far enough behind to dream of fairies beneath the moon, of voices on the wind, and every fantasy of mine was truth in that sweet face of thine. Her cheek was very, very pale, yet it was still more fair, lost where one half its loveliness had the red rose been there. But now that sad and touching grace made hers seem like an angel's face. The spring, with all its breath and bloom, had not so dear a flower as the white lily's languid head dropping beneath a shower, and health hath ever waked less of deep and anxious tenderness. And all thy destiny was love written in those soft eyes, a creature to be met with smiles and to be watched with sighs, a sweet and fragrant blossom made to be within the bosom laid. And there some beneath whose touch the coldest hearts expand, as erst the rocks gave forth their tears beneath the prophet's hand. And colder than that rock must be the heart that melted not for thee. The voice, thy poet-lover's song, is not a softer tone. My dark eyes only stars at night such holy light have known, and the smile is thy heart's sweet sign, so gentle and so feminine. I feel in gazing in thy face, as I had known thee long, thy looks are like notes that recall some old remembered song. By all that touches and endears, lady, I must have loved thee years. Ellen by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. Is she not beautiful, although so pale? The first Mayflowers are not more colorless than her white cheek, yet I recall the time when she was called the rosebud of our village. There was a blush, half modesty, half health, upon her cheek, fresh as the summer morn with which she rose. A cloud of chestnut curls, like twilight, darkened her blue-veined brow, and through the hazel curtains, eyes, whose light was like the violets when April skies have given their own pure color to the leaves, shone sweet and silent as the twilight star. And she was happy. Innocence and hope make the young heart a paradise for love. And she loved, and was loved. The youth was one that dwelt on the waters. He had been where sweeps the blue Atlantic. A wide world had seen the sunlight up the flowers, like gems in the bright Indian isles, that breathed the air, went sweet with cinnamon, and gum, and spice. But he said that no air brought health or balm like that on his own hills, when it had swept our orchards in the bloom, or hedges where blossomed the hawthorn and the honeysuckle. That but one voyage more, and he would come to his dear Ellen and her cottage home, dwell there in love and peace. And when he kissed her tears away, talked of the pleasant years which they should pass together, of a pride he would take in his constancy. Oh, hope is very eloquent, and as the hours passed by their fireside in calm cheerfulness, Ellen forgot to weep. At length the time of parting came. 'Twas the first month of spring. Like a green fan spread the horse-chestnut's leaf, a shower of yellow bloom was on the elm. The daisy shone like silver, and the boughs were covered with their blossoms, and the sky was like an augury of hope, so clear, so beautifully blue. Love, O young love, why hast thou not security? Thou art like a bright river, on whose course the weeds are thick and heavy, briars on its banks, and jagged stones and rocks amid its waves. Conscious of its own beauty, it will rush over its many obstacles, and pant for some green valley as its quiet home. Thus, either it rushes with a desperate leap over its barriers, foaming passionately, but present still, or winding languidly, becomes dark like oblivion, or else wastes itself away with its love's history. They parted one spring evening. The green sea had scarce curled upon its wave. The ship rode like a queen of ocean. Ellen wept, but not disconsolate, for she had hope. She knew not then the bitterness of tears. But night closed in, and with night there came tempest upon the wind. The beacon light glared like a funeral pile. All else was black and terrible as death. We heard a sound come from the ocean. One lone signal gun asking for help in vain, followed by shrieks, mocked by the raving gale. Then deepest silence. Some gallant souls had perished. With the first dim light of the morn they sought the beach, and there lay fragments of a ship and human shapes, ghastly and gashed. But the worst sight of all, the sight of living misery, met their gaze seated upon a rock, drenched by the rain. Her hair torn by the wind, there Ellen sat, pale, motionless. How could love guide her there? A corpse lay by her, in her arms its head found a fond pillow, and o'er it she watched, as the young mother watched her first child. It was her lover. The fragment ends here. Emily by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Her eye has wandered from the book that rests upon her knee, gone from that page of love and war. Where can her fancy be? Is it amid those pleasant vales where once her childhood strayed, those olive groves upon the hill, the myrtles in the glade, where, almost hidden from the bee, the early violet dwells, or where the spring chimes fragrant peals from the blue hyacinth bells? There is colour on her cheek and languor in her eye. It is some deeper, dearer thought that now is flitting by. A history of old romance that painted page has shown. How can she read of others' love and not recall her own? Her heart is in the tented field, a youthful knight is there, or well she knows the scarf and glove which he is vowed to wear. Upon that scarf, upon that glove, her tears have left their stain, but they will wear a deeper dye, or brought to her again. Her absence is not darkness all, it hath its lighter hour, when youth is fresh upon the soul and fancy tries its power. That maiden with her wandering eye, the sweet flush on her brow, one image present on her mind, is she not happy now? Yes, haunted by those gentle dreams which early life but knows, the first warmth over morning sky, the first dew on the rose. A colder, darker feelings rise within the mind's pure spring, when hope soars lark-like through the air with sunshine on its wing. An innocent and happy laugh is in that youthful face. God grant that never coming years may leave a sadder trace. Life's book has one or two fair leaves. Ah, such should be for thine. That young face is too kind, too good, to be a harsher line. Epigram of a Miser by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. His heart is like a maggot-eaten nut. There's nothing in it, but it's closely shut. Irina by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There is an antique gem on which her brow retains its graven beauty even now. Her hair is braided, but one curl behind floats as an almond of a summer wind. The rest is simple. Is she not too fair even to think of maiden's sweetest care? The mouth and brow are contrasts. One so fraught with pride, the melancholy pride of thought, conscious of power, and yet forced to know how little way such power as that can go. Regretting, while too proud of a fine mind, which raises but to part it from its kind. But the sweet mouth had nothing of all this. It was the mouth the rose had leaned to kiss, for her young sister, telling, now though mute, how soft an echo it was to the lute. The one spoke genius, in its high revealing, the other smiled a woman's gentle feeling. It was a lovely face, the Greek outline flowing, yet delicate and feminine. The glorious lightning of a kindled eye raised, as it communed with its native sky, a lovely face, the spirit's fitting shrine. the one almost, the other quite divine. Ixdale, Cumberland by Letitia Elizabeth Lark. Oh, now I do not wish to see the sunshine o'er these hills again. Their quiet beauty wakes in me a thousand wishes wild and vain. I hear the skylark's matin songs, breath of the heaven he singeth near. Ah, heaven, that to our earth belongs, why is thy hope so seldom here? The grass is filled with early flowers, thereon the dew is scarcely dry, while singing to the silent hours the glittering waves are murmuring by. And fancies from afar are brought by magic lights and wandering wind. Such a scene hath poet never sought, but he hath left his heart behind. It is too sad to feel how blessed in such a spot might be our home, and then to think with what unrest throughout this very world we roam. E.T.'s Rover by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Thou lovely and thou happy child, ah, how I envy thee! I should be glad to change our state, if such a thing might be. And yet it is a lingering joy to watch a thing so fair, to think that in our very life such pleasant moments are. A little monarch thou art there, and of a fairy realm, without a foe to overthrow, a care to overwhelm. The world is in thy own glad will, and in each fresh delight, and in thy unused heart which makes its own its golden light. With no misgivings in thy past, thy future with no fear, the present circles thee around an angel's atmosphere. How little is the happiness that will content a child, a favorite dog, a sunny fruit, a blossom growing wild. A word will fill the little heart with pleasure and with pride. It is a harsh, a cruel thing that such can be denied. And yet, how many very hours those joyous creatures know, how much of sorrow and restraint they to their elders owe. How much they suffer from our faults, how much from our mistakes, how often, too, mistaken zeal an infant's misery makes. We overrule and overteach, we curb and we confine, and put the heart to school too soon to learn our narrow line. Now only taught by love to love seems childhood's natural task. Affection, gentleness, and hope are all its brief years ask. Enjoy thy happiness, sweet child, with careless heart and eye. Enjoy those few bright hours which now and now are hurrying by. And let the gazer on thy face grow glad with watching thee, and better, kinder, such at least its influence on me. Euclid announcing the victory of Marathon by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He cometh from the purple hills where the fight has been today. He bears the standard in his hand, shout round the victory's way. The sunset of a battle won is round his steps for Marathon. Gather the myrtles near and fling them on his path. Take from her braided hair the flowers the maiden hath. A welcome to the welcome one who hastens now for Marathon. The crowd around his steps, rejoicing young and old, the laurel branch he bears, his glorious tale hath told. The Persian's hour of pride is done, victory is on Marathon. She cometh with brightened cheek, she who all day hath wept, the wife and mother's tears, where her youngest infant slept, the heart is in her eyes alone, what careth she for Marathon? But down on his threshold, down, sinks the warrior's failing breath, the tale of that mighty field is left to be told by death. 'Tis a common tale, the victory's sun sets in tears and blood our Marathon. Eulalia's Song by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Now take the harp, Eulalia mine, for thy sad song, and at the sign come forth a maiden. She was fair and young, yet thus can springtime wear the traces of far other hour, and should be on such gentle flower. Her eyes were downcast, as to keep their secret, for they shamed to weep. Her cheek was pale, but that was lost, so often the bright blushes crossed. And seemed her mouth so sweet the while, as if its nature were to smile, her very birthright hope, but earth keeps not the promise of its birth. 'Twas whispered that young maiden's breast had harbored wild and dangerous guest, love had been there, and that is said, all that of doom the heart can dread. O born of beauty in those isles, which farmed Grecian seas arise, were called the mother queen of smiles, but love, they only gave ye sighs. She woke the harp. At first her touch seemed as if sought some lighter strain, but the heart breathes itself, and such as suffer deep seek mirth in vain. Farewell, farewell, I'll dream no more, 'tis misery to be dreaming. Farewell, farewell, and I will be at least like thee in seeming. I will go forth to the green vale, where the sweet wild flowers are dwelling, where the leaves and the birds together sing, and the woodland fawn is welling. Not there, not there, too much of bloom has spring flung o'er each blossom. The tranquil place too much contrasts the unrest of my bosom. I will go to the lighted halls, the midnight passes fleetest. O memory there too much recalls of saddest and of sweetest. I'll turn me to the gifted page, where the bard his soul is flinching, too well it echoes mine own heart, breaking e'en while singing. I must have rest, O heart of mine, and wilt thou lose thy sorrow? Never till in the quiet grave would I sleep there tomorrow. Excavated Temples of Kylas, Caves of Elora by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A finer eye, a gentler hand than in the native Hindu land. 'Twas whence Nadira came, and still her memory kept that lofty hill, the vale below her place of birth, that one charmed spot, her native earth, still haunted by that early love, which youth can feel and youth alone, an eager, ready tenderness to all its afterlife unknown, when the full heart its magic flings alike o'er rare and common things. The dew of morning's earliest hour, which swells but once from leaf and flower, for the pure life within supplied, a sweet but soon exhausted tide. Where falls a shadow on the gloom, where steals a light step through the room, gentle as love, that, though so near, no sound hath caught the listening ear. A moment's fond watch o'er her keeping, Murad beholds Nadira weeping. He who to win her lightest smile had given his heart's best blood the while. She turned, a beautiful delight is flushed to pale, wan into rose. Murad, her laugh, returned to night, her tears, what reeked she now of those? Dried in the full heart's crimson ray, ere he can kiss those tears away, and she is seated at his feet, too timid his dear eyes to meet. But happy, for she knows whose brow is bending fondly o'er her now, and eager for his sake to hear the records read of sword and spear, for his sake feels the colour rise, his spirit kindle in her eyes. Till her heart a beating joins the cry of Murad and the victory. City of glories, now no more, his camp extends by Jairpur, where the Marathas' haughty race has won the Moslem conqueror's place. A bolder prince now fills the throne, and he will struggle for his own. And yet, he said, when evening falls solemn above those mouldering walls, where the mosques cleave the starry air, deserted at the hour of prayer, and rises Ibrahim's lonely tomb, mid weed-grown shrines and ruined towers, all marked with that eternal gloom left by the past to present hours. When human pride and human sway have run the circle of decay, and, mocking the funeral stone, alone attests its builder gone. O vain such temple hour of sleep, which none remain to watch or weep. I could not choose, but think how vain the struggle, fierce for worthless gain. And calm and bright the moon looked down o'er the white shrines of that fair town, while heavily the cacao tree drooped o'er the walls its panoply. Execution of Crescentius by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I looked upon his brow, no sign of guilt or fear were there. He stood as proud by that deaf shrine as even our despair. He had a power, in his eye there was a quenchless energy, a spirit that could dare the deadliest from the deaf could take, and dared for the daring's sake. He stood, the fetters in his hand, he raised them haughtily, and had that grasp been on the brand, it could not wave on high, the freer pride when it waved now. Around he looked with changeless brow, on many a torture nigh, the rack, the chain, the axe, the wheel, and, worst of all, his own red steel. I saw him once before. He rode upon a coal-black steed, and tens of thousands thronged the road and bade their warriors speed. His helm, his breastplate were of gold, engraved with many a din that told of many a soldier's deed. The sun shone on his sparkling mail, and danced his snow-plum on the gale. But now he stood chained and alone, the headsman by his side, the plum, the helm, the charger gone, the sword which had defied the mightiest lay broken near. Yet no sign or sound of fear came from the lip of pride. Never king or conqueror's brow wore higher look than his did now. He bent beneath a headman's stroke with an uncovered eye. His wild shout from the numerous broke, who thronged to see him die. It was a people's loud acclaim, the voice of anger and of shame, a nation's funeral cry, Rome's wail above her only son, her patriot, and her latest one. Expectation by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She looked from out the window with long and asking gaze, from the gold clear light of morning to the twilight's purple haze. Cold and pale the planets shone, still the girl kept gazing on. From her white and very forehead droopeth the dark hair, heavy with the dews of evening, heavier with her care, falling as the shadows fall, till flung round her like a pall. When from the carved lattice first she leant to look, her bright face was written like some pleasant book. Her warm cheek the red air quaffed, and her eyes looked out and laughed. She is leaning back now languid, and her cheek is white, only on the drooping eyelash glistens tearful light. Color, sunshine hours are gone, yet the lady watches on. Human heart, this history is thy fated lot, even such thy watching for what cometh not, till with anxious waiting dull round thee fades the beautiful. Still thou seekest on, thou very seeking still in vain. Daylight deepens into twilight, what has been thy gain? Death and night are closing round, all that thou hast sought unfound. Experience by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. My very heart is filled with tears. I seem as I were struggling under some dark dream, which roughly bore me down life's troubled stream. The past weighs heavily upon my soul, a tyrant mastering me with stern control. The present has no rest, the future has no goal. For what can be again but what has been? Soon the young leaf forgets its early green, and shadows with our sunshine intervene. Quenched in the spirit's morning wing of fire, we calculate the once we could aspire, and the high hope sets in some low desire. Experience has rude lessons, and we grow like what we have been taught too late to know, and yet we hate ourselves for being so. Our early friends, where are they? Rather, where the fond belief that actual friends there were, not cold and false as all must find they are? We laugh, may have been love, but how faint the love that withers of its earthly taint to what our first sweet visions used to paint. How have we been deceived, forgotten, flung back on our trusting selves, the heart's core wrung by some fond faith to which we weakly clung. Alas, our kindest feelings are the root of all experience's most bitter fruit, the wasteful life whose charm they constitute. At length they harden, and we feel no more all that was felt so bitterly before, but with the softness is the sweetness o'er. Of things we once enjoyed, how few remain. Used flowers are flung behind us, and in vain we would stoop down to gather them again. Why do we think of this? Bind the red wreath, float down time's water to the violet's breath, what not what those cold billows hide beneath. We cannot do this. From the sparkling brink drops the glen rose, and the bright water shrink, while in the midst of mirth we pause to think. And if we think, we sadden. Thought and grief are vowed companions. While we turn the leaf, it darkens, for the brilliant is the brief. Ah, then, farewell, ye lovely things that brought your own Elysium hiver, overwrought the spirit varies with the weight of thought. Our better nature pineth, let it be, the human soul, earth is no home for thee, where stay rest is in eternity. Experience Too Late by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is the past that maketh my desire, the dark, the sad, the irrevocable past. Alas, why should our lot in life be made before we know that life? Experience comes, but comes too late. If I could now recall all that I now regret, how different would be my choice. At best a choice of ill, but better than my miserable past, loved yet despised. Or must I think of it? Faded Flowers by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Lingers yet a perfumed breath, even with these flowers' death. Once on these dry leaves was red, like that of a ruby shed, yellow like the serpentine of a rainbow's softest line, blue like that of April sky, purple like the Tyrian dye. Not one hue's left of all that lighted up this coronal. Were it not for the perfume haunting like a ghost that who would dream that they had been fairies of a summer scene? Passing thus with time away, the sweet gifts of youth decay, fleet their blossoms, was one by one, till their very form is gone. Memory left but to declare how beautiful and sweet they were. In the first blue noon of spring, who can think on withering? Seared leaf and scantless flower seem but made for autumn's hour, and how much of blith and doom mingles with May's breath and bloom. And the faded blossoms fall as November ruled them all. Youth and spring are both alike, flowers rise and pleasure strike. These to fade and vows to be nothing in reality, till the heart is like a bed, but the yellow leaves are spread, with the faintest odour left, as to make them more bereft, by recalling what we were and yet being what we are. Faint and more faint amid the world of dreams, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Faint and more faint amid the world of dreams, that which once my all thy image seems, pale as a star that in the morning gleams. Long time that sweet face was my guiding star, bringing me visions of the fair and far, remote from this world's toil and this world's jar. Around it was an atmosphere of light, deep with the tranquil loveliness of night, subdued and shadowy, yet serenely bright. Like to a spirit did it dwell apart, hushed in its sweetest silence of my heart, lifting me to the heaven from whence thou art. Too soon the day broke on that haunted hour, losing its spell and weakening its power, all that had been imagination's dower. The noontide quenched that once enchanted ray, care, labour, sorrow gathered on the day, toil was upon my steps, dust on my way. They melted down to earth my upward wings, I half forgot the higher, better things, the hope which yet again thy image brings. Would I were worthy of thee! I am fain amid my life of bitterness and pain to dream once more my early dreams again. Fair morning, why art thou so fair? By Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Fair morning, why art thou so fair? I have no joy in thy sunshine. I would there were a single cloud, dark as it had a grief like mine. What boots to me the cheerful day with mine own love so far away? I should rejoice, O blushing morn, if thou wert with mine lady fair. We would go forth with hawk and horn, and rouse a wild deer from his lair. Now why should I wish a bright day with mine own love so far away? I would rejoice if her fresh breath dried her light footprints of dew, if I could see her step and cheek shamed by soft air, by roseate hue. But what delight is there in day with mine own love so far away? I like thee not, thou laughing morn, my sister is more dear to me. Dim evening, with her purple pall hung darkly over sky and sea, the nearer, by another day, to mine own love so far away. But I will worship thee, sweet morn, and thou art rising on the shore, whereon the peerless beauty dwells, the lady my leagued thoughts adore. No more then shall I pine than say, my own love so far away. Fairies on the Seashore, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. First Fairy. My home and hound I in every leaf, whose life is a summer day, bright and brief. I live in the depths of the tulip's bower, I were a wreath of the cistus flower. I drink the dew of blue harebell, I know the breath of violet well, the white and azure violet. But I know not which is the sweetest yet. I have kissed the cheek of a rose, I have watched the lily unclose, my silver mien is the almond tree, who will come dwell the flower in me. Chorus of fairies. Dance we are round to the summer night, and our steps are led by the glowworm's light. Second Fairy. My dwelling is the serpentine of a rainbow's colored line. See how its rose and amber clings to the many hues of my radiant wings. Mine is the step that bids the earth give to the iris flower its birth. Mine the golden cup to hide where the last faint hue of a rainbow died. Search the depths of an Indian mine, where are the colors to match with mine? Chorus. Dance we round for the gale is bringing songs the summer rose is singing. Third Fairy. I float on the breath of a minstrel's lute, or the wandering sounds of a distant flute. Linger I over the towns that swell from the pink-veined chords of an ocean shell. I love the skylark's morning hymn, or the nightingale heard at the twilight dim. The echo, the fountain's melody, these, oh, these are the spells for me. Chorus. Hail to the summer night of June! See, yonder has risen our Lady Moon. Fourth Fairy. My place is the coral cave set with spars by the ocean wave. Would ye have gems, then seek them there, where found I the pearls that bind my hair. I and the wind together can roam over the green waves and the white foam. See, I have got this silver shell, mark how my breath will its smallness swell. For the Nautilus is my boat, in which I over the waters float. The moon is shining over the sea, who is there will come sail with me? Chorus of fairies. Our noontide sleep is on leaf and flower, our revels are held in the moonlit hour. What is the sweet, what is the fair, and we are not the dwellers there? Dance we round, for the morning light will put us and our glow-warm lamps to flight. Faith Destroyed by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Why did I love him? I looked up to him with earnest admiration and sweet faith. I could forgive the miserable hours, his falsehood, and his only taught my heart. But I cannot forgive that for his sake my faith in good is shaken, and my hopes are pale and cold, for they have looked on death. Why should I love him? He no longer is that which I love. False Appearances by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Who, that had looked on her that morn, could dream of all her heart had borne? Her cheek was red, but who could know 'twas flushing with a strife below? Her eye was bright, but who could tell it shone with tears she strove to quell? Her voice was gay, her step was light, and beaming, beautiful and bright. It was as if life could confer nothing but happiness on her. Who could think that all so fair was semblance, but misery there? False is for art, yet still farewell, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. False as for art, yet still farewell, with every wish that love can frame, with fond hopes for my happiness, with blessings breathed upon my name. I laughed, I may not say how well, that I thought my heart might be a thing of bliss. Now I can charm no more, but I can die for thee. Farewell, farewell, and I will shrub my wrongs in silence, for thy sake. O still adored, henceforth my heart's sole proof of love shall be to break. Farewell, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. One word, although that word may pass almost neglected by, with no more care than what the glass bears of a passing sigh. One word to breathe of love to thee, one low, one timid word, to say thou art beloved by me, but rather felt than heard. I would I were a favourite flower within thy hand to pine. Life could not have a dearer power than making such fate mine. I would I were a tone of song upon thine ear to die, a rose's breath that, borne along, I might mix with thy sigh. I do not wish thy heart were won, mine own with such excess would, like the flower beneath the sun, die with its happiness. I pray for thee on bended knee, but not for mine own sake. My heart's best prayers are all for thee, it prays itself to break. Farewell, farewell, I would not leave a single trace behind. Why should a thought of me to grief be left upon thy mind? I would not have thy memory dwell upon one thought of pain, and sad it must be, the farewell of one who laughed in vain. Farewell, my courses in the sun, first of the young, the brave. For me, my race is nearly run, and its goal is the grave. Farewell, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. My little fairy chronicle, the prettiest of my tasks, farewell. Though other eyes shall meet this line, far other haircuts will be mine. How many miles of trackless sea will roll between my land and me? I said thine elfin almanac should call all pleasant hours back. Amid those pleasant hours will none think kindly on what I have done? Then, fairy page, I leave with thee some memory of my songs and me. Farewell, and soon, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Farewell, and soon between us both will roll the trackless sea. I would that it could wash away all thought of thine and thee. Fast flies the white sail over wave. I would I too could part as I part from the sand and rock with all that wrings my heart. But what can I see that will not still bring thee to my mind? Thy smile is in the clear glad light, thy voice in the soft wind. And even if I could forget the blank that then were mine, were worse than all. Oh, better far be wretched, and yet mine. Farewell, and when tomorrow. by Letitia Elizabeth Larn. Farewell, and when tomorrow seems little like today, and we find life's deepest sorrow melts gradual away, yet do not quite forget me, though our love be o'er, that gentle dreams regret me when we shall meet no more. Not painfully, not often, remembrance should intrude, but let my image soften sometimes your solitude. Let twilight sad and tender recall our parting tear. Ah, hope I might surrender, but memory is too dear. Farewell, farewell, then both are free, by Letitia Elizabeth Larn. Farewell, farewell, then both are free, at least we both renounce our chain, and love's most precious boon will be never to feel the like again. There's no gift beneath the sky, no fair charm, no siren lyre, would tempt me yet again to try what love once taught me to endure. Its burning hopes, its icy fears, its heartlessness, its sick despair, the mingled pains of many years crowd into its 1 hour of care. Blame you not, you could not tell that love to such a heart as mine was life or death, was heaven or hell. You could not judge my heart by thine. Each pulse throbs to recall again what once it was my lot to feel. I flung off my very chain, the scar it left I may not heal. Farewell, shadows and scenes, by Letitia Elizabeth Larn. Farewell. Shadows and scenes that have, for many hours, been my companions. I part from ye like friends, dear and familiar ones, with deep, sad thoughts and hopes, almost misgivings. Farewell to all, by Letitia Elizabeth Larn. Farewell to all, I shall not gaze again on the blue sea, as flits the shadow of waves, so flits my life from me. Farewell then to the glorious main, the beauty of yon sky, the memory of the orange groves, where dreamlike time passed by. I bid farewell to each, to all, but bid it not to thee. Oh, surely, even in the tomb some sign of love may be. And thou art mourning o'er my grave, my spirit may be near. Come on the breeze to catch thy sigh, to kiss away the tear. And should another ever claim the heart once only mine, with comfort that the heart is still, which could but beat to thine. Fidella's Escape, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Within the stately palace, within the stately room, they kept the silent maiden as it had been her tomb. The birds that sing of summer went through the sunny air. She watched them in the sunshine and wished she too were there. At length she fled. The evening was darkening in the sky. There was revel in the palace, none marked the captive fly. She fled and found her brother all lonely by the hearth. He was thinking of his sister and of their former mirth. She could not tell her story, she had no words to tell, but the shadow of her sorrow like night around her fell. Her cheek and brow were altered, from their open look of yore, her eye was dim and downcast, and her lip wore smiles no more. He rose, and he avenged her with brother, and there came an after hour of triumph, achieved in freedom's name. The sunny town of Naples, the far and shining sea, re-echoed to the thousands who shouted, "We are free!" The tale of those bold fishermen is written in blood and tears. True freedom asks the labor and care of many years. But slavery's strong foundations in such hours are o'erthrown, and daubed to turmoil and danger the glorious seed is sown. Few, save the poor, feel for the poor, by Letitia Elizabeth Larn. Few, save the poor, feel for the poor. The rich know not how hard it is to be of needful food and needful rest debarred. Their paths are paths of plenteousness. They sleep on silk and down. They never think how heavily the very head lies down. They know not of a scanty meal, with small pale faces round, no fire upon the cold damp hearth when snow is on the ground. They never by the window lean and see the gay pass by, then take their very task again, but with a sadder eye. Fisher's Drawing Room Scrapbook, 1835 Introduction, by Letitia Elizabeth Larn. And has my heart enough of song to give these pictures lines, the poetry that must belong to what such art designs? The landscape and the ruined tower, the temple's stately brow, methinks I never felt their power as I am feeling now. For now I find in foreign scenes what foreign scenes can be, and truth the fancy intervenes to bring them home to me. A few short miles, a few salt waves, how strange a change there came, our lives as separate as our graves. Is then our kind the same? Yes, a thousand sympathies the general birthplace find, and nature has a thousand links to beautify and bind. I deeply felt that song should make one universal link, uniting, for each other's sake, all those who feel and think. The poet's lovely faith creates the beauty it believes, the light which on his footstep waits, he from himself receives. His lot may be a very lot, his thrall a heavy thrall, and cares and griefs the crowd know not, his heart may know them all. But still he hath a mighty dower, the loveliness that throws over the common thought and hour the colours of a rose, a loveliness like that sweet ray I marked this very morn, when the first smile of early day amid the east was born. Fair Paris caught the crimson hue, well may I call it fair with its pure heaven of softest blue, its clear and sunny air. Soft fell the morning o'er each doe that rises mid the sky, and, conscious of the day to come, demand their place on high. Round the Pantheon's height was wrought a web of royal red, a glory as if morning brought its homage to the dead. And Notre Dame, old Gothic towers, were bathed in roseate bloom, as Time himself had scattered flowers o'er that mighty tomb. For tomb it is, those arches hide 6 centuries below, a world of faith and pomp and pride our days no longer know. The streets around wore those soft hues that flit on rosy wings, the meanest lane drank those pure dews the angel morning brings. They lasted not, too soon they soil, the common day began with all the grief, the care, the toil, that morning brings to man. But still it was a lovely light that vanished from the scene, 'twas much then passed away from sight to think that it had been. All things are symbols, and we find in this glad morning prime the actual history of a mind in its own early time. So to the youthful poet's gaze a thousand colours rise, the beautiful which as soon decays, the buoyant which as soon dies. So does not die their influence, his spirit owns the spell, memory to him is music, hence the magic of his shell. He sings of general hopes and fears, a universal tone, all weep with him, for in his tears they recognize their own. True that the weariness and woe the fair gift is won, and many a glorious head lies low, or half its race be run, and many a one whose lute hangs now high on the laurel tree feels that the cypress's dark bough a fitter home would be, and turns away from many a smile and many a word of praise, and with a lonely heart the while regrets the price he pays. For fame is bought by feverish nights, by sacrifice and pain, the fantasy of past delights still haunts the poet's strain. Though he may bid with charmed voice his own wild heart be still, and in lulled silent sleep his choice, it is not at his will. His fate is sought, and for that song doeth glory track his way, a thousand hearts to him belong, won by his gentle lay. 'Tis his upon the landscape's bloom a deeper spell to cast, 'tis his beside the ruined tomb to animate the past. And let him think, if his own sphere to visionary seem life's dearest joy and hope and fear, what are they each, a dream? Fishing Boats in the Monsoon by Letitia Landon. Burn yet a while my wasting lamp, though long the night may be, the wind is rough, the air is damp, yet burn a while for me. The pupil tree aside our door, how dark its branches wave, they seem as if they were drooping o'er its usual haunt, the grave. Why was it planted here to bring the images of death? Surely some gladder tree should spring near human hope and breath. O thou that dwellest its leaves among, I hear thee on the bough, I hear thy melancholy song, why art thou singing now? All things are omens to the heart that keeps a vigil lone, and verily the hours depart, and yet night is not flown. I see the lights amid the bay, how pale and wan they shine. A wind that wanderest on thy way, say which of them is mine? A very lot the fisher hath of danger and of toil, over the wild waves is his path, amid the depths his spoil. I cannot hear the wind go by without a sudden fear. I cannot look upon the sky, nor fear that storms are near. I look upon the sunny sea, and think of rocks below. Still present are the shoals to me, o'er which my love must go. I cannot sleep as others sleep. Night has more care than day. My heart is out upon the deep. I weep, I watch, I pray. Ah, seest back the waves among, a light boat cuts the foam. The wild wind beareth me his song. Thank God he is come home. Float, float down the stream, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Float, float down the stream, wreath that bound my raven hair. Ye shall be to me a dream of the things that were. Float, float, what, so soon has the red rose found the grave? So soon the way lily's light lost beneath the wave? Not leave lingers on the faithless tides, smooth and sunny. Who would think what those waters hide? Gone as those flowers, pleasures, feelings, hopes depart, launched upon life's treacherous stream by the trusting heart. Follow me, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Follow me, 'tis to the battlefield. Now I must turn, and no step must yield. The thick of the battle look ye to be. On, 'tis my banner ye follow, and me. Follow me, 'tis to the festal ring, where the maiden smile and the minstrels sing. Hark! To our name is the bright wine poured. Follow me on to the banquet board. Follow me, 'tis where the yew tree bends, when the strength and the pride of the victor ends. Pale in the thick grass a wildflower blooms. Follow me on to the silent doom. Follow me, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Follow me, 'tis to the battlefield. Now I must turn, and no step must yield. In the thick of the battle look ye to be. On, 'tis my banner ye follow, and me. Follow me, 'tis to the festal ring, where the maidens smile and the minstrels sing. Hark! To our name is the bright wine poured. Follow me on to the banquet board. Follow me, 'tis where the yew tree bends, and the strength and the pride of the victor ends. Pale in the thick grass the wildflowers bloom. Follow me on to the silent tomb. For music, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. But looking on the face of night, my love, is not yon evening star bright, my love? Methinks it is a world of bliss, for spirits all softness and light, my love. With earth's sorrowed shelf of care, my dear, would we might wing our flight there, my dear. For love to blaze with a cloudless race, it would have in the world so fair, my dear. But my wish to visit that star, dear love, as vain as my other hopes are, dear love. For my heart's wild sigh of idolatry breathes with thee like the planet afar, dear love. Forget me not, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Is it that natural impulse of the heart, its consciousness of immortality, which makes it happiness to be remembered? Memory. The hero buys it with his blood, the patriot with proud sacrifice or self, the poet with sweet music from his lute, of which his feelings are the subtle chords. Nay, even the vain rich build palaces to make their name immortal. But of these is there one whose delight in memory can be like young lovers? 'Tis as life, as hope, to know his image is secure, recalled by all sweet thoughts in one fond heart. The pictured scroll that lies before me now, as vacant thoughts of his. Upon the grass, fresh as his new-sprung feelings, kneels a youth, while through the green boughs of a shadowy beech the sunshine falls like raindrops, and behind, on a bright cloud, whose purple hue has caught its lustre from its wings, the boy god floats. He who sways of smiles and sighs and tears, and yet whose rule is iron. He has lent a golden arrow from his quiver's store, and the youth's eager hand has on the bark carved these so gentle words, "Forget me not," murmuring the while one of those tender songs which have an echo in each lover's heart. Wave, that wanderest singing by, bearing leaves and flowers with thee, to the lady of my heart, who hath the benison from me. Wind, that rovest around the grove, kissing every flower nigh, I'd send thee on a sweeter search, bear my own sweet love my sigh. Bark, that shows my graven words, Thine be yet a happier lot, mayst thou meet my maiden's eye, bidding her, forget me not. Forget thee I may not forget, by Letitia Elizabeth Lark. Forget thee I may not forget, but yet my heart may turn from the shrine of its early God, another faith to learn. Another altar may be raised, another idol be, but can I ever feel for them what I have felt for thee? The convert, who, with opened eyes, has learned to know the truth, will never memory recall his creed of early youth. Thus I, although I know how false the worship that I paid, must still regret the early zeal which truth of falsehood made. Former Times by Letitia Elizabeth Lark. We meet not in the valley where we were wont to meet. There the little brook was flowing, and the birds were singing sweet. Our treasures were the lilies that open in the spring, or the purple feathers falling from off the peacock's wing. We were young and we were happy. The present was our own. The past was not remembered, the future was unknown. The music of the river, the dear blue sky above, filled the inmost heart within us with happiness and love. We had 1,000 fancies, and we had not a care. Life's hours were stealing round us, while dreaming what we were. We read old tales of fairies, and half believed them true. The fortune of our future had, at least, enough to do. Youth's clear and far horizon affords such ample scope, and we too had our fairy, the early fairy, hope. We had some thought of change ere that future came, but it was still, in changing, to find our hearts the same. I linger o'er those moments with a true and fond regret, as we watch the last faint colours as a sunward long has set. Now friendship are unselfish as those which first we knew, so linked by pleasant memories, so generous and so true. The best of those affections we form in after hours are the faint and chilling perfume of the aftergrowth of flowers. We have fallen from each other, have changed and disagreed. Our lips are closed and careless, of love we have no need. The world has entered in us, we doubted where once we dreamed. We have learned the bitter lesson, there's nothing what it seemed. Oh, lone and silent valley, the loneliness is o'er, for youth, hope, and affection return to thee no more. Fountains Abbey by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Nevermore the day is o'er, the lonely whispers sound. The bells are ringing, no monks are singing, and the moonlight falls around. A few pale flowers, which in other hours may have cherished the dreary mood, and would return to the world yet spurned, repine at the solitude. Still do they blow mid the ruins below, for fallen are fane and shrine. The mosses groan of the sculptured stone of an alpha no more divine. Still on the walls of his sunshine falls, the ancient fruit tree grows, and our tablet and tomb extends the bloom of many a wilding rose. Fair though they be, yet they seem to me to mock the wreck below, for mighty the tower where the fragile flower may know as a giant blow. How foolish the thought and the fancy brought! More true and more wise to say, it still was doth spring some gentle thing, its beauty to cheer decay. Fountains Abbey by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Alas, alas, those ancient towers, where never now the vespers ring, but lonely at the midnight hours flits by the bed on dusky wing. No more beneath the moonlight dim, no more beneath the planet ray, those arches echo with the hymn that bears life's meaner cares away. No more within those cloistered cell, with windows of a sculptured stone, by sign of cross and sound of bell, the world one heart can beat alone. How needful some such tranquil place, let many a very one attest, who turns from life's impatient race and asks for nothing but for rest. How many too heart-sicken to roam still longer o'er the troubled wave, would thankful turn to such a home already half a grave. Fowey Harbour and Polruan Castle by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The lady sat in her lonely tower, singing a mournful song. One of those sad and olden rhymes that I to love belong. The bride is young and her lord is away. wherefore sings she with lovelorn lay. Sudden she marks through the glittering waves two armed ships cleave their way. Their sails are white in the morning light, and around breaks the dashing spray. She sees the flag with its lilies expand, and the band of warriors leap to land. It had been sight for a gallant knight to mark that lady a call, mid weeping maidens and wardens old, on her vessels to man the wall. Albeit, as roused more love and fear to see that white hand grasp the spear. There are no knights like our English knights, yet the boldest of his name never from castle repulsed a foe more bravely than that fair dame. They left their chief and their banner behind when the Frenchmen spread their sails to the wind. "Is the mask lowered?" said the castle's lord. When he came home next day, beside him stood a captive knight, and the banner before him lay. His lydia cheek wore its deepest red when she told him how she had been lord instead. Fragment of Corinna's Song at Naples by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Thus, shrinking from the desert spread around, doth genius wander through the world, and finds no likeness to himself, no echo given by nature, and the common crowd but hold as madness the desire of a rapt soul which finds not in this world enough of air, of high enthusiasm, or of hope. For destiny compels exalted minds. The poet whose imagination draws its power from loving and from suffering, they are the banished of another sphere. For the almighty goodness might not frame all for a few, the elect or the proscribed. Why spoke the ancients with such awe fate? What had this terrible fate to do with them, the common and the quiet, who pursue the seasons and to follow timidly the beaten track of ordinary life? But she, the priestess of the oracle, shook with the presence of a cruel power. I know not what the involuntary force that plunges genius into misery. Genius doth catch that music of his fears, which mortal ear was never meant to know. Genius can penetrate the mysteries of feeling all unknown to our hearts. A power hath entered in his inmost soul, whose presence he may not contain. Such were the words of one who felt those words with all the truth of sorrow. In this world, grief and life go together. 'Neath the tent, the palace, and the cottage, woe is heard, speaking with suffering's universal voice. But of the many, who at night are glad to lay their common burden down and rest, surely the mind endowed with gifts from heaven must be most glad, for it foresees its home, and saith in its rejoicing orson, thank God, there's a grave, and hope that looks beyond to heaven. Furness Abbey in the Vale of Nightshade, Lancashire, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I wish for the days of the olden time, when the hours were told by the abbey chim, and the glorious stars looked down through the midnight dim, like approving saints on the choir's sweet hymn. I think of the days we are living now, and I sigh for those of the vale and the woe. I would be contented alone to dwell where the ivy shut out the sun from my cell, with the death's head at my side and the missal on my knee, praying to that heaven which was opening to me. Fevered and vain are the days I lead now, and I sigh for those of the vale and the woe. Silken brodery no more would I wear, nor golden combs in my golden hair. I wore them but for one, and in vain were they worn. My robe should be of serge, my crown of a fawn. 'Tis a cold false world we dwell in now, and I sigh for the days of the vale and the woe. I would that the cloister's quiet were mine, in the silent depths of some holy shrine. I would tell my blessed beads, and would weep away from my inmost soul every stain of clay. My heart's young hopes they have let me know, and I sigh for the days of the vale and the woe. Fati Sikri by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The summer palace of a king, whose lightest word was enough to bring every gem and every flower to light his hall and to wreath his bower. Can you not fancy the summer time such as it is in a southern clime? Can you not fancy the glorious home to which the conquering monarch would come, when the sabre was sheathed and the struggle was done, and the red banner waved for the victory won? And the rudest of sighs or of sounds on the gale was the fall of a footstep, the wave of a wail? I cannot. I think of a victor's red hand, which swept its own kindred in blood from the land, which sundered the ties that in youth are entwined, and the heart is most warm and the temper most kind. The grave has its vengeance, the dead have their power in the terrible silence of midnight's dark hour, when each hate is a spectre, and winds have a tone, to the ear of the innocent, a sleeper unknown. Then the visions ascend from the depths of a tomb, and strange shadows flit through the spectral room. Spread ye the purple and pour ye the wine, let the incense arise till the room be a shrine. Wreath the bright tresses, let sweet voices sing, they chase not the past from thy spirit, O King. From the dead and their shadows thou never mayst flee, and the blood thou hast shed is for ever with thee. Genius by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Alas, and must this be the fate that all too often will await the gifted hand, which shall awake the poet's lute, and, for its sake, all but its own sweet self resign, for loved lute, to be only thine? For what is genius but deep feeling, wakening to glorious revealing? And what is feeling but to be alive to every misery? Genius by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Glory of earth and light from heaven, young genius, but for thee and the wide wonders to thee given, how base our earth would be. Bright halls, where meet the vain and cold, the idle and the gay, the feelings cast in one set mould, do they redeem our clay? The mart, where for gold's sordid sake the trader sears his heart, is there aught of things that make our nature's nobler part? On the hind who duly plies each day's accustomed beat, as very dust as that which lies unconscious at his feet. On those higher ranks that know no world of inward thought, as vapid as the outward show, vanity vainly bought. And yet this world is animated with a fine spirit sent, vivid as hope and strong as faith, the mind's pure element. Like mountains with one golden vein of rich ore running through, like that ore asking but the pain of being brought to view. Such is mankind, and such the store that dwells within his mind, or rather, some there are whose ore is wealth for half a kind. Young sculptor, whose creative hand has waked these thoughts in me, while thine own works around thee stand, how proud thy soul must be! The red fire kindling without touch, the fountain's sudden birth. So, genius, dar'st thou rise, and such thy likeness is on earth. The youth I speak of, is he not touched with thy fire by thee? Has not thy guidance cast his lot, his mind, his destiny? Strange interest must it be to know how it within him worked, what changed ray caused the leaves to blow, whose germs within him lurked. Was it beside some summer stream that came that haunted hour, the forms that haunt enthusiast dream of grace and depth and power, and bade him mould them for his own till both grew half divine? Young master of the breathing stone that recks not, they are thine. Art thou not bound to that fair shore where art's great wonders be? What meets as wealth to thee the store of classic Italy? And worship there her gifted band, till thou again shalt come, with practised eye and a perfect hand, to England, fame, and home. Gentleness Pictured by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A gentle creature was that girl, meek, humble, and subdued, like some lone flower that has grown up in woodland solitude. Its soil has had but little care, its growth but little praise, and down it droops the timid head it has no strength to raise. For other brighter blooms around, and they attract the eye, they seem the sunny favorites of summer, earth, and sky. The human and the woodland flower have yet a dearer part, the perfume of the hidden depths, the sweetness at the heart. Gibraltar, from the Queen of Spain's Chair by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. High on the rock that fronts the sea stands alone our fortress keep. Lydia of the southern main, Lydia too of stately Spain. Look which way her eye she bends, where'er she will her sway extends. Free on air her banner frown, half the world it calls its own. Let her look upon the strand, never was more lovely land. Had her rule dominion there, it were free as it is fair. Let her look across the waves, they are but her noblest slaves. Sweeping north or south, they still be around her wealth and will. Siege and strife these walls have borne, by the red artillery torn. Human life has poured its tide in the galleries at her side, but the flag that o'er her blows rival nor successor knows. Lonely on the land and sea, where it has been, it will be. Safe upon her sea-baked rock, she might brave an army's shock, for the British banner keeps a safer fortress where it sweeps. Gibraltar from the Sea by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Down mid the waves, accursed bark, down, down before the wind, thou canst not sink to doom more dark than that thou leavest behind. Down, down for his accursed sake, whose hand is on thy helm, above the heaving billows break, will they not overwhelm? The blood is red upon the deck, of murder, not of strife. Now, ocean, let the hour of wreck atone for that of life. Many a brave heart has grown cold, for battle has been done, and shrieks have risen from the hold when human help was none. We've sailed amid the Spanish lines, the black flag at the mast, and bunting towns and rifled shrines proclaimed where we had passed. The captive's low and latest cry has risen on the night, while night carousals mocked the sky with their unholy light. The captain, he is young and fair, how can he look so young? His locks of youth, his golden hair, are o'er his shoulders flung. Of all his deeds that he has done, not one has left trace. The midnight cup, the noontide sun, have darkened not his face. His face is low, his smile is sweet, he has a girl's blue eyes, and yet I would far rather meet the storm in yonder skies. The fierce of our pirate band howls at his name the breath, for there is blood on his right hand, and in his heart is death. He knows he rides above his grave, yet careless is his eye. He looks with scorn upon the wave, with scorn upon the sky. Great God, the sights that I have seen when far upon the main, I'd rather that my death had been than see those sights again. Pale faces glimmer and are gone, wild voices rise from shore. I see one giant wave sweep on, it breaks, we rise no more. Gibraltar, seen during the plague by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. At first I only buried one, and she was borne along by kindred mourners to her grave with sacred rede and song. At first they sent for me to pray beside the bed of death. They blessed the household, and they breathed prayer in their latest breath. But the man died more rapidly, they had no time to pray, and from the pillow love had smoothed, fear fled in haste away, and when there came the fastened door, then came the guarded street, friends in the distance watched for friends, watched that they might not meet. And terror by the hearth stood cold, and rent all natural ties, and man upon the bed of death met only stranger eyes. The nurse and guard, stern, harsh, and one remained, unpitying by. They had known so much wretchedness, they did not fear to die. Heavily rung the old church bell, but no one came to prayer. The weeds were growing in the street, silence and fate were there. O'er the first grave by which I stood, tears fell and flowers were thrown. The last grave held 600 lives, and there I stood alone. Gifts Misused by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, what a waste of feeling and of thought have been the imprints on my roll of life. What worthless hours, to what use have I turned the golden gifts which are my hope and pride, my power of song, and to how base a use has it been put. With its pure ore I made an idol, living only on the breath of idol worshippers. Alas, that ever praise should have been what praise has been to me, the opiate of a mind. Giulietta Grisi by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I heard her, and the air was filled with one delicious song, such as when leaves and flowers are hushed, the night hours be alone. When singing to the sweet southwest, the nightingale broods o'er her nest, I saw her, and the large dark eyes were lit with heart and thought. A thousand fairy fantasies by that sweet face were brought. Lady, art thou what thou dost seem, or art thou but a lovely dream? Gleamings of Poetry by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Gleamings of poetry, With my gifted name of passion, beauty, and of grace, to visions like these, oh, if not sweet to others, yet are very sweet to me. Fancies that gather in the silent hour, when I have watched the stars ride on the sky in characters of light, have seen the moon come like a veiled beauty from the east, while, like him, the wind swelled on mine ear, telling soft tidings of a rose, or when my heart has drunk sweet music, whose low tones were love's own. When I have closed some page whose tale made sorrows lovelier than smiles, and imaged to myself all fantasies that wait on love, fought on its many griefs, been jealous and forsaken, slighted, wronged, till almost each mood became mine own. Or when, before the painter's glorious works, I have bowed down in my idolatry. These are the thoughts to which my soul has turned, when cold neglect or scorn have wrung or searched. Or there are moments when my heart has dreamed of things which cannot be, the bright, the pure, with all of which my heart can only dream. And I have mused upon my gift of song and deeply felt its beauty, and disdained the pettiness of praise to which, at times, my soul has bowed. And I have scorned myself, for that my cheek could burn, my heart could beat at idle words. And yet it is in vain for the full heart to press back every pulse wholly upon itself. Aye, fair as are the dreams that bless a poet's solitude. There must be something more for happiness. I seek communion, but no more of this. Yet such wild snatches of my lute belong to hours like these, when that impassioned thoughts glance o'er my spirits, thoughts that are like light or love or hope in their effects. Glengarriff, Ireland, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. O lovely picture, vowed one to haunt the mind in feverish moods of discontent, when noise and multitudes afflict the heart with bitter sense of personal nothingness. How beautiful the summer solitude of that lone water, which the mountain heights girdle as if from love! How sweet it were to spend an August day in that small wood, and listen to the sea! A glorious noon, the earth, the heaven, the year, all in their prime, when not a leaf has fallen from the trees, and the rich green is deepest. Scarce the sun, though shining as he shines on harvest's month, can penetrate the shadowy boughs, and give color to small bright myriads of wildflowers that fill the grass. And when a shower falls amid the upper boughs like music playing, you hear but feel it not. The sunny spots are where some tree, or time of thunder stricken, clad in grey moss, not foliage, leaves a place filled by the sunshine. Strange to think that death thus lets enlighten life. Thou lovely bay, I dream of beauty which I have not seen, and yet I know, thanks to the art divine which haunts the eye with summer, fills the mind with natural love, and sweet and gentle thoughts, morning and flowers, green grass and aged trees, all that can soothe and calm and purify, e'en mid the busy wilderness of streets. God, in thy mercy, keep us with thy hand, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. God, in thy mercy, keep us with thy hand. Dark are the thoughts that strive within the heart, when evil passions rise like sudden storms, fearful and fierce. Let us not act those thoughts. Leave not our course to our unguided will. Left to ourselves, all crime is possible, and those who seem the most removed from guilt have sunk the deepest. Goethe, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A proud and mighty monument, so great a name should bear, we carve from marble, yet we fling with sweet wildflowers too there. The universal heart of love, his universal shrine, as treasured in our little book as upon history's line. The young, the old, the grave, the gay, alike to him belong. There is no human pulse but finds an echo in his song. Good Angels, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Triumph, for my task is done, triumph, for my prize is won. Angel, who dost keep the gate where the rescued souls await for the speaking of that word which doth sheath fiery sword, and reveals to human eyes hope's long-promised paradise, bend thine head and stretch thine hand. Place in thy immortal band, for the child there be above, in the strength of faith and love. Vanquished at my feet, behold he the serpent king of old. Around us is the burning coil. Who may escape from such a toil? Flashes yet his fiery eye, who may its fierce light defy? Who might aid? For vain were here human sword or human spear. Death is on each forked tongue, lightning round each neck is hung. But in triumph, for I come in the Saviour's blessed name, victory o'er the soil and snare, o'er earth's crime and our earth's care, over hopes which lead astray, wishes yet more wild than they, over each delusive sin which the heart takes pleasure in, red ambition which doth ask kingdoms for its glorious task, avarice which hath cast its lot with the gold it uses not, pleasures which like opiates steep higher aims and idle sleep, vain affections which control all too much the heaven-bound soul. These are vanquished neath my tread. See the serpent's bruised head. Angel, take the child I bring. Oh, death, where is now thy sting? Good night, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Good night. What a sudden shadow has fallen upon the air! I look not around the chamber. I know he is not there. Sweetness has left the music, and gladness left the light. My cheek has lost its colors. How could he say good night? And why should he take with him the happiness he brought? Alas, such fleeting pleasure is all too dearly bought. But thus my heart stopped beating, my spirits lose their tone, and the gloom, like night, surround me, the moment he is gone. Like the false fruit of a lotus, love alters every taste. We loathe the life you're leading, the spot where we are placed. We live upon tomorrow, or we dream the past again. But what avails with knowledge? It ever comes in vain. Gossiping, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. These are the spiders of society. They weave their petty webs of lies and sneers, and lie themselves in ambush for the spoil. The web seems fair and glitters in the sun, and the poor victim winds him in the toil before he dreams of danger or of death. Alas, the misery that such inflict! A word, a look, have power to wring the heart, and leave it struggling helpless in the net spread by the false and cruel, who delight in the ingenious torment they contrive. Greek Song, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Well, fill the goblet till the wave dances above the golden rim, sparkling as if 1,000 stars were floating on the purple brim. Here's a rose, sweet as if spring had yielded her first love sight there. This red leaf has touched Leila's lip, and this has fallen from her hair. I fling the crimson leaves to float like kisses on the sunny wine. Hollow it with thy maiden's name, drink for thy pledge, I will drink mine. Here drink it to proud Marathon, here drink it to our own blue skies, here drink it to the crescents fall, here drink it to the crosses rise. I drink to the red pine of war, and to the olive green of peace. Here is to Greek and its memories, and here is it to the hopes of Greek. Break, break the cup, no meaner pledge the sacred goblet must profane, and may its fragments emblem vows predestined to the Moslem chain. Green willow, over whom the perilous blast, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Green willow, over whom the perilous blast is sweeping roughly, thou dost seem to me the patient image of humility, waiting in meekness till the storm be past, assured an hour of peace will come at last. That there will be for thee a calm bright day, when the dark clouds are gathered away. How canst forever sorrow's emblem be? Rather I deem thy slight and fragile form, in mild endurance bending gracefully, as like the wounded heart, which, mid the storm, looks for the promised time which is to be, in pious confidence. Thou shouldst wave thy branches o'er thy lowly martyr's grave. Gulniere, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, never more the flowers will stoop beneath her fairy feet, the myrtle with its bloom may droop, but not above her seat. And no more will that fountain glass the image of Gullier. How soft would that shadow pass the noon was shining there. How well the echoes used to know the music of her lute. The wind amid the leaves may blow, but those sweet tones are mute. The place is now an altered place, and now what it has been, it was the beauty of her face, gave beauty to the scene. Why did her eye in pity dwell upon that English knight, the prisoner of a buried cell, where day forgot its light? It is a very thing to lie with weak and fettered hand, while youth's brave time is passing by and rust creeps o'er the bread. 'Twas in the still night's silent hours, The captive dreaming lay of his own old Anchorstall towers, his mother far away. He heard a step, a low hushed breath, a sweet brow o'er him shone, as even by the bed of death might shine an angel one. She bound his wounds, she gave him food with odours and red wine, and from her dreary solitude the cell became a shrine. She came there once, she came there twice, the third time he was free. She listened not her heart's advice, though weak that heart might be. But to the lover's gentle prayer her pale lips still replied, I may not for a stranger's care forsake my father's side. Her hair hung down below her knee, though looped with orient pearl. He prayed her of her courtesy to give him one dark curl. With friend and foe, with weal and woe, with soft braid I'll retain, and lady's favour for thy sake I'll never woo again. She would not let him see her tears, a time would come to weep. Alas, for young and wasted years but one remembrance keep. Ah, soon grief wears away the rose from any youthful cheek, and soon the very eyes will close, which hope not what they seek. When dreams bring that loved face by night, we never see by day, then the heart sickens at the light, and the look turns away. Where some roses droop and die, while others bloom so fair, gone with their first and sweetest sigh, so was it with Juliet. Alas, the earth hides many flowers within her silent breast, but could she not have spared us ours, our dearest and our best? Within this city of the dead, the maiden hath her home. There are the dews of evening shed, and there the night winds come. O cypress, whose dark column waves, nursed by the mourner's tear, my shadow falls on many graves, but not on one so dear. Hagar and Ishmael by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. They sank amid the wilderness, the weary and forsaken. She gave the boy one faint caress, and prayed he might not waken. But death, not sleep, was on those eyes, beneath the heat declining. O'er glittering sands and cloudless skies the noontide sun was shining. Far, far away the desert spread, our love is fain to cherish, the vainest hopes, but now she said, Let me not see him perish. Then spoke the Lord, and at his word sprang forth a little fountain, pure, cold as those whose crystal hoard is in some pine-clad mountain. And herb and shrub upon the brink put forth their leaf and blossom. The pelican came down to drink from out its silvery bosom. O blessed God, wast thou thy power, when, worn and broken-hearted, we sink beneath some evil hour, and deem all hope departed? When thou the fountain of thy grace rise up within the spirit, and we are strengthened for that race whose prize we shall inherit. When least we hope, our prayer is heard, the judgment is averted, and comes the comfort of thy word, when most we seem deserted. Holy the Wood, near Bolton, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Change, change, wondrous change, mighty is thy power and strange. Summer sleeps beneath the snow, fading follows autumn's glow. Time, what has its chronicle, but of wheat and wine to tell? What can yonder house record? First it had the feudal lord, he whose banner swept the land, which he held with red right hand, he of scutcheon and shield and plum, rule of iron, will of doom. Next there came the cavalier, light of word and gay of cheer. He who held the right divine, flouted best in good red wine, reckless reveller died he, in his exile o'er the sea. Followed him the squire, who found chief delight in horse and hound, merry when was Christmas time, kept with carol, masque, and mind. Glad the red half lit the hall, there was welcome then for all. Last was the man of skill, wind and wave were at his will, thought and industry combined, one whose hand was taught by mind. Toil and science, unto those, vast the depth that England owns, such the change yon house hath seen, surely best the last hath been. Such the blessings brought by peace, patient toil and its increase. Better far than broil and brand, ardent labour in the land. Hannibal's Oath by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The night was dark and calm, there was not a breath of air, the leaves of a grove still the presence of death were there. Only a moaning sound came from the distant sea, it was as if, like life, it had no tranquillity. A warrior and a child passed through the sacred wood, which like a mystery round the temple stood. War his brow was worn with a veil of casque and plum, and sunburned was his cheek, as I am brow for gloom. The child was young and fair, a forehead large and high, dark eyes flashing light seemed to feel their destiny. They entered in the temple and stood before the shrine. It streamed the victim's blood of incense and of wine. The ground rocked beneath their feet, the thunder shocked the dome. The boy stood firm and swore eternal hate to Rome. There's a page in history on which tears of blood were wept. That page is a record of what oath of hate was kept. Hannibal's Oath by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. And the night was dark and calm, there was not a breath of air. The leaves of a grove were still, as the presence of death were there. Only a moaning sound came from the distant sea. It was as if, like life, it had no tranquillity. A warrior and a child passed through the sacred wood, which, like a mystery, around the temple stood. The warrior's brow was worn with the weight of cask and plum, and sunburned was his cheek, and his eye and the brow were gloom. The child was young and fair, but the forehead large and high, and the dark eyes flashed light, seemed to feel their destiny. They entered in the temple and stood before the shrine. It streamed with the victim's blood, with incense and with wine. The ground rocked beneath their feet, the thunder shook the dome, but the boy stood firm and saw eternal hate to Rome. There's a page in history on which tears of blood were wept, and that page is the record of what oath of hate was kept. Happiness Within by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. And yet it is a wasted heart, it is a wasted mind, that seeks not in the inner world its happiness to find. For happiness is like the bird that broods above its nest, and finds beneath its folded wings life's dearest and its best. A little space is all that hope or love can ever take. The wider that the circle spreads, the sooner it will break. Have the dreams of her youth departed? By Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Have the dreams of her youth departed, while the bloom of her youth remains? Has the gilding worn off from thy pleasure, and left thee only the chains? Thou art young, and the world is before me. New pleasures will ride on the old. 'Tis too soon for thy brow to be clouded, too soon for thy heart to be cold. Has wealth been the dream that has vanished? Gold and silver have many a mien. Explore the deep, seek the populous city, and the wealth of the East may be thine. Has fame been the thing to lure thee? The blast which her trumpet has blown to the name of another today, tomorrow may be thine own. Hast thou listened the song of a charmer, till pleasure has palled on thy soul? Has thy race been the race of ambition, while others have reached the goal? For all these still hope has a rainbow, and something remains to be done. The wounds of a heart may be healed, there's a cure for all sore but one. But if, as thy pale brow confesses, that sore 'tis thine to endure, then go to thy grave in thy sadness. Love, betrayed, has no hope of a cure. He raised the golden cup from the board by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He raised the golden cup from the board, it sparkled with purple wealth. He kissed the brim, her lip had pressed, and drank to his lady's health. Lady, tonight I pledge thy name, tomorrow thou shalt pledge mine. Ever the smile of beauty should light the victor's blood-red wine. There are some flowers of brightest bloom amid thy beautiful hair. Give me those roses, they shall be the favour I will wear. For their colour is wholly gone, or the breath of their sweetness fled, they should be placed in thy curls again, but dyed of a deeper red. The warrior rode forth in the morning light, and beside a snow-white plum were the roses wet with a sparkling dew, like pearls on their crimson bloom. The maiden stood on the highest tower, and watched her knight depart. She dashed the tear aside, but her hand might not still her beating heart. All day she watched the distant clouds float on the distant air, a crucifix upon her neck, and on her lips a prayer. The sun went down, and twilight came, with her banner of pearl and grey, and when afar she saw a band wend down the vale their way. They come like victors, for high o'er their ranks were their crimson colours borne, and a stranger pennon dropped beneath, but that was bowed and torn. But she saw no white steed, first in the ranks, no rider that spurred before, but the evening shadows were closing fast, and she could see no more. She turned from her watch on the lonely tower, in haste to reach the hall, and as she sprang down the winding stair, she heard the drawbridge fall. 100 harps their welcome rung, then paused as if in fear. The lady entered the hall and saw a true knight stretched on his bier. Head of Ariadne by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, why should woman ever laugh, throwing a chance away, a little chance of summer shine upon the rainbow ray? Look back on each old history, each fresh remembered tale. They'll tell how often love has made the cheek of woman pale. Her unrequited love, a flower dying for air and light. Her love betrayed, another flower withering before a blight. Look down within the silent grave, how much of breath and bloom hath wasted, passion's sacrifice offered to the lone tomb. Look on her hour of solitude, how many bitter cares belie the smile with which the lip would sun the wound it bears. Mark the sweet face, our never blush has passed our one more fair, and never our bride her brow has wandered raven hair. And mark how carelessly those rafts of curl are flung behind, and mark how pensively the brow leans on the hand reclined. 'Tis she of Crete, another proof of woman's varied lot, the April doom of sun and shower to laugh and be forgot. Heart sickness, feelings tortured, torn, a sky of storm above a path of thorns. These are love's gifts. Why must woman love? Head of Tyrtaeus by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Glorious bard, whose lyre was heard amid the armed ring, as victory were upon each word and death on every string. Glorious bard, to whom belong refs not often claimed by song, those hung round the warrior's shield, laurels from the blood-red field. The soldier cowered beneath his tent, his sword all rust, his bow unbent. His comrades, who had dared to die unburied on the plain, and jeered by mocking foemen nigh, he dared not taunt again. The bard took up his burning song, each heart beat high, each arm grew strong. He told them of a curse and shame that darkened round the coward's name, told how the mother's cheek would burn to hear her son had fled, how the young maiden's smile would turn to tears should it be said, "The war strength of thy lover's brand is weaker than thine own fair hand." And proudly rung his harp while telling the fallen warrior's name, then trumpet, shout, and song are swelling, all glorious with his name. It was enough, each sword was out, the mountains trembled in the shout of men prepared like men to die for Sparta and for victory. Heap by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Youth, thou art a lovely time, with thy wild and dreaming eyes, looking onwards to their prime, coloured by the April skies. Yet I do not wish for thee, pass, oh, quickly pass from me. Thou hast all too much unrest, haunted by vain hopes and fears. O'er thy cheek with smiles be dressed, yet thy cheek is wet with tears. Bitter are the frequent showers falling in thy sunny hours. Let my heart grow calm and cold, calm to sorrow, cold to love. Let affections lose their hold, let my spirit look above. I am weary, youth, pass on, all thy dearest gifts are gone. She in whose sweet form the Greek bade his loveliest vision dwell, she of yon bright cup and cheek, from the native heaven fell, type of what may never last, soon the heaven of youth is past. Oh, farewell, for nevermore can the dreams again be mine. Hope and truth and faith are our, and the heart which was their shrine has no boon of thee to seek, asking but to rest or break. Hammonds by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Where the purple violet grove, beneath the willow tree, where the early snowdrop bloweth, seek we a rest for we. For the violet's breath perfumeth the open air around, and the gentle snowdrop bloometh when none beside are found. We will gather these only, to strew thy grave along. They are lovely, they are lonely, and they haunt us like thy song. Henry the Fourth to the fair Gabrielle by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Nay, fling back that veil, 'tis a shame to the sky the sight of such beauty as thine to deny. Nay, fling back that veil, were it but to disclose a cheek that is reddening to rival the rose. And yet thou art fair, my beloved one, how fair! And thy young cheek is pale, save and blushes are there, sweet messengers springing, the rosy and fleet, thy heart's timid truths to surprise and repeat. Come, give me the cup, but how pale is the wine! It is mocking by the light in those blue eyes of thine. Those eyes which the midnight and morning unite, like the moonshine so soft, like the sunshine so bright. They say that the stars, which are shining above, can tell of man's glory, can tell of man's love. but asking the love that is writ in the skies, so long as I read of thy heart in thine eyes. Give me one moment, that little white hand its least wave commandeth wherever I command. Oh, fair are the lilies of Bubor's proud line, but they are not so fair as this white hand of mine. The trumpet soon summons the soldier from rest. He has brief while to gaze on the face he loves best. My foot in the stirrup, my hand on my sword, I must live on a look, I must woo with a word. My idol, farewell. Ah, give me to wear one curl from thy ringlets of long golden hair. It will cheer me when lonely, will lead me in war, and in death will be found next the heart of no rare. Her Most Gracious Majesty Queen Victoria by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. And has that young and graceful hand empire o'er land and sea? Yet though upon the lion's mane our little home may be, a fitting offering calling back thy childish days to thee. Toy a trifle, not the less, our fair volume brings the heartfelt wishes for thy sake, that wait on graver things. May every hour its tablet note for thee were angels' wings. Her voice is on the haunted air by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Her voice is on the haunted air, her face is in the scene. To me there is no other trace but where her steps have been. Not with the passionate despair with which it turned from heaven, and ask how could it take again the treasure it had given. Not with that earlier wild despair, nor gaze I upon earth and air. A meeker soul now subdues the soul that looks above, soothed by the sanctity that dwells around departed love. Do not grieve as once I grieved, when by thy funeral stone I flung me in my first despair and knew I was alone. Gradual, thy God hast given me to know this world was not for me. Thy angel nature was not made for struggle or for care, thou wert too gentle and too good for heaven long to spare. Thou wert but sent a little while to soothe and to sustain. The angels missed thee from their band and asked for thee again. But not till thou hadst given birth to many a holy thought on earth. Thy influence is with me still, my own beloved child. For thy sake hath my spirit grown calm, hopeful, strong, yet mild. I look to heaven as to thy home, and feel that there must be, so deep the tie that draws me there, some lowly place for me. The faith that springeth from the tomb, no mortal fears, no doubts consume. I think upon my early years, not as I used to think, with bitterness and vain regret and hopes that sprang to shrink, but with a solemn fond belief that we shall meet again. Thy pity, thy sweet content, could never be in vain. Taken alike wert thou, and given to win thy kindred unto heaven. It was the lovely autumn time when hither thou wert brought, not for the lovely scenes around, but for thy health we sought. For there was in thy large blue eyes too beautiful a light, and on thy young transparent cheek the rose was overbright, and the clear temples showed too plain the branching of each azure vein. Too soon we saw it was in vain that we had brought thee here, for every day thou wert more weak, and every day more dear. Thy hand, how white and small that hand, could scarcely hold the flowers which yet were brought thee with the dew of early morning hours. I seem to look upon them now, yet where are they, and where art thou? Where art thou? If I dare to ask, 'tis more with hope than fear, and every high and tender thought I seem to feel thee near. I gaze upon the silent stars, where lone and still they shine, as each one were a spirit's home, and ask, which home is thine? I feel as if thy tranquil eyes were watching earth from yonder skies. God bless thee, my beloved child, as thou hast blessed me. Faith, hope, and love, beyond the grave, have been thy gifts to me. For thy sake, dear, I look above, for thy sake wait below, trusting with humble confidence, and patient in my woe. To me thy early grave appears, an altar for my prayers and tears. Hercules and Iole by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She held the cup, and he the while sat gazing on her playful smile, as all the wine he wished to sip was one kiss from her rosebud lip. half leaning to him, half withdrawn, like one above the waters bending, and blushing like the maiden dawn before the bridegroom as sun is ascending. The head a little turned aside, downcast the eyes, as if to hide beneath their black fringe shadowy dim the glance which yet would steal to him. Her hero laugh Iole stood, and the dark chief had washed the blood from his red hands, and thrown away his arms, which were all useless lay, as every trophy that he sought by time and toil and danger brought, the one in winning woman's sigh, one glance from her bewildering eye. His arms around the graceful shape, as if he feared it could escape, guardian like life, what is so dear. All this is love's delicious fear, and yet, delaying he pressed with lips so soft, the cheeks so bright, as though the joy of those caresses would, like the burst of sudden light, be too much happiness. There were warfare and danger, toil and care, even from earliest infancy, hero of sorrows, marked for thee, but can they countervail the bliss that lightens an hour like this? Yourself to Anne I lure dear, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Farewell to my first dream of love, the bark of hope was wrecked. 'Twas hard in its first upspringing, the young bird's flight should be checked. But Alan brought faithless to me, The peace of that heart forever is lost, that dares confide in thee, Alan. Thy love's the false, the ore that glistens in the deceiving mine. The treasures we find are but dross when the search is in hearts like wine, Alan. I'll trust to winds, in the anger I'll trust to dark rolling sea, and how for repose and shelter I'll put faith in thee, Alan. Hindu Girl by an Urn, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She leaned beneath an almond tree, which flung a shower of leaves and blossoms o'er her head, but faded all of them. This made the place a fitting temple for her. Like her joys, the fresh sweet flowers grew far above her reach, but, like her griefs, the withered ones were strewed beneath her feet, and mingled with her hair, her long black hair, which swept round like a cloud, and had no other wreath than those sad leaves. Her brow was bowed upon a marble urn, pale as its cold white pillow. On her cheek lingered the grace which beauty ever leaves, although herself be gone. Her large dark eye was as a picture's, fixed and motionless, with only one expression. There are griefs that hunt like hounds our happiness away, and cares that, ivy-like, fix on our hopes. But these are nothing, though we waste the heart, to when one single sorrow, like the serpent rod, has swallowed up the rest. Her history was on every lip. They told, at first, a common tale. She loved, was loved, and love was destiny and happiness. But red war was abroad, and there charms in the bright sabre, flashing to the sun, the banner, crimson as the morning sky, it seems to meet. The thunder of the drum, the clashing atabel, the haughty steed impatient for the battle, and the ranks glittering and glorious in their armed array. Aye, these have charms, but not for woman's dreams. The youth went to warfare, where he fell, unknown, unnamed, unmissed. It is the fate of thousands, swept away like autumn leaves, young, brave, with heart and hand, and all that makes the hero, but in vain. And where is she, his lovely, lovely one? Not in her bower, not in her father's hall, no more we see her white veil floating on the evening air. The moonlight shining on the mystic bark she watched so anxiously. Again she came, but not the same as when, with summer flowers and scented lamp, she sought the riverside, but pale and silent, like a shadowy thing that has looked on the other world and known the secrets of her grave, but forced, awhile, to linger on the earth it loves. She held within her arms an urn, beneath the shade of a tree which had been the favorite haunt of her young lover at the twilight hour, for when they met, she placed her treasure down. It was a tale of wonder, and soon spread. She had been to the distant battlefield, and wandered mid the dying and the dead, gazing on many a ghastly face. At last she found a lover, and this was his urn. And leaning on that urn is her employ, And still, at the lonely hour, when the first star rises o'er blue Ganges, she will sing a low and plaining melancholy song. At other times she leans beside the urn, as she were but a statue placed by grief and memory of love. Hindu Temples and Palace at Madura by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Little the present careth for the past, too little 'tis not well, for careless ones we dwell beneath the mighty shadow it has cast. Its blessings are around our daily path, we share its mighty spoil, we live on its great toil, and yet how little gratitude it hath. Look on these temples, they were as a shrine, from whence to the far north human mind went forth, the moral sunshine of the world divine. That inward world which maketh of our clay its temporary home, from whence those lightnings come, that kindle from a far and better day. The light that is of heaven shone where first the elements of art, mankind's diviner part. There was young science in its cradle nursed. Mighty the legacies by mind bequeathed, the glories were its pains amid those giant fancies, and mighty were the triumphs it achieved. A woman's triumph mid them is impressed, one who upon the scroll flung the creative soul, disdainful of life's flowers and of its rest. Vast was the labor, vast the enterprise, for she was of a race born to the lowest place, earth insects, lacking wings whereon to rise. How must that youthful cheek have lost its bloom, and how many a dream above of early hope and love must have that young heart have closed on like a tomb. Such throw life's flowers behind them, and aspire to ask the stars their law, and from each ancient store seek food to stay the mind's consuming fire. Her triumph was complete and long, the chords she struck are yet alive, not vainly did she strive to leave her soul immortal on her words. A great example has she left behind, a lesson we should take, whose first task is not to wake the general wish to benefit our kind. Our sword has swept our India, there remains a nobler conquest far, the mind's ephemeral war that but subdues to civilize its plains. Let us pay back the past, the debt we owe, let us around dispense light, hope, intelligence, till blessings track our steps where'er we go. O England, thine be the deliverer's meed, be thy great empire known by hearts made all thine own, by thy free laws and thy immortal creed. Hindu Temples at Bernas by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. And day by day and hour by hour the sacred stream floats past and rises higher o'er the shrines doomed to its depths at last. And soon above our stately domes the fatal tide will flow, and carved spire and sculptured tower sleep in the depths below. The temples have no worshippers, the altar be unknown, and weed and ooze and darkness rest upon the polished stone. O likeness of humanity, 'tis thus that life flows on, till every fabric which we built in early youth is gone. The sacred and the beautiful, the mighty and sublime. Alas, in vain the heart would save one single wreck from time. His brows pale with high and passionate thoughts by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. His brows pale with high and passionate thoughts that come from heaven like lightning and consume e'en while they brighten. Youth has lost its hopes. Those sweet and wandering birds that make it spring so happy with their music, these are gone. All scared by one, the vulture, that doth feed upon the lifeblood of a throbbing heart, the hope of immortality. That hope whose altar is the grave, whose sacrifices life, bright, beautiful, and breathing life. He stands amid the revellers with joy, a scarcely conscious joy, in their delight. In it he has no part, he stands alone. But the deep music haunts his dreaming ear, but the fair forms flitter his dreaming eye, and exquisite illusions fill his soul with loveliness to pour in future song. He leant beside a casement, and the moon shed her own stillness o'er the hectic cheek whereon the fever of a mind had fled. His eyes have turned towards the eternal stars, drinking the light into their shadowy depths, almost as glorious and as spiritual. The night wind touched his forehead, with it ran a faint slight shudder through his wasted frame. Alas, how little can bring down our thoughts from their most lofty communings with heaven to poor mortality. That passing chill recalled those bitter feelings that a career half followed and the goal unwon. He thought upon his few and unknown years, how much his power, how little it had done. And when again the pale lip was compressed with high resolve, the dark eye flashed with hope to snatch a laurel from the grasp of death, for the green memory of an early grave. His brow was like the marble, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. His brow was like the marble which the sun half in meridian splendor shone upon, whitening away its every earthly stain, with not a colour save one azure vein, too clear for health to show that life was fair, else it had been too statue-like to fair. And there were sunny curls, ever too bright to like, alas, that mockery of light in summer noontide hours, such as is thrown o'er the pale whiteness of a funeral stone. His mouth was feminine in loveliness, but that its scornful smile could well express proud and high feelings. And his voice was low, those tones that to the heart directly go and cannot be forgotten. He seemed one who knew how dearly happiness is won. Happiness, pleasure I should rather say, happiness never made on earth stay, but he is in the grave, the early grave, which ruined hopes and withered feelings gave. The Ruined Cottage by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. None will dwell in that cottage, for they say oppression reft it from an honest man, and that a curse clings to it. Hence the vine trails its green weight of leaves upon the ground, hence weeds are in that garden, hence the hedge, once sweet with honeysuckle, is half dead, and hence the grey moss on the apple tree. One once dwelt there who had been in his youth a soldier, and when many years had passed, he sought his native village, and sat down to end his days in peace. He had one child, a little laughing thing, whose large dark eyes, he said, were like the mother's she had left buried in stranger lands, and time went on in comfort and content, and that fair girl had grown far taller than the red rose tree her father planted her first English birthday. And he had trained it up against an ash till it became his pride. It was so rich in blossom and in beauty, it was called the tree of Isabel. It was an appeal to all the better feelings of her heart to mark the quiet happiness, the home in truth, a home of love, and more than all, to see them on the Shabbat, when they came among the first to church. And Isabel, with her bright colour and her clear glad eyes, bowed down so meekly in the house of prayer, and in the hymn her sweet voice audible. Her father looked so fond of her, and then from her looked up so thankfully to heaven. And their small cottage was so very neat, their garden filled with fruits and herbs and flowers. And in the winter there was no fireside, so cheerful as their own. But other days and other fortunes came, an evil power. They bore against it cheerfully, and hoped for better times. But ruin came at last, and the old soldier left his own dear home, and left it for a prison. 'Twas in June, one of June's brightest days. The bee, the bird, the butterfly were on their brightest wings. The fruits had their first tinge of summer light. The sunny sky, the very leaves seemed glad, and the old man looked back upon the cottage and wept aloud. They hurried him away, and the dear child that would not leave his side. They led him from the side of the blue heaven and the green trees into a low, dark cell, the windows shutting out the blessed sun with iron grating, and for the first time he threw him on his bed and could not hear his Isabel's "Good night." But the next morn she was the earliest at the prison gate, the last on whom it closed, and her sweet voice and sweeter smile made them forget to pine. She brought him every morning fresh wildflowers, but every morning could he see her cheek grow paler and more pale, and her low tones get fainter and more faint, and a cold dew was on the hand he held. One day he saw the sunshine through the grating of his cell, yet Isabel came not. At every sound his heartbeat took away his breath, yet still she came not near him. But one sad day he marked the dull street through the iron bars that shut him from the world. At length he saw a coffin carried carelessly along, and he grew desperate. He forced the bars, and he stood on the street, free and alone. He had no aim, no wish for liberty. He only felt one want, to see the corpse that had no mourners. When they set it down, or ever 'twas lowered into the new dug grave, a rush of passion came upon his soul, and he tore off the lid, and saw the face of Isabel, and he knew he had no child. He lay down by the coffin quietly. His heart was broken. Holyrood by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The moonlight fell like pity over walls and broken arches, which the conqueror, Time, had wrought unto destruction. The grey moss, a silver cloak, hung lightly over ruins, and nothing came upon the soul but soft, sad images. And this was once a palace, where the rich viol answered to the lute, and maidens flung the flowers from their hair till the halls swarmed with perfume. Here the dance kept time with light harps, and yet lighter feet. And here the beautiful Mary kept her court, where sighs and smiles made her regality, and dreamed not of long and many years, and the heart was to waste itself away in hope, whose anxiousness was as a curse. Here, royal in her beauty and her power, the prison and the scaffold, could they be but things whose very name was not for her? In this now fallen sanctuary, how oft have hymns and incense made its holiness! How oft, perhaps, at the low midnight hour, its once fair mistress may have stolen to pour at its pure altar thoughts which have not vent but deep and silent prayer, and the heart finds that it may not suffice unto itself, but seeks communion with that other state, whose mystery to it is as a shroud in which it may conceal its strife of thought and find repose. But it is utterly changed. No incense rises, save some change wild flower breathes grateful to the air. No hymn is heard, no sound but the bed's melancholy wings, and all is desolate and solitude. And thus it is with links of destiny. Clay fastens on with gold, and none may tell what the chain's next unravelling will be. Alas, the mockeries in which fate delights! Alas for time! Still more alas for change! Home, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I left my home. 'Twas in a little vale, sheltered from snowstorms by the stately pines. A small clear river wandered quietly, its smooth waves only cut by the light barks of fishers, and but darkened by the shade the willows flung, when to the southern wind they threw their long green tresses. On the slope were 5 or 6 white cottages, whose roofs reached not to the laburnum's height, whose boughs shook over them bright showers of golden bloom. Sweet silence reigned around. No other sound came on the air than when the shepherd made the reed pipe rudely musical, or notes from the wild birds, or children in their play sending forth shouts or laughter. Strangers came rarely or never near the lonely place. I went into far countries. Years passed by, but still that veil and silent beauty dwelt within my memory. Home I came at last. I stood upon a mountain height and looked into the vale below, and smoke arose and heavy sounds, and through the thick dim air shot blackened turrets and brick walls and roofs of a red tile. I entered in the streets. There were 10,000 hurrying to and fro, and masted vessels stood upon the river, and barks sullied the once dew-clear stream. Where were the willows? Where the cottages? I sought my home. I sought and found a city. Alas, for the green valley. Hollister Craig, Cumberland, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Not where the green grass hides his kindred before him, not where his native trees droop to deplore him, but in the stranger's land must we bestow him. Leave there his sword and shield, that all may know him. Never was fairer youth, never was bolder, who would have met his sword a few summers older. Ne'er will our chieftain's line yield such another, who can, amid us all, tell it is his mother. Hope and Love, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The sun was setting o'er the sea, a beautiful and summer sun, crimson and bright, as if not night, but rather day had just begun. That lighted sky, that lighted sea, they spoke of love and hope to me. I thought how love, I thought how hope, o'er the horizon of my heart had put their light like yonder sun. Like yon sun, only to depart. Alas, that ever suns should set, or hope grow cold, or love forget. Hope, from a design by a lady, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Radiant spirit, first of all shining in the coronal of the joys that yet arise, rainbow gleams of paradise. Sweet hope, every pleasant flower suns itself in thy glad power. Every sorrow comes to thee, desert found for misery. Guide and beauty of love's wings, cradle whence your genius springs. Could the poet's spirit cope this rude world, uncheered by hope? Could the glorious painter trace brow of beauty, shape of grace, nurse his visions as they rise? But for why dear flatteries? Fair hope, are there none to raise hymn and altar in thy praise? Yes, the hymn shall rise from her, on earth thy sweet minister, woman whose so soothing tone caught its echo of thine own. And for incense shall arise breath of her delicious sighs, and thy shrine be flowers that bear morning sun and evening air. Bright hope, these alone can be priest and temple worthy thee. Horseshoe Falls, Niagara by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. In the center of a fall, a vast body of water rushes in an unbroken sheet, but towards the extremities, the fluid mass is shivered by rocky projections into minute particles, assuming a variety of forms and radiant with prismatic hues. The volume of air carried down by the waters is that scant, so greatly diminishes the sustaining power of the element that only substances of the greatest buoyance will float in the chasm beneath. The spectator can advance to a great distance behind the cascade, by traversing a ledge of rock connected with the overhanging cliff, and having arrived at the customary limit, a scene of wonderful and fearful interest displays itself before him. A curtain of waters separates him from the world. A rocky canopy rises far above his head. His feelings are those of a prisoner, but never, surely, was there so magnificent a dungeon. The concussion of the waters at Niagara strikes less forcible on the ear than might be supposed. Within a very short distance of the falls, conversation may be maintained without any great exertion of the voice. The sounds of a cataract combine with none other. They could be heard amid the roaring of a volcano, and yet do not drown the chirping of a sparrow. The view of the falls, represented in the engraving, derives much additional interest from an event detailed in the following extract from the Literary Gazette, May 9, 1835. A recent letter from New York announces the fall of the Table Rock at the Falls of Niagara. This immense mass of stone was on the Canada side of the river, projecting so as to afford the spectator a front view of a horseshoe fall. It was considerably undermined, and fissures of the surface had, for some time past, indicated their disruption. A larger mass was detached 2 or 3 years back by the total fall of a most favourable position for viewing the magnificent appearance presented by that stupendous fall of waters. How beautiful the twilight sky by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. How beautiful the twilight sky, whose day worlds no spread amid the purple depths of eve their glory o'erhead. And there's one, a radiant one, amid the rest shines he, as if just risen from his sleep within the mighty sea. The clouds fall off in glittering flakes before his shining brow, so moves the ship that flings the waves in bright foam from its prow. A marvel not in former days, a pure light was given, that men fell down and worshipped thee, as spirit king in heaven. But now that knowledge great and high is kindled in man's soul, we know thee but the glorious part of a more glorious whole. Our mysteries of night, that fill the mind with awe and love, how visible the power of God is manifest above. Oh, mighty and majesty that reign upon the midnight sky, creed of my hope, I feel thy truth where I gaze on high. How many graceful snatches of romance by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. How many graceful snatches of romance, touches of beauty and of tenderness, are scattered, wildflower-like, upon life's path, and, wildflower-like, passed unregarded by. How many a history and traveller's tale lie on the page neglected, which, if wrought by the fine poet's hand, had waked deep chords and kept a long rich memory in the heart. I have no laurel, and my name is not known mid earth's gifted ones, yet in my mind is a deep well of poetry, if love and grief have aught in them of poetry. Albeit the spirit of sweet song may not have touched my lips with fire, and given those tones that make the true bard's music eloquent, yet will I try to treasure up, like pearls, old histories and incidents and thoughts, although my setting may but mar their worth. How quietly has night come down by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. How quietly has night come down, quiet as the sweet sleep she yields. A purple shadow marks yon town a silver hue the moonlit fields, and 1 or 2 white turrets rise glittering beneath the highest ray, as conscious of the distant skies to which they teach and point the way. The river in the lustre gleams, where hang the blossomed shrubs above, the flushed and drooping rose, whose streams must be of summer and of love. The pale acacia's fragrant bough is heavy with its weight of dew, and every flower and leaf have now a sweeter sigh, a deeper hue. There breathes no song, there stirs no wing, mute is the bird and still the bee, only the wind is wandering. Wild wind, is there no rest for thee? O wanderer over many flowers, have none of them for thee repose? Go sleep amid the lime tree bowers, go rest by yon white guelder rose. What restless still? Methinks thou art fated, for aye to be along the beating of a poet's heart, the soar of a poet's song. Or has the voice before been heard, the language of another sphere, and every tone is but a word mournful because forgotten here? Some memory or some sympathy is surely in thy murmur brought. All in vain the search must be to pierce these mysteries of thought. They say that, hung in ancient halls, at midnight from the silent lute, a melancholy music falls from chords which were by daylight mute. And so the human heart by night is touched by some inspired tone, harmonious in the deep delight. By day it knew not was its own. The stars upon the clear blue heaven, those stars we never see by day, have in their hour of beauty given a deeper influence to their sway, felt on the mind and on the soul. For is it not in such an hour the spirit spurns the clay's control, and genius knows its glorious power? All that the head may e'er command, all that the heart can ever feel, the tuneful lip, the gifted hand, such hours inspire, such hours reveal. The more comes with noise and toil, the meaner cares the hurried crowd, the culture of a barren soul, and gain the only wish avowed. The loftier vision is gone by, the hope which when in light at birth, the flushing cheek, the kindling eye, are with the common things of earth. Yet all their influence is not gone. Perchance in that creative time some high attraction first was known, some aim and energy sublime. In such an hour doth sculptor know what shapes within the marble sleeps. His sun-god lifts the radiant bow, his Venus rises from the deep. And imaged on the azure air, the painter marks his shadows rise, a face than mortal face more fair, and colours which are of the skies. The hero sees the field his own, the banners sweep o'er glittering spears, and in the purple and the frown forgets their cost of blood and tears. And he who gave to Europe's sight her sister world, till then unseen, how long 'tis his inspired night, familiar must that world have been. All genius ever yet combined in its first hour could only seem, and rose embodied in the mind from some imaginative dream. Our beauty of the midnight skies, our mystery of each distant star, our dreaming hours whose magic lies in rest and calm with day afar. Thanks to the higher moods that wake our thoughtful and immortal part, out on our life could we not make a spiritual temple of the heart. Hoard Lighthouse by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Look from the lattice, look forth, my child. Are the waves heaving? Is the wind wild? Burns the red beacon afar on the air? Are the stars shining, and is the night fair? Give me his keepsake, that echoing shell, where the deep murmur of far waters dwell. There let me listen, it mounts in my ear, soft is the music, no tempest is near. Shine, thou bright beacon, though I may no more rejoice in the radiance thou flingst on the shore. Yet do of thy glory remembered impart light to my slumber and hope to my heart. Now is the autumn, the yellow leaves fall from the grapes that lie purple, the last on the wall. The free gales of autumn sweep over the sea, they bring back my sailor to home and to me. The curlew has left, with a fugitive wing, the nest which she built for her young in the spring. Far on the wide winds and waters to roam, but mine with the autumn returns to his home. He will come to his mother, the blind and the old, before the drear winter is cheerless and cold. I shall hear his light footstep his coming declare, and kiss his fair forehead, and touch his soft hair. The moon of a hunter is now in her wane, and fair is the weather, and fixed is the wane. Then shine, thou bright beacon, afar on thy height, shine out for the ship soon to welcome thy light. Humanity Angelic by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. If ever angels walked on very earth in human likeness, thou wert one of them. Thy native heaven was with thee, but subdued by suffering life's inevitable lot. But the sweet spirit did assert its home by faith and hope, and only owned its yoke in the strong love that bound it to its kind. Herd War by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I love a feeling which, in former days, sent men to pray amid the desert's gloom, where hermits left a cell or saints a tomb. Good springs alike from penitence and praise, from aught that can the mortal spirit raise. And though the faith be false, the hope be vain, that brought the Hindoo to his idol fane, yet one all sacred truth his deed conveys, how still the heart doeth its Creator own, with strange idolatry and savage rede. A consciousness of power eternal shown, how man relies on some superior might. The soul mid darkness feels its birth divine, and owns the true God in the false God shrine. Hymn of the Calabrian Shepherds to the Virgin by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Darker and darker fall around the shadows from the pine. It is the hour with hymn and prayer together round thy shrine. Hear us, sweet mother, thou hast known our earthly hopes and fears, the bitterness of mortal toil, the tenderness of tears. We pray thee first for absent ones, thou so knelt with us here, the father, brother, and the son, the distant and the dear. We pray thee for the little bark upon the stormy sea, affection's anxiousness of love. Is it not known to thee? The soldier, he who only sleeps, his head upon his brand, who only in a dream can see his own beloved land. The wandering minstrel, he who gave the hymns his earliest tone, who strives to teach a foreign tongue the music of his own. Kind mother, let them see again their own Italian shore, back to the home which wanting them seems like a home no more. Madonna, keep the cold north wind amid his native seas, so that no withering bliss come down upon our olive trees. And bid the sunshine glad our hills, the dew rejoice our vines, and bid the healthful sea breeze sweep in music through the pines. Pray for us, that our hearts and homes be kept in fear and love, love for all things around our path and fear for those above. Thy soft blue eyes are filled with tears, oh let them wash away the soil of our unworthiness. Pray for us, mother, pray. We know how vain the fleeting flowers around thine altar hung. We know how humble is the hymn before thine image is sung. But wilt thou not accept the wreath and sanctify the lay? We trust thee, our hopes and fears. Pray for us, mother, pray. I bid thee to my mystic feast by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I bid thee to my mystic feast, each one thou lovest is gathered there. Yet put thou on a mourning robe and bind the cypress in thy hair. The hall is vast and cold and drear, abroad the faded flowers spread. Shadows of beauty flit around, but beauty from which bloom has fled. And music echoes from the walls, but music with a dirge-like sound. And pale and silent are the gusts, and every eye is on the ground. Here take this cup, though dark it seem, and drink to human hopes and fears. 'Tis from their native element the cup is filled, it is of tears. What, turn'st thou with averted brow, or scornest this poor feast of mine, and ask'st for a purple robe, light words, glad smiles, and sunny wine? In vain, the veil has left thine eyes, or such these would have seemed to thee. Before thee is the feast of life, but life in its reality. I cannot bear to look on thee by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I cannot bear to look on thee and think on all that thou hast given of happiness and misery, alternately a hell, a heaven. How can the merchant bear to gaze upon the deep blue ocean wave, the sea in which its wealth was lost, at first its source and then its grave? My every hope is wrecked for thee, my life is clouded for thy sake. You taught my heart love's richest store, must its next lesson be to break? I come from the caves of a silent sea by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I come from the caves of a silent sea, where the red and white coral reef bowers for me. I leave my blush on the shells beside when I rise from the depths of a haunted tide. I come when the sun has forsaken the sky, and the last warm colors of daylight die, and the west is pale and pure as the pearl that gems the white brow of some eastern girl. The birds are hushed on the drooping bough, save a nightingale lone which is murmuring now. The bee has gone home to his honey cell, and the lark has gone down in the grass to dwell. I come when the dew is bright on the rose, when the leaves of a languid violet close. The notes of a lute are heard on the wind, and the music for one, only one, is designed. The hours of a day are of trouble and toil, then fight they the battle, then part they the spoil. The hours of a midnight, or pale sleep, are thine, but 1 hour, the fairest, the dearest, is mine. Mine is the hour, the stolen, the sweet, when the young lover listens his maiden's light feet. There are planets in heaven as bright and as far, but which has the spell of a sweet evening star? I dare not look upon that face, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I dare not look upon that face, my bark is in the bay. Too much already its soft grace has won from me delay. A few short hours, and I must gaze on those sad eyes no more. A dream will seem the pleasant days passed on this lonely shore. I love thee not, my heart has cast its inward life away. The many memories of the past leave little for today. Thou art to me a thing apart from passion, hope, or fear. Yet 'tis a pleasure to my heart to know thou art so dear. It shows me I have something left of what youth used to be. The spirit is not quite bereft that dreams of one like thee. I know there is another hour when I have left this isle, when there will be but little power in thy forgotten smile. When other eyes may fling their gleams above my purple wine, but little shall I heed the dreams I once could read in thine. Yet not the less soft, gentle, kind, thy presence has renewed what long I thought was left behind, youth's glad but softened mood. My heart it is untouched and pure, I wish it not for mine. Too feverish and insecure would be such world-worn shrine. For thou dost need such quiet home as might befit the dove. Their green leaves droop and soft winds come, their peace attends on love. I doubt if I shall gaze again upon that tranquil brow. I turn to yonder glittering main, impatient for my prow. Battle and revel, feast and fight, spread our life's troubled sea. Then where will be the calm delight that here entrance of me? When other names that are as sweet, perhaps have been more dear, shall make gay midnight a moment's fleet unlike the midnights here. Then they shall ask for pledge or song I shall not name by name, for other thoughts to them belong than at thy charming came. Thy pensive influence only brought the dreams of early years. What childhood felt, what childhood thought, its tenderness, its tears. Farewell, the wind sets from the shore, the white foam lights the sea. If heaven one blessing have in store, that blessing light on thee. I do not weep that thou art late, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I do not weep that thou art late within the silent tomb. I weep not that the cold death shade hath marred thy youth's sweet bloom. 'Tis with no wish to wake thy sleep, these tears thy grave bedew. No, I only weep I am not sleeping too. What is my life but a vain show of its last hope bereft? What spell can soothe a soul of woe that has but memory left? How dear, how very dear thou art, these bitter drops may tell, sole treasure of my lonely heart, a long and sad farewell. I envy not the traveller's delight, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I envy not the traveller's delight when he looks on Italia's loveliness, or the Swiss mountains rise before his sight. The view to me would be but loneliness, remembering me that I was far away, like to a leaf born from its natural spray, from my own dwelling. It does seem most strange what happiness it can be thus to range. Let others roam this world of wonders through, theirs be each beauty of the earth and sea, the flowers gemmed green, the narrow arc of blue. Around my home will be enough for me. I cannot envy him whose footsteps rove the distance from the dear ones of his love. I envy thee, thou careless wind, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I envy thee, thou careless wind, how light, how wild thy wandering. Thou hast no earthly chain to bind one fetter on thy airy wing. The flower's first sigh of blossoming, the soft harp's note, the woodlark's song, all unto thee their treasures bring, all to thine fair reign belong. The wing o'er green ocean roves, an echo to the sea maid's lay, and over rose and orange groves bearing their sweetest breath away. When through the paths of the blue day earth and earth's griefs are left far behind, to seek mid clouds a sphere more gay, I envy thee, thou careless wind. I feel the presence of my own despair, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I feel the presence of my own despair. It darkens around me, palpable and vast. I gave my heart unconsciously. It filled with love as flowers are filled with early dew and with the light of morning. If he be false, he who appeared so true, can there be any further truth in life when falsehood wears such seeming? I gave thee love, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I gave thee love, a snow-white wreath of lilies for thy raven hair. Alas, now another's gift of rubies and gold should glitter there. I saw this morn the lily wreath neglected frown upon the ground, and when I saw upon thy brow the chaplet of those rubies bound. 'Tis no new passion, no new face, hath won thy fickle heart from me, but I had been born then now that gold hath wrought this change on thee. I have a gush of wild and passionate thoughts, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I have a gush of wild and passionate thoughts upon my heart, for which words have no sound. And can it be that these fine impulses, these lovely dreams, burning with their own beauty, are but given to make me the low slave of vanity? Heartless and humbled, oh, my own sweet power, surely thy songs were made for more than this. What a worst waste of feeling and of life have been the imprints of my roll of time. Too long, too much. To what use have I turned the golden gifts in which I pride myself? They are profane. With their pure ore I've made an idol, whose sway is but in the breath of passing worshippers. Alas, that ever praise should have been what it has been to me. The opiate of my heart, which has annulled the happiness that sought but for itself. It is in vain. The wretchedness that clings upon me like a curse is in myself. Spirit of fame, what hast thou been to me, but the destroyer of life's calm content? I feel so more than ever, now thy power is weakened over me. Once I could find deep and dangerous delight in thee, but that is over. I am too much awake. Light, but not morning's light, has burst upon me, such light as will burst in upon the tomb when all but judgment's over. O my heart, my one sweet paradise of hope and thought, how changed thou art! What is the gift of mine but as a barrier to so much that makes our life endurable? Companionship, meeker affections, calm and gentle thoughts, till the vexed spirit seals with discontent, a league of sorrow and of vanity, built on a future which will never be. I would resign the words of praise which now make my cheek crimson, my pulses beat, could I but deem that when my heart is cold and my lip passionless, my songs would be numbered mid the young minstrel's first delights, and murmured by the lover when his lute calls upon poetry the breath of love. I have a summer gift, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I have a summer gift, a sunny gift for thee. See this white vase, where blooms a beautiful rose tree, and on its crimson leaves your heart must moralize, for love a lesson takes of every leaf that dies. First you will prize the gift in all its scanted pride, its newness then will pass and will be flung aside. Then autumn rains will stain its bloom with a dark token, the plant will perish then, and the white vase be broken. Will not love's tale be told in the fate of a rose tree? Such was at first your love, when your neglect of me. I have caught the last wave of his snow-white plum, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I have caught the last wave of his snow-white plum. How fast tonight closes the evening gloom. I have heard the last sound of his horse's feet. How wind once more the echoes repeat. I should not weep thus if thou wert gone away to the battle as oft thou hast done. Or, if I weep, my tears would be but voiceless orisons for thee. Thou wert wont to part my scarf on thine arm, my last kiss laid on thy lips like a charm. I could pray and believe that thy maiden's prayer would be with thee in battle and guard thee there. But now thou art gone to the festival, to the crowded city, the lighted hall, in the courtly beauty's shining bower, little thou'lt think of thine own wildflower. Thou wilt join in the midnight cell-band with thy graceful smile and thy whisper bland, and to many another thou wilt be all thou once wert to only me. I might have known what would be my share, silent suffering and secret care. I might have known my woman's part, a faded cheek and a rifled heart. Often I'd read in the minstrel tale how bright eyes grow dim, red lips pale, or the tears that veil the fond maiden's lot, but I loved thee, and all but my love forgot. Must this be, heart of mine? Wert thou not too proud to pine? Again I will wreath my raven hair with the red rose flowers it was wont to wear. Again I will enter my father's hall, again be the gayest and gladdest of all, like the falcon that soars at her highest bound, while her bosom bear in it its red death wound. But what boots it to teach my heart a task, so vain is weeping behind a mask, broken with only ruins to hide little it reeks of a show of pride? Will a smile bring back to my lip its red, or this dew light from my blue eye fled? A face from the faded brow and cheek, the tale that tells my heart must break? No, I will away to my solitude, and hang my head in my darkened mood, passing away with a silent sigh, unknown, unwept, and thus will I die. Farewell, farewell, I have but one prayer, that no thought may haunt thee of my despair. Be my memory to thee a pleasant thing, an odour that came and passed with thy spring. Forget me, I would not have thee now, of a youth and bloom by falseness laid low. Where the green grass grows, the cypresses wave, and the death stone lies on thy once love's grave. I knew I loved in vain, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I knew I loved in vain, it was all the same to me. I never had a thought of being loved by thee. I, so light, so vain, grew humble in thy sight. 'Twas as if before thy star mine quailed and lost its light. I, who had said my heart was too high for aught to win, felt it tremble before thee, for the traitor was within. All my pride was changed to meek and gentle thought. There was no sigh or sound, but some word of thee brought. Yet still I am too proud, my spirit is too high. For with weak tenderness, if I must laugh, I die. I know but little of her history, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I know but little of her history, for feelings are veiled records which lie deep within the heart that beats with them. She was rich. Yon proud castle with its ivy towers, and this fair park and yonder spreading woods, nature's old sanctuaries, were hers. And young. I think that 20 summers were the most that she had numbered. And how beautiful! A creature like a memory for the heart, hair black as the thundercloud, a lash yet blacker still, and soft large eyes where light and darkness met. The outline of her face was as a Grecian statue, but more sweet, more feminine, from gentle smiles that seemed its nature. And her name was as a chord that waked music. So much was she loved. The last of all her race. One after one had died of strange and terrible disease, red insanity. And she at length was struck like all her house. Her radiant eye lost its humanity, the fine clear brow was darkened with a shadow, and her lip lost rose and smile together. She was sad, silent, and restless. And what time the moon filled the pale urn with golden light, vague fears and unreal terrors haunted the sacred nights, and shadows seemed to compass her in sounds, to which she made wild answers. Our time passed away sad but quiet. She would sit for hours beside this fountain, while its flow like music calmed and entered in her soul. This did not last. She visibly declined. Flushed the rose hectic on her crimson cheek, and her eyes filled with strange and passionate light, as if they burned themselves away. She died, but peacefully. 'Twas like an angry child, whose troubles end in sleep. She went to join the pure fine spirit which I must believe had sought its heaven before. I know it is not made to last, by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. I know it is not made to last, the dream which haunts my soul. The shadow even now is cast, which soon will wrap the howl. Ah, waking dreams that mock the day have other end than those which come beneath the moonlight ray and charm the eyes they close. The vision colouring the night, mid bloom and brightness wakes, banished by morning's cheerful light, which gladdens while it breaks. But dreams which fix the waking eye with deeper spells than sleep, when hours unnoted pass us by, from such we wake and weep. We wake, but not to sleep again. The heart has lost its youth. The morning light which wakes us then, calm, cold, and stern, is truth. I know all this, and yet I yield my spirit to the snare, and gather flowers upon the field, where woe and fate are there. The maid divine, who bound her wreath on Idna's fatal plain, knew not the foe that lurked beneath the summer-clad domain. But I read my doom aright, I snatch the few glad hours, then where will be the past delight, and there my gathered flowers? Gone, gone for ever. Let them go. The present is my meed. Let me worship ere I know the falsehood of my creed. The time may come, they say it must, when thou, my idol now, like all we treasure and we trust, will mock the votive foe. And when the temple's on the ground, the altar overthrown, too late the bitter morals found, the folly was our own. Matters not, my heart is full with present hopes and fears. The future cannot quite annul, let them be bought by tears. For sorrow, disbelief, and blame may load the fallen shrine, to think that once it bore thy name will make it still divine. And such it was, for it was love's, and love its heaven rings, and from life's daily path removes all other manner things, and calls from out the common heart its music and its fire, like that the early hours impart to Menon's sculptured lyre. A touch of light, a tone of song, the sweet enchantment's o'er, the thrilling heart and lute along confess the spell no more. The music from the heart is gone, the light has left the sky, and time again flows calmly on the haunted hour passed by. And thus with love the charmed earth grows actual, cold and drear, but that sweet fantasy was worth all else most precious here. Mid the dark web that life must weave, 'twill linger in the mind, as angels spread their wings, yet leave a trace of heaven behind. Let the heart that worships thee by every change be proved, its dearest memory will be to know that once it loved. I'll meet thee at the midnight hour, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I'll meet thee at the midnight hour, when the light the stars are weeping, o'er the roses of our bower, and the pleasant odor sleeping. Like a spirit I will glide, softly thy dear bosom seeking, till the eastern clouds are dying with the light of morning breaking. I shall bid thy fair hands arove o'er thy soft lute's silver slumbers, waking sounds of song and laugh in the sweet Italian numbers. And I'll make thy dark hair a coronal of moonlit roses, every rose blush but less fair than that which on thy cheek reposes. With thy heart so near mine that I feel its every motion, many wild tales shall divine of the wonders of the ocean. But when morning comes I fly like the stars away from heaven, farewell with one sigh, one kiss, half stolen, half given. By those eyes of dark beauty, the spell of that sigh, by the blush that now burns, though thou art not nigh. I would love thee as truly as woman can love, more dear than the light from yon blue sky above. But I know that thy vows are too light to be true, they are sweet as spring flowers, and as perishing too. I looked upon the twilight star, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I looked upon the twilight star, and young blue eyes shone by my side, and with a lover's fondness wished it were a home for my sweet bride. Were my words sin that I should have to weep upon my fatal prayer? My seat is by Euphemie's grave, the twilight star shining there. I loved her and her azure eyes, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I loved her, and her azure eyes haunted me from sweet sunrise to the dewy evening's close, dying rosier than rose. Yet I said, "'Tis best to be free," and I again was free. But changed, and auburn hair seemed to float upon the air, till athwart the orange flower breath of nothing but her bow. Yet I said, it's best to be free. I again was free. Next I laughed, maid, and the cheek of moonlit shade, pale and languid, left me sleep. Not a shade but hers to keep. Yet I said, it's best to be free, and I again was free. But there came a lovelier one. She undid all they had done. I laughed, ah, how well. Language has no power to tell. Thou a wonder is to me, or ever lived while free. I pray thee, do not speak to me, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I pray thee, do not speak to me of any other hour. The past, for that can never be again within my power. The future, what avails to rise, a world we cannot guide. All coming, like our former days, will roll a mingled tide. Life but repeats its joy or pain, rebuilds its shrine or frown. We feel what we have felt again, and known what we have known. The plaything of a child but worse, a graver shape or name, or ever seeming that it bears, its spirit is the same. I will not hope, I will forget, my heart's depths are unstirred. On memory a sail is set, and hope is a caged bird. The present, let it be my all of pleasure or of care. Ref, seek the bright hall, the glad are gathered there. Now out upon my own false words. Would I forget the past? No, by the memory of those chords whose lot with it is cast. The future, have I there no scope? Aye, by my dearest aim, that which has been my life's best hope, a poet's haunted name. Music, which makes the singer's death sweet as the song's own close. I do not ask a laurel, never asked of a rose. I will not hope, I will forget. Oh, foolish words and void. Life were indeed a vain regret, if they could be destroyed. I cannot choose but hope and fear, and paint the future's hue, while those my soul, how it's very dear, must share that future too. Forget, love, where my heart has clung, kindness, which but to name, the tears within my eyes have sprung, as if to own the claim. Forget, oh, not a single word which took affection's tone, not one kind wish I ever heard and answered with my own. It was a vain and selfish mood, which now my mind o'ercast. In silence and in solitude the cloud has from me passed. There's many a string within the heart, as there's on the lute. It jars the music's sweetest part if any chord be mute. As wide waves of ocean glide, and life's deep waters flow, hope's foam bells dance upon the tide, and memory's pearls below. I pray thee, let me weep tonight, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I pray thee, let me weep tonight, 'tis rarely I am weeping. My tears are buried in my heart, like cave-locked fountains sleeping. But oh, tonight those words of thine have brought the past before me, and shadows of long-vanished years are passing sadly o'er me. The friends I loved in early youth, the faithless and forgetting, whom, though they were not worth my love, I cannot help regretting. My feelings, once the kind, the warm, but now the hard, the frozen. The errors I've too long pursued, the path I should have chosen. The hopes that are like failing lights around my pathway dying, the consciousness none others rise the vacant place supplying. The knowledge by experience taught, the useless, the repelling. For what avails to know how false is all the charmer's telling? I would give worlds, could I believe one half it is professed me. Affection, could I think at thee, when flattery has caressed me? I cannot bear to think of this, or leave me to my weeping. A few tears for that grave my heart, where hope and death is sleeping. I saw her amid, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I saw her amid pleasure's gayest haunts, her black hair bound with roses, which grew pale by the vermilion of her cheek's rich dye, and when she moved, those even tresses waved upon the air, as love's wing had just passed and fanned them. Such a lip of sweets and smiles young Hebe wore, when treating mid the stars, herself a fairer one, she held a cup of sparkling nectar. She was, mid the gayest of a throng. In her dark eye, where sound and softness mingled, there was mirth, gleaming like light from the long shadowy lash, which on it hung like night, but such a night as when the moon looked forth in loveliness. She moved amid the dance, light as the wind, at which the tremulous aspen scarcely bends. Beautiful girl, ah, who that saw thee there, joy in thy steps and smiles upon thy brow, thy cheeks so warm with life and gaiety, could deem those smiles those blushes were thy last. Pass but a little moment, and those eyes would close in endless sleep, that even now the hand of death is on thee. There is the wreath she wore, the roses yet retain a breath of sweetness, but the brow round which they twined is low in the cold grave. I saw thy cheek when 'twas fresh as spring, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I saw thy cheek when 'twas fresh as spring, like a May rose newly blossoming, and the lip was red as the cauliflower, stainless and pure in the deep sea bower. I saw thy brow when 'twas gay and fair, so had when frown no shadow there. It was sweet, a beautiful throne, that Love himself had been proud to own. Smiles played o'er the face like the silvery light, the moon froze over the waters by night, the hyacinth's blue had tinted thine eyes, sunny and bright as the summer skies. Thy laugh was glad as the skylark's lay, thy step was light as the waterfall's spray. When love and when pleasure around thee were glowing, like some bright bud in Eden blowing. But now thou art changed. It is sad to gaze on the faded beauty thy form displays. Thy cheek is pale as the sickly flower, struggling in cold spring's sunless hour. Thy blush is gone, and thy smile is fled, and thy one lip hath lost its delicate red. Tears dim the light of thine azure eye, and the dimple is banished by misery. Naught rests of what once was so fair, by the glossy curls of auburn hair. The golden braids seem too bright to twine o'er a brow so shaded by sadness as wine. Love has been to thee as the treacherous gale, opening the rose's mossy veil. Sweetly it came, but its breath left there the canker, remorse, and the bliss, despair. I sent back thy letters by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I sent back thy letters. Would I could send the memory that fetters the dreams that must end. I sent back thy tresses, thy long raven hair. Could I send thy caresses, they too should be there. But keep thou each token lavished on thee, ring and chain are unbroken, O false one to me. That my rival, how bitter, that word to my heart, may read in their glitter how faithless thou art. I should have prized thy heart by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I should have prized thy heart, if none had ever had that heart but me, if I had been the only one, the first, the last beloved by thee. Thy hope, thy memory, thy all thy wish could pen for or recall. But mine is a second claim, not incense from your earliest sighs. How can I love or trust the flame first lighted at another's eyes? The relics of another shrine are worthless offerings at mine. Can any love be like first love? Sweets to the withered rose impart, light to yon setting star above. Then tell me, I have all your heart. Till then farewell, I may not be, not to possess, but only share. I speak of a fair world of poesy by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It came as Aladdin uprose at thy call, the lattice of gems in that peerless hall. A land where the sky was as April's sky, when the blue streak spreads and the clouds pass by. And yet it was changeable, shine and shower alternately lighted and wept o'er the flowers. There sprung together each blossom that grows, for the snowdrop was sleeping under the rose. The ivy was wreathing around the vine, and the violet lay on the golden pine. It often was lonely. The lover's light lute breathed sweetly when birds and leaves were mute, and if a sigh stole on the air, it turned to music and wandering there. Sometimes, a glimmer beshadows our glass, we saw thrice glorious visions pass, palaces lighted for midnight and mirth, cities whose towers were the wonders of earth, pageants that sparkled with gems and with gold, banners that swept with each purple fold. Heavy from broderie, plums of snow, with a meteor-like eye that flashed dark below, and shining cuirass and silver shield told of warriors bound for some gallant field. Then changed the scene to some festal room, where the steps were light and the cheeks were blue, and dancers linked each ivory hand in the maze of a graceful saraband, and the ruby wine cup fresh lustre shed, as the lips that were quaffing it lent it their red. Then it changed, again to some orange grove, where a gentle cavalier whispered love, and words were murmured so low, so clear, that the nightingale paused in his song to hear. Now tell me, where is this lovely strand? I deemed not our earth such fairyland. Is it our own fair queen of the main, or Italy's gardens, or sunny Spain? Or is it some isle the Atlantic hides like a treasured gem mid its azure tides? No, out of thy guessing canst thou not see, I speak of a fair world of poesy. I stood between the meeting years, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I stood between the meeting years, the coming and the past, to ask the future one, wilt thou be like the last? The same in many a sleepless night and many an anxious day. Thank heaven, I have no prophet's eye to look upon thy way. For sorrow like a phantom sits upon the last year's close. How much of grief, how much of ill in its dark breast repose. Shadows of faded hopes flit by, and ghosts of pleasures fled. How have they changed from what they were, cold, colorless, death? I think on many a wasted hour, and sicken o'er the void, and many darker are behind, on worse than naught implied. O vanity, alas, my heart, how widely hast thou strayed, and misused every golden gift for better purpose made. I think on many a once loved friend as nothing to me now, and what can make the lapse of time as does an altered brow? Perhaps 'twas but a careless word that severed friendship's chain, and angry pride stands by each gap lest they unite again. Less sad, albeit more terrible, to think upon the dead, who quite in the lonely grave lay down the very head. For faith and hope and peace and trust are with their happier lot. Though broken is the bond of love, at least we broke it not. Was thinking of the meeting years, the coming and the past, I needs must ask the future one, wilt thou be like the last? There came a sound, but not of speech, that to my thought replied, Misery is the marriage gift that waits a mortal bride. But lift thine hopes from this base earth, this waste of worldly care, and let thy faith to yon bright sky, for happiness dwells there. I vowed a vow of faith to thee, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I vowed a vow of faith to thee, by the red rose of June. I vowed it by the rainbow and by the silver moon. The red rose is departed, fresh ones are blooming there. The rainbow has not left a shade upon the azure air, and the crescent moon has swelled into a golden round, and the sign of chance and change on each and all are found. Then say not I have broken the faith I vowed to thee. Change was made for all on earth. Was it made for me? I will swear to thee by that bright star, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I will swear to thee by that bright star, like thine own dark eyes light. I will be true, dear love, to thee as that star to the night. I will swear to be by that sweet tree, with the red rose blossoming. I will be constant as those flowers are constant to the spring. I will swear to thee by the green leaves, by the low song of bees, by moonlight, by the violets, and by the summer breeze. I will swear to thee by the frequent things, that, when you are away, all round you may recall the words you taught my heart to say. I would not dwell where palaces rise with their marble halls, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I would not dwell where palaces rise with their marble halls, the myrrh bright and picture fair beyond their tapestry wall. Both of our gardens north and south alike have produced scent, and songs of men at tuneful lute are with the fountains blent. The purple couch has feverish sleep, the carved roof dreary hour, gilded though they be, their chains are like the chains of power. I would not dwell in the wilder bark cutting the wider sea. Why should I wish to gain a port? None will have rest for me. Weary is to gaze for days on the blue main, round bounded but by the bright heaven for which we pine in vain. I would not dwell in beauty's bower, to bend me at her will. All rosy as the fetters be, yet they are fetters still. And maiden's smile is vanishing. 'Tis well it should be so. When the eye learns love's deeper light, what doth it learn but woe? And love's last smile for me has smiled, and its last sigh has sighed. Nor would it change its memory for any love beside. I would not seek the battlefield, the man I where should meet. What have they done to me to make shedding the lifeblood sweet? It is the veriest madness man, and maddest mood can frame, to feed the earth with human gore, and meant to call it fame. I would have been wronged, but were my wrong the deadliest wrong done, I would not slay my enemy, but bid him still live on. And I should deem my vengeance more than the death-wanted strife. What else can death inflict like those heaped on each hour of life? Neither shall crowded city be a home haunt of mine, where heart and head in hand but work as the red gold may shine. Where the lip learns vague courtesy, and falsehood sets the cheek, and blush and sigh, and laugh and tear, but thy taught lessons speak. Where all is false and base and mean, and man toils through his path, lest be the sweet wrung from his brow, when the blood wrung from his heart. But in yon desert, wild and white, I'll make myself a home. There will be my white steed, comrade mine, and the wind I roam. On like the wind, my snowy barb, enough that we are friends. No other dwelling will we seek than where my fleet course ends. Alone, alone, we'll dwell alone, in the worlds are cold and rude. There may the world rest in peace, only in solitude. I would that I could kiss by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I would that I could kiss to think false love of thee. I would I could forget all thou hast been to me. Is it some fault of mine that has changed thine heart and I? And have I sinned gainst love of thee? Oh, how unconsciously! If a fault, surely tears may wash the wrong away, as showers melt the clouds that darken summer's day. I would it were in me that cause of change were found. Quickly it would be plucked like a weed from the ground. But alas, too well I know what has made thy love depart. 'Tis thine own inconstant mood, and thine own changeful heart. I wrote my name upon the sand, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I wrote my name upon the sand, I thought I wrote it on thine heart. I had no touch of fear, that words, such words, so graven could depart. The sands, by heart, alike have lost the name I trusted to their care. And passing waves and worldly thoughts effaced what once was written there. Woe for the false sands, and worse woe that thou art falsest of the twain. I yet may ride upon the sands, never on thine heart again. Ianthe, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Her likeness, why it is the vain endeavour to imagine it. Painting or words may never say what she was, yet dwell it on the task, as if that posy had the right to ask for memory its treasure. She was fair, vague words, that is but what 1,000 are. I will be more distinct. Her face was fine and perfect, in its softened Grecian line. The temples were transplanted, and so white that the blue veins ran through like rays of light. The brow was noble, queen-like, somewhat proud, but this seemed as it were of right allowed. For mine was in its beauty, and you gazed on its high meaning, till now more amazed at what seemed history's fiction, than that Queen, Martha, and heroine, woman, by turns had been. I heard she was unhappy, and I checked my eager gaze at first. She might suspect, for so brings distrust, that it was less pity for her than idle curiousness. This wore away, and then I laughed to dwell on beauty that to me was all a spell. How did I watch upon the soft eyes keep, half hidden by the eyelids' fringed sweep, which seemed as if they hid from daylight's glare, the mournful meanings settle darkly there? The heart's deep spreading sadness, till it made their light around the partial shade. But 'tis her voice that haunts me, that loud tone, melting as woman's laughs or pity's own, like silver-tuned music, or bird gifted with human language, but each word as sweet as any note that might belong to the first murmur of a minstrel's song. A laughter that youth's first and fiery laugh, that holds its own divinity above all things which are of earth, yet not the less for this, a laughter of manhood's steadiness. And yet it lives, though now its only food is memory. Ideal likeness, Ariadne, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A sweet but happy-looking face, the mouth seemed a rose, opening to the pleasant south, giving sweets, stealing sunshine. It was gay as it could smile and soar itself away. The curls were all thrown back, as not allowed to shed o'er that young brow the slightest cloud. From the fair forehead's height they downward rolled, a sunny stream floating with waves of gold. A wreath of vine leaves bounded, but the wind kissed the stray ringlets it had not confined. Too beautiful for earth, the sky had given her eye and cheek the colouring of heaven, blue the clear blue upon an April sky, red the first red the morning blushes dye. Her downcast look at times wore pensiveness, but tender more than sorrowful, as less she had known than dreamed the woe, as her chief grief had been a fading flower, a falling leaf. Her song was as the red wine sparkling up, gaily o'erflowing from a festal cup. Her step was light as one to move along to the gay cymbal and the choral song. Her laugh was glad as one who rather chose to dwell upon life's pleasures than life's woes. And this was she whom Theseus left to pine, and mingled with her salt tears the salt brine. Her face was all too bright for tears, she gave sighs to the wind and weeping to the wave, and left the lesson unto after times. Too little dwelt upon the minstrel rhymes, a lesson how inconstancy should be repaid again by like inconstancy. Ideal Likeness, Corinna, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There's an antique gem on which her brow retains its graven beauty, even now. Her hair is braided, but one curl behind floats as enamoured of a summer wind. The dress is simple, as she were too fair to even think of beauty's own sweet care. The lip and brow are contrasts, one so fraught with pride, the melancholy pride of thought, conscious of its own power, yet forced to know how very little way that power will go. Regretting, while too proud of its fine mind, which raced but to part it from its kind. But the sweet mouth had nothing of all this, it was a mouth the bee had learned to kiss, for a young sister telling, thou now mute, how soft an echo it was to the lute. The one spoke genius in its high revelling, the other smiled a woman's gentler feeling. It was a lovely face, the Greek outline, flowing yet delicate and feminine. The glorious lightning of her kindled eye, raised as it communed with its native sky. A lovely face, the spirit's fitting shrine, the one almost, the other quite divine. Ideal Likeness, Irina, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Fashioned by nature in her gentlest mood, almost for human brow too fair, too good. 'Twas a sweet face, a face of smiles, of tears, of all that soothes and softens, wins and endears, bearing the omen of its early fate. The rose upon her lip was delicate, her youthful cheek was pale, and all too plain was seen the azure wandering of the vein that shone in the clear temple, as if care, wasting to sickness, had been working there. Irina, she who died like her own song, passing away soon, yet remembered long. Her heart and lip were music, albeit one who marvelled at what her sweet self had done, who bereft to love and pined to find that fame, in answer to her lute's soft summons came. See, the eye drops in sadness, as to shun that which it dared not gaze on, glory's sun. Ideal Likeness, Sappho, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Dark, passionate, though beautiful, the eye was as the lightning of a stormy sky flashing through darkness. Light and shadow blend the workings of the mind's troubled element. You did not mark the features, could not trace what hue, what outline was upon that face. Even while present, indistinct it seemed, like that of which we have but only dreamed. You saw a hurried hand fling back the hair, like tempest clouds rolled back upon the air. Still midnight was beneath, that haughty brow darkened the thoughts to which it would not bow. Midnight, albeit a stereo one, the light, meteor or planet still was that of night. She had a dangerous gift, for genius be all this earth boasts of immortality. It is too heavenly to suit with earth, the spirit perishes with its fatal birth. With mingled fire and water, soul and clay, the one must make the other one its prey. Her heart sufficed not to itself, such mind will shrink such utter loneliness to find, as that must in its range of burning thought, will sigh above the ruins it has wrought, false fancies, prejudice, affections vain, until it seeks to work again a chain. Itself is broken so that it could be less desolate, although no longer free. She laughed, again her ardent soul was buoyed on hope's bright wings above life's dreary void. Again its fond illusions were received, centered in one the dearest yet believed. It ended as illusions ever must, the shining temple prostrate dust to dust. Look on that brow, is it not stamped with pride? How might it brook the grief it could not hide? Look on that lip, it has a sad sweet smile, how may it brook to feel alone the while? Overhead was the storm, beneath the sea, and love and genius found their destiny, despair and death. Imitations of Servian poetry by Letitia Elizabeth Land. The maiden turned her head away. You'll have no kiss for me today. And why today, love, must I see the roses bloom and not for me? Tears filled the maiden's raven eyes. The lightly won you lightly prize. To make your prize the kiss you gain, it must be won with toil and pain, and seldom too. So still I say, you'll have no kiss for me today. Infanticide in Madagascar by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A luxury of summer green is on the southern plain, and water flakes with dewy screen protect the ripening grain. Upon the sky is not a cloud to mar the golden glow, only the palm tree is allowed to fling its shade below. And silvery mid its fertile breaks the winding river glides, and every ray in heaven makes its mirror of its tides. And yet it is a place of death, a place of sacrifice, heavy with childhood's parting breath, weary with childhood's cries. The mother takes her little child, its face is like her own, the cradle of her choice is wild, why is it left alone? The trampling of a buffalo is heard among the reeds, and sweeps around the carrion crow that amid carnage feeds. Oh, outrage upon Mother Earth to yonder azure sky! A destined victim from its birth the child is left to die. We shudder that such crimes disgrace e'en yonder savage strand. Alas, and half such crime no trace within our English land? Pause ere we blame the savage code that such strange horror keeps. Perhaps within her sad abode the mother sits and weeps, and thinks how oft those eyelids smiled, whose close she may not see, and says, "Oh, would to God, my child, I might have died for thee!" Such law of bloodshed to annual should be the Christian's toil. May not such law be merciful to that upon our soil? Better the infant eyes should close upon the first sweet breath, than vary for their last repose a living life in death. Look on the children of our poor, on many an English child. Better that it had died secure by yonder river wild. Flung careless on the waves of life from childhood's earliest time, they struggle, on perpetual strife, with hunger and with crime. Look on the crowded prison gate, instructive love and care, and early life had saved the fate that waits on many there. Cold, selfish, shunning care and cost, the poor are left unknown. I say, for every soul was lost, we answer with our own. Influence of Poetry by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. This is the charm of poetry. It comes on sad perturbed moments, and its thoughts, like pearls amid the troubled waters, gleam. That which we garnered in our eager youth becomes a long delight in after years. The mind is strengthened and the heart refreshed by some old memory of gifted words, that bring sweet feelings and answering to our own, or dreams that waken some more lofty mood than dwelleth with the commonplace of life. Interior of a Collegiate Church, Manchester, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Dim through the sculptured aisles the sunbeam falls, more like a dream of some imagined beam than actual daylight over mortal walls. A strain of music, like the rushing wind, but deep and sweet, as when the waters meet in one mysterious harmony combined. So swells the mighty organ, rich and full, as if it were the soul which raised the glorious whole of that fair building vast and wonderful. Doth not the spirit feel its influence, all vain and feverish care, all thoughts that worldly are, strife, tumult, mirth, and fear are vanished hence? The world is put aside, within the heart those hopes arise, thrice sacred mysteries, in which our earthly nature has no part. O Christian fane, the soul expends in thee, thine altar and thy tomb speak of a hope and doom, which leads and cheers man to eternity. Interior of a Warwick Chapel by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Low before the cross she weepeth, weeping even while she prays. Golden o'er her mourning garments fall the oriole's coloured rays. Like the false and shining seeming of his life's external show, veiling with an outward glitter all that lies to dark below. Many graves are round her lying, only one is in her heart. How could one so lovely perish? Why should one so young depart? With her crimson banners around her, 'neath her Scotch's gilded shade, mid her old ancestral honours is a youthful maiden laid. And that lady is her mother. She had but that only girl. Troubled were her life's deep waters, but they yielded this one pearl. Wayward are her other children, haughty with her father's brow. Their life element is battle, no one weeps beside her now. Lonely in her bower at twilight, lonely in the festal hall, no more amid sound or silence does she list one step's light fall. Silent is the lute whose music used to float those towers around. Never since that fatal evening has she bore to hear its sound. And there comes a deeper sorrow as she kneeleth by the dead. Well she knoweth what heart sickness bowed that young and radiant head. 'Twas a beating heart forbidden, love that had been love for years, little thought the angry warriors of a woman's silent tears. Vainly did her mother chide her with a chiding born of fear, as she saw her pale girl drooping for the sake of one too dear. With a meek and sweet obedience from a lover could she part, but it cost the bitter struggle of a young and broken heart. Every day her mother saw her with a darker, sadder eye, for the sake of that sweet mother did she struggle not to die. But the soft low voice grew weaker, and the step more faint and slow, heavily the languid eyelash veiled the large bright eyes below. Stately were the kindred mourners by the maiden's early tomb, tears were mingled with the shadows of warriors bending plumb. Soon the solemn funeral pageant left the maiden to her sleep, one alone came back each twilight, 'twas the mother came to weep. Jo Triumphe by Letitia Landon. Heavy had been the march that day, for long and sultry was the way, more very far than if it lay to be cut through armed foes. The pennon dropped upon the air as if it had no business there, with nothing rival near to dare, and nothing to oppose. 'Twas pleasant when the darkening west called the worn soldier to his rest, upon the green earth's mother breast, to dream of hearth and home. On many a rough cheek the soft smile with an unconscious tear the while told how the visions could beguile that on such slumbers come. But morning came, and with it came tidings that lit the brow to flame. Forgot the night dream's gentler claim, the very march forgot. Hark to the clarion ringing clear, hark to the trumpet's voice of cheer, and, like an omen on the ear, the distant cannon shot. There rode the eagles on the wind, the hills with the wide ranks lined, and thousands gather dark behind like a storm on the sea. And face them, England's gallant bands, their fearful welcome in their hands, and whizzing bolts and flashing brands. Death, is this all for thee? One moment, 'tis a gallant sight, float rich banners from the height, and helm curious blaze and light from the young daybreak's beam. Beneath a curb, proud coursers prance, like summer clouds a white plumes dance, and the red flags from the bright lance like sudden meteors gleam. One moment, and all sight is vain, reddens the sky with fiery rain, closes the smoke cloud round the plain, fit cloak for death to throw. As amid the Alpine's thunder sweep, waking the mountains from their sleep, so comes the tumult, stern and deep from the dread strife below. 'Tis moonlight on the quiet field, where sabre flashed and musket pealed, where war's the fate of thousands sealed. 'Tis calm as a child's rest. But ill suits earth with such a sky, one with its soft, sweet stars on high, while dead and dying thousands lie upon the other's breast. And there they lie, the true, the brave, the morning's pride, like a spent wave. And has not glory even a grave for those who for her died? Now there they lie, the young, the old, the steel capped by the helm of gold, the steed upon its rider rode, friend and foe side by side. Enough of it across the sea to know what triumph there may be. Their glory joins festivity, rejoicing in its fame. There's feasting spread in glorious halls, the lamps flash round the city walls, and many a flood of lustre falls o'er many an honored name. Turn thou from this, and enter where some mother weeps o'er her despair, some desolate bride rends her rich hair, some orphan joins the cry. Then back again to the death plain, There lie those whom they weep in vain, and ask, in gazing on the slain, what art thou, Victory? Iole by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. 'Tis a vain folly, and I know it's such. Yet who has not some weakness which the heart has made an idol? 'Tis thus with the name that to my lute is as the wizard is, which hides the masker's face. I have no hope nigh, scarce for wish, for fame, but yet it soothes and gives me somewhat of a social feeling to think that some, albeit they know me not, may share the grief that taught me poetry. Beloved mine, Iole has a sound breathing of other days, and linked with thee. 'Tis not the first time I have borne that name. When but a boy, I was fair and pale, and had some likeness to an antique gem, in some young frolic, garbed as a Greek girl, named from that cameo with Iole's name, I taught my lute its earliest song of love, pouring my feelings under that disguise, length the vast spirit of that song. It was my first disguise, it is my last, and both alike are thine. Iole to his love by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is in vain I seek as I have sung to sing. My heart has lost a pulse, my lute has lost a string. For the sleeping veil is rent, and life may never seem such as when love a colour gave, and hope lit up the dream. For love is dead to me, and hope has left my breast, and memory, like a bird, built around her ruined nest. I live on in my youth, although that youth to me is blift, sere, and reft as autumn leaf could be. I look upon the world with too cold and clear an eye, and for its joys and griefs I have nor smile nor sigh. Smiles have turned too oft to tears for me to smile again, and wherefore should I sigh when I know that sighs are vain? The dark and sullen calm is writ upon my heart, there is not change on earthly lot can bid its gloom depart. Another spring may call the garden from its tomb, the green leaves in their freshness, the bright flowers in their bloom. But can the bud re-blossom, hope, love their beauty shed, when the very soil is ruined and the heart itself is dead? Is it not so? By Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is a green and a sunny place with silent tomb, over with summer grace the wild flowers bloom, and shadily that willow tree floats on the air, but lift up the smooth sod and see its dark things bare. A blackened corpse, a rank, cold-smelled, discoloured bones, and slimy earthworms are what dwell in the damp stones. And look thus on the human face, is it not fair? It look within the heart, and trace such foam as there. Is this the harp you used to wake by Letitia Elizabeth Landon? Is this the harp you used to wake, the harp of other days? Or is it that another hand amid its music strays? Now the same harp to the same hand yields up its melody. The song, too, is the very same, yet they are changed for me. They are the same, but oh, are changed since last I heard that tone. The change I vainly seek in them is in my heart alone. Now I fling not back the cloud of hair, its roses are unbound. See, Layla, see thy carelessness, they are scattered over ground. Yet but an hour when first the dew fell from the twilight star, how tenderly these flowers were culled, and now how crushed they are. And must I in those roses read what my heart's fate will be? And in the prizes once possessed to slide its worth to thee? All in vain thy small snow hand awakes its wildering strain, thy dark eyes breath the sound of song to me they turn in vain. I heard thee wake the deep harp chords for other ears than mine. I saw the light of thy soft eyes upon another shine. The heart must speak, or ever words my death of love can tell. But eyes, hand, heart must be all mine, or else, well, farewell. I came to my pillow by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I came to my pillow, a dream of a night, a sweet-voiced murmur, a shape of a light. Thy blue eyes rolled on me, too soft for the dead. Thy cheek bore no trace where the earthworm had fed. The red of thy lip with smiles was still reft, the tone of thy voice in music still breathed. The perfume of roses was still on thy breath, and thy curl-clustered brow bore no record of death. I saw thee again, but thy beauty was gone, and meteor-like flame in thy sunken eye shone. The soil of a clay was upon thy damp hair, thy cheek was decayed, the worm still crept there. Thy brow was discoloured, thy lip had no bloom, and on thy wan face was the seal of a tomb. It came upon the morning wind, one loud and thrilling tone, by Letitia Elizabeth Land. It came upon the morning wind, one loud and thrilling tone, and distant hills sent forth their voice, the trumpet call was blown. And sterner grew each stately brow, as that war blast passed by, and redder grew each warrior cheek, brighter each warrior eye. But other cheeks grew pale to hear, and other eyes grew dim. Woman shares not man's battle joy, the joy is all for him. The same blast lights the glance of flame, darkens the martial frown, at which a woman's rose lip fades, at which a heart sinks down. Proudly the trumpet sweeps thy hills, land of a sword and shrine. It calls the soldier of a cross to fight for Palestine. It roused one tent, which stood apart within the barrier made by many a green and creeping shrub and one tall palm tree's shade. It roused the warrior and his bride, what doeth she there? Or rather ask, when led by love, what will not woman dare? Said I, her timid nature was like her cheek's timid hue, but fearful thought that nature be she hath her courage too. Go ask the fever couch, the cell of guilt, she hath no part and courage of a head and hand, she hath it of a heart. 'Tis this has brought the gentle one from her fair province bower, where in her husband's halls she dwelt, nursed like a lovely flower. The trumpet call, and roused them both from a sweet dream of hope, roused him to hopes that with such sound to gallant spirits come. And she, at least she hid the fears that clouded her fair brow, her prayers had guarded him in fight, might they not guard him now? She armed him, though her tremble hand shook like a leaf awhile. The battle had his onward glance, but she his lingering smile. She brought the blue and broidered scarf, her colours for his breast. But what dark dreary shape has brought his helm and plummet crest? Fell shade, they see, they heed thee not. Woe for noiseless wing! The viewless shaft, the sudden call, O death, here is thy sting! The lips would close in pious hope, the eyes in willing sleep, but for the tears, the bitter tears, that love is left to weep. 'Tis evening, and the blood-red west has not so deep a red as half that slaughter field where lie the dying and the dead. 'Tis midnight, and the clang of steel, the human shout and cry, are silent as if sleep and peace were upon earth and sky. The strife is past like other storms, soldier and chief are gone, yet lightly falls a woman's step. What doeth she where alone? 'Tis she, the province rose. Oh, well, such name beseems her now. The pale and stony dead around were not more ghastly brow. Woe for her search! Too soon she finds her valiant knight laid low. Thou fatal helm, thou hast betrayed his head to the life blow. One blasting gaze, one loud wild shriek, she sinks upon his breast. O death, thou hast been merciful, for both are at rest. It is a festal meeting, by Letitia Elizabeth Land. It is a festal meeting, for flask and fruit are there. The wind in its retreating brings music through the air. It is an hour for gladness, so golden is the day. If there are signs of sadness, the gloom is done away. For the past has many a token that destruction has been here, for the column lieth broken and the ruined shrine be near. The acanthus twins above them, the white flowers know their place, and we only feel we love them for their beauty and their grace. We think not of their splendor, they are lovelier in decline, and the dream, the fair and tender, floats o'er the fallen shrine. If haunted by the beauty of Oreads long passed by, we turn with sweeter duty to the soft eyes shining nigh. Now God be praised that flowers and the summer days have birth, and for the lovely hours he sendeth to the earth. That ilex whose dark sweeping flings down so sweet a shade seems as if for its soul keeping a fairy world were made. And mid the wildflower lying, there's a graceful band, the green leaves around them sighing, and the lute is in the hand. They are singing sweetest singing, it riseth on the air, its way to heaven winging, as if its home were there. Such hours are more than pleasure. When the song itself is o'er, it lingers like a treasure in the heart it cheered before, and still its memory cheereth and keepeth its sweet hold when the very world appeareth to absolute and cold. Two apart are standing lonely, watching each other's eyes, as if the world held only the space that in them lies. You can see her graceful stooping, as if she feared to speak. You can see the long lash drooping upon her rose-red cheek. The heaven, now shining over, has entered in each heart, that maiden and her lover. How little earth has part in the young and earnest feeling, which, like a star, half shone, mid the spirit's depths, revealing a world as yet unknown. This hour will pass, all passes, on this life's fleeting scene, but still the future glasses all that the past has been. This hour will pass, not perish, from the heart which now it stirs. For memory will cherish the sweetest which was hers. When silence has been broken by joy hope could not reach, and words of love have spoken their first and softest speech, forgotten never, never they will soothe all after pain, and life's loveliest things will ever bring back that hour again. It is a lovely lake with waves as blue by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is a lovely lake with waves as blue as were lighted by the morning ray to topaz, crowned with 100 isles, each named from some peculiar flower it bears. There's the isle of violets, whose leaves, thick in their azure beauty, fill the air with most voluptuous breathings. The primrose gives name to one, the lilies of the valley, like reft pearls to another. Cowslips glow, ringing with golden bells the fragrant peal which the bees love so, in a fourth. How sweet upon a summer evening, when the lake lies half in shadow, half in crimson light, like hope and fear holding within the heart divided empire, with the light's slack sail to steer your little boat amid the isles, nor gazing in the clouds like fiery halls, till head and eye are filled with gorgeous thoughts of golden palaces in fairyland. Or, looking through the clear, yet purple wave, see the white pebbles shining like the hearts pure and bright even in this darksome world. There's one gloomy isle, quite overgrown with weeping willows, green yet pensively sweep the long branches down the tall grass, and in the very middle of the place there stands a large old yew. Beneath its shade I would my grave might be. The tremulous light breaking at intervals through the sad boughs, yet without power to warm the ground below, would be so like the mockery of hope. No flowers grow there, they would not suit my tomb. It should be only strewed with withered leaves, and on a willow near my heart might hang, forgotten and forsaken, at the times sending sweet music o'er the lake. It is a very and bitter hour by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is a very and bitter hour when first the real disturbs the poet's world, and he distrusts the future. Not for that should cold despondency weigh down the soul. It is a glorious gift, bright poetry, and should be thankfully and nobly used. Let it look up to heaven. It is his hand, it is his word, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is his hand, it is his words. Too well I know the scroll, whose style, whose order, and whose shape are treasured in my soul. For months I only asked to see one line of his, in vain. Alas, its presence brings to me but only added pain. A fearful thing, the granted wish, the very shape it takes, by some strange mockery of our hope another misery makes. Day after day the hour went by, and never letter came, or rather every letter else but that which bore his name. I wearied heaven with my prayers, I wasted life with tears, while every morning brought me hopes and every evening fears. How often have I stayed to friends who sought to warn or cheer, and told the folly of a love so desperate and so dear. How often have I said, I know the madness of a dream that flings its fate on one frail bark alone on life's dark stream, that knows one only hope on earth, one hope in heaven above, that asketh not for happiness and only asks for love. I laughed, must laugh him, that 'twas vain to reason or to chide, but life, unless it gave me him, could nothing give beside. Never till it laughs, the heart is conscious of its powers. What knows the undeveloped spring of summer's golden hours? I saw him, and my inmost soul its stamp, his image took. The passion of a lifetime sprang upon a single look. A sudden and a strange delight seemed eager at my heart. a childlike pleasure which to all its gladness must impart. I found 1,000 charms in life, till then life never wore. I marvelled. In my deep content I had been sad before. I never knew what music was until his voice I heard. I never beat my heart so fast as at his lightest word. I would have rather been his slave than reigned alone his queen. He was my life, and wanted him what would the world have been. He shared the dream, or seemed to share. Days, weeks, and months passed by. Never more perfect happiness was seen beneath the sky. We parted, not in doubt or fear. I wondered he could part, and the first sense of misery awakened in my heart. I listened till I heard his step pass from the closing door. The pang of death can but be like the pang that then I bore. Time measures many hours. For me he measured long and slow. I thought the night would never end, the day would never go. I took no other note of him than when his letters came. How often did I ask of them, "Does he feel the same?" A letter is an anxious thing, made up of hopes and fears. And still we question, does it mean more than at first appears? It never satisfies the heart. We ask for something more. Thus you miss the loving eyes that looked love's truth before. He ceased to write. Day after day I waited, and in vain. Fears that were fancies turned to truth, he never wrote again. The words, what are words? I have no words to tell of my despair. If ever death was felt in life, look in my heart, 'twas there. The summer passed, the autumn passed. For all a world so wide, I would not live those hours again. I would that I had died. Again I saw the well-known hand. How my heart beat to see! And can such letter be from him, and can such be to me? I will not say where are the words that once I used to find. He may be changed, he may be cold. How can he be unkind? True love hath many enemies upon this very earth, who cannot bear that others share the light he giveth birth. Doubts, fancies, fears, and jealousies, these are the ghosts whose power, scaring the spirit will affright, is on an absent hour. There has been long and strange neglect, and cold harsh words are here, and yet an inward secret hope disputeth with my fear. It is my deep entire love, fond, fervent, and alone, apart from all life's lighter change, that answers for his own. He cannot be so much beloved, and yet not love again. Strong is the subtle sympathy that bindeth such a chain. My life is flung upon a cast, to lose it were to die. Ah, let me only hear his voice, let me meet his eye. We then were happy. Fancies, fears, will vanish when we meet. I know that we shall meet again, I know it will be sweet. Thou lovest me, I know thou dost, despite the cold changed line. The instinct strong in my own heart is sure of me of thine. It is not for your eagle eye, by Letitia Elizabeth Lahn. It is not for your eagle eye, though bright its glance may be. It is not for your sunny smile that Ulrich I love thee. It is not for your marble brow, not for your raven hair. It is not that you ride the ring, and wear thy colours wear. It is not for your gifts of gold, not for your lute's sweet chords. It is not for your lordly birth, not for your honeyed words. But it is that I deem your heart is given quite to me. You love me, and can I do less, dear Ulrich, than love thee? It is not spring, but still the new come year, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is not spring, but still the new come year bears on its softened brow sweet promises of soon returning smiles. Twilight again claims the soft reign of one delicious hour, when the red sunset, fading from above, leaves on the western arc of silvery light. A fairy garden for the evening star, and yet the other glorious lamps of heaven look on her vesper solitude, or ere the moon has arisen o'er yon shadowy hills. The hazel flings its yellow blossomings, and some green traces of expected May are venturing to show forth, or not as yet the violet or primrose have awaked, or the wild rose blushed faintly into bud. Only the languid snowdrop now is seen, a melancholy harbinger of joy, whose delicate beauty is but for a day to welcome in the spring, then to die. And by it is the deadly aconite to look upon, a pale and innocent flower. Alas, that even in this first fair gift, this early wreath, where should the poison lurk? But it is thus with every loveliness. Either so frail its life is but a breath, or else some bitterness grows by its side. It is not the day of revelry by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is not the day of revelry when that the cup of joys bright and sweet, and the fresh blossoms spring beneath our feet, that we reflect on that where yet must be our rock of hope and trust, eternity. But let the weeds of care, the thorns of strife, rise in their darkness o'er our path of life. Then the pale mourner looks beyond the tomb. There are some flowers whose breathings of perfume are shed in the night season, so the heart yields forth the fragrance of its better part, when sinks its summer sunlight into gloom. Most holy in this shadowy hour is given the soul's best incense, which springs up to heaven. Ivy Bridge, Devonshire, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. O recall not the past, for this valley be filled with all we remember and all we regret. The flowers of its summer have long been distilled, the essence has perished. Ah, let us forget. What avails it to mourn over hours that are gone, our illusions by youth and by fantasy nursed? Alas, of a few that are lingering, none were the light of the hues that encircled the first. Alas for the springtime, alas for our youth, the grave has no slumber more cold than the heart. When languid and darkened it sinks into truth, and sees the sweet colours of morning depart. Life still has its falsehoods to lure and to leave, and they cannot delude like the earlier light. We know that the twilight encircles the eve, and sunset is only the rainbow of night. Jacob blessing Ephraim and Manesh, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The old man's head is white with age, weary has been his pilgrimage, yet few and evil were the years spent amid our vale of tears. At his side there is his son, he so long unlooked upon, and a stately chief is he, whom the father cannot see. Two young children with soft hair, bright as locks of childhood are, kneel with sweet uplifting eyes, touched with infant surprise. Wondering as they look above, who is he that claims their love? Yet familiar seems the prayer, words from childhood heard are there. Earnest is the mother's gaze, hath she gone to other days, when the father of her child was betrayed, oppressed, exiled? Weak the old man's voice, and low through her soul it seems to go, piercing many a future hour with the prophet's mighty power. Peace upon each spirit came, as he blessed them in God's name. Holy are the words and high, and the old man turns to die. Jahara Bog Agra, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It was the lovely twilight time when down our Agra's towers, and silent were her marble halls, and tranquil were her bowers. The crimson colours of a rose were melting on the air, and from the ivory minarets arose the evening prayer. The snowy herons to the roofs were flocking for the night, the columns and the cupolas were bathed in purple light, and the large lilies on the stream grew fairer in their hue, as they flung up each silver cup to catch the falling dew. Filled with the sweet good night of flowers that sigh themselves to sleep, along the quiet river side the shadowy gardens sweep, while fair and pale, like some young girl who pines with early love, the young moon seems as if she feared to take her place above. Is there no feasting in those halls? Why is that palace mute? The silvery cadences unheard of the young dancer's foot? What changed since that gallant marriage eve, when with a dance and song Prince Darelet, her cousin bride, was lighted halls along? How changed since that imperial day, when at his father's hand the eldest bore to set down to share that father's high-born command, and the proud nobles of the court drew forth a glittering sword, in token all were at his will, and waited but his word. An old man sits upon the walls that guard the eastern side. 'Tis not to hear the wild wind wake the music of the tide, the rising of the evening star, the perfume from the boar, the last sweet singing of the doves, all pass unheeded now. The aegis king sits on his tower, and strains his eyes afar, and asks of every passer-by for tidings of a war. They come, he sees the scattered flight of Dara's broken bands. At last the fugitive himself, his son before him stands. The monarch hid his face and wept, he heard his firstborn say, "The crown you placed upon my brow this hour has passed away. My brother is my enemy, a traitor is my friend, and I must seek these ancient walls to shelter and defend." "Not so," the old king said, "my son, fly thou with spear and shield, for never walls could stand for those who stood not in the field." He wept before his father's face, then fled across the plain. The desolate and the fugitive, they never met again. Time has passed on, and Dara's doom is darkly drawing nigh. The vanquishing prince had only left to yield, despair, and die. The faithless friend, the conquering foe, have been around his path, and now a wild and desert home is all Prince Dara hath. The sands are bare, the wells are dry, and not a single tree extends its shade o'er him who had a royal canopy. There is not even safety found amid those burning sands. The exile has a home to seek in far and foreign lands. He lingers yet upon his way, within his tents is death. He cannot fly till he has caught Nadira's latest breath. How can he bear to part with her, she who, since first his bride, in woe and want his comforter, has never left his side? He kissed the pale, unconscious cheek, he flung him at her feet, he gazed her fondly on those eyes he never more might meet. "'Tis well," he cried, "my latest friend is from my bosom flown, go bear her to her father's tomb, while I go forth alone." The traitor is upon his way, the royal prey is found, and by noble hands and chains the monarch's son is bound. Garbed as a slave, they led him forth the public ways along, but on his noble brow is scorn, and on his lip a song. 'Tis midnight, but the midnight crime is darker than the night, and o'er long sleep with gloomy brow waits the morning light. The morning light is dyed for him with an accusing red, where bring to the usurper's feet his brother Dara's head. John Campbell, by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. Oh, glorious triumph, was to sway at will all feelings in our nature, was to work with springs of sympathy, the minds of thought, and all the deep emotions of the heart, to colour the fine paintings of the mind and bid them move and breathe. Our island bard, he who flung human life upon his page, how much he owns the actor. Campbell once made Hamlet, Cato, our own familiar friends. They lived, they looked, and left an actual image on the soul. I would I could remember them, but he who looks yon pale and melancholy prince was past before my time. Yet still the stage is fancy's world of poetry to me, for I have heard the pathos tremble in broken music, when he bids his last farewell to Venice, and implores for charity and rest. And I have wept when the stern father slays his own child, that he may keep her memory a thing to shelter in his heart. Nor is she least amid these haunting shapes the gentle wife who kept one stainless faith through long, long years of utter hopelessness, and yet loved on, till Mantua ranks within my memory with those Italian cities which have been the visions of my youth. I know not how it acts on other minds, but this I know, my most enchanted world is hidden when the curtain falls, and leaves remembrance only of its gorgeous dreams and beautiful creations. Judas Returning the 30 Pieces, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The 30 pieces down he flung, for which his lord he sold, and turned away his murderous face from that accursed gold. He cannot sleep, he dares not watch, that weight is on his heart, for which nor earth nor heaven have hope, which never can depart. A curse is on his memory, we shudder at his name. At once we loathe and scorn his guilt, and yet we do the same. Alas, the sinfulness of man, how oft in deed and word we act the traitor's part again, and do betray our Lord. We bend the knee, record the woe, and breath of fervent prayer. How soon our prayer and woe forgot amid life's crime and care? Our Saviour's passion, cross, and blood, of what avail are they, if first that Saviour we forget, and next we disobey? For pleasures, vanities, and hates, the compact we renew, and Judas rises in our hearts, we sell our Saviour too. How for some moments vain delights we will embitter years, and in our youth lay up for age only remorse and tears. Ah, sanctify and strengthen, Lord, the souls that turn to Thee, and from the devil and the world our guard and solace be. And as the mariners at sea still watch some guiding star, so fix our hearts and hopes on thee until thine own they are. Calendria, a port in Sicilia, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Do you see yon vessel riding, anchored in our island bay, like a sleeping sea-bird biding for the morrow's onward way? See her white wings folded round her, as she rocks upon the deep. Slumber with a spell hath bound her, with a spell of peace and sleep. Seems she not as if enchanted to that lone and lovely place, henceforth ever to be haunted by that sweet ship's shadowy grace? Yet, come here again tomorrow, not a vestige will remain. Thou whose sweet eyes strain in sorrow, we will search the sea in vain. 'Twas for this I bade thee meet me, for a parting word and tear. Other lands and lips may greet me, none will ever seem so dear. Other lands I may say, other, mine again I shall not see. I have left mine aged mother, she has other sons than me. Where my father's bones are lying, where mine own will never lie, where the myrtle groves are sighing soft beneath our summer sky. Mine will be a wilder ending, mine will be a wilder grave, where the shriek and shout are blending, or the tempest sweeps the wave. Mine may be a fate more lonely, in some sick and foreign ward, where my very eyes meet only hired nurse or sullen guard. Dearest maiden, thou art weeping, must I from those eyes remove half thy heart, no soft pulse sleeping, which might ripen into love? No, I see thy brows frozen, and thy look is cold and strange. Ah, when once the heart has chosen, well I know it cannot change. And I know that heart has spoken, that another's it must be. Scarce I wish that pure faith broken, while the falsehood were for me. No, be still the guileless creature that upon my boyhood shone. Couldst thou change thy angel nature, half my faith in heaven were gone. Still thy memory shall be cherished, dear as it is now to me. When all gentler thoughts have perished, one shall linger yet for thee. Farewell, with those words I sever every tie of youth and home. Woe, fair isle, adieu for ever! See, a boat cuts through the foam. Wind, time, tide, alike are pressing. I must hasten from the shore. One first kiss and one last blessing. Farewell, love, we meet no more. Kate is Crazed, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. How wonderful, how beautiful! These words are but the usual recompense assigned to usual efforts of a human mind. And yet how little jars these mighty chords! How soon but one uneasy hour affords space for disunion and for disarray, to mar the music of an earlier day. It is a fearful thing to live, yet be that which is scarcely life. The spirit fled, death at the heart, our nobler self is dead. We're reasoning and responsible, while we live, like the birds around, unconsciously. God, in thy mercy, keep us from such doom. Let not our mind precede us to our tomb. King Henry II's Deathbed, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Red meteors shot athwart the murk and troubled sky, and pall-like on the air the gloomy clouds swept by. And as an evil omen with its own ill tidings spent, the dirge of the autumn wind pined in the battlement. The flash of a lightning lit the night of a lone room, whose single taper could not light but only shew the gloom. It was a stately room, for little state was there, for the tapestry hung in shreds, and the cold stone floor was bare. Yet there lay England's king, lay low on his deathbed. He had 3 fair sons. Is there not one to prop his dying head? No, no one is sleeping in the grave, whence nothing may him bring, and one withdrawn the sword against his father and his king. Raised the old king his dropping head, heavenly did he say, the glory of fair England's crown from me hath passed away, for my foes have girt me round, and my very race is run. Mine ancient friends have turned from me to seek the rising sun. I soon shall be like my best hopes trodden down into dust, and gather round the faithful few whom yet my soul can trust. Oh, bring And fondly as he spoke, the aged monarch smiled, "That I may bless him ere he die, my true, my favourite child." How could they speak the truth? How vex his dying ear? Again King Henry spoke, "Why comes not my child here?" He read upon their face what their lips could not disclose, that his favourite child had joined beneath the banner of his foes. He started from his couch, his withered hands he raised, the lightning like the fire of hell over his pale face blazed. "Curses on my false children, I pray that there may be, and may they die the evil death that they have brought on me." The thunder shook the roof, as the troubled element gave from the heaven above fiercely its stern assent, and soon the monarch's breath had passed like the night wind, and though his lips were cold in death, his curse remained behind. Keishan Cower by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Bold as the falcon that faces the sun, wild as the streams when in torrents they run, fierce as the flame when the jungle's on fire, are the chieftains who call on the day-star as sire. Since the Moguls were driven from stately Mondu, and left but their ruins their reign to renew, those hills have paid tribute to no foreign lord, and their children have kept what they won by the sword. Yet downcast each forehead, a sullen dismay Out-poor reigns in the Durbar today, for bootless the struggle and weary the fight, which Idiots sing pictures the frown black as night. Or fatal the hour when Makundra's dark pass saw the blood of our bravest sing red in the grass, and the gifts which were destined to honor the bride, by the contest of rivals in crimson were dyed. Where are the warriors who once wanted to stand the glory and rampart of Rajasthan's land? Ask of the hills for the young and the brave, if point to the valleys beneath as their grave. The mother sits pale by her desolate hearth, and weeps o'er the infant, an orphan from birth. The eldest boy watches the dust on the spear, which as yet his weak hand is unable to rear. The fruit is ungathered, the harvest unsown, and the vulture exults our fields as his own. Kerner's Grave by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Where is my soldier's grave? Where have you laid him? Sepulchred aisles and vaulted tombs to sleep among? A nobler urn hath the memory made him of life that was devoted unto war and unto song. He is laid on the battlefield, where the youth slumbers, where war's mighty sacrifice is offered unto death. Where did his spirit pour its latest numbers? Bless me, O my father, sighed the hero's dying breath. Ye, who so dearly held him, now follow me with weeping. Yonder the green hillock, his lowly grave above, where the oak, tall and old, its shadowy watch is keeping. Where was the hero laid by brave men in their love? Well may the young and true weep above his ashes, honoring the unforgotten one who slumbereth here. Yet amid the fields of death, where the red war spear flashes, German hearts will hold his remembrance dear. Still let the urn of a brave one inherit the crown that was glorious around his youthful head. Maidens still ask his sweet song, and his spirit is with us, although its mortal veil be fled. Never on the noble race in which he led ye falter. O my German people, forget ye not the brave. Vow ye to your country's cause, as if upon an altar, make ye an altar of my youthful hero's grave. Although but in its youth-tide, already adorning the early oak, with summer hung around each graceful bough, stately and pleasant, amid the skies of morning, amid the rich and painted clouds, it reared its lofty brow. So bloomed our hero, and for these sunny hours, that lifted up his young green head so beautiful above, there came forth all the music from the forest's deepest bowers, and sung in his pause like the singing of love. There was song amid the leaves, as if Apollo had suspended his old heroic lyre amid the thick green shade, he the god of bard and hero. Too soon the music ended. A storm in early summer low the youthful oak tree laid. Too soon death seized my bravest, and the first springtide of honor. He fell in glorious battle, a hero and the bard. Dear was the debt which his country took upon her. Her praise and her remembrance is the patriot's reward. First, in the holy warfare for liberty he perished. The path in which he led to the youthful brave belongs. Follow ye his footsteps, so be his memory cherished. while nightingales amid the boughs mourn for his lovely songs. Amore Dominatore by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. We built a temple for the god. It was in the myrtle grove, where the bee and the butterfly weed for each blossom's love. The marble pillars rose like snow glittering in the sunshine. 1,000 roses shed their breath like incense o'er the shrine. And there were censers of perfume, vases with their sweet showers, and wreaths of every blended hue that lights the summer flowers. And, like the breathing of those flowers, made audible a sound came, lulling as a waterfall, from lutes and voices around. I looked upon the altar. There the pictured semblance lay of him, the temple's lord. It shone more beautiful than day. It was a sleeping child, as fair as the firstborn of spring. Like Indian gold waved the bright curls in many a sunny ring. His cheek was flushed with its own rose, and with a crimson shed from the rich wings that like a cloud were o'er his slumber spread. And by him lay his feathered shafts, his golden bow unbent. Methought that, even in his sleep, his smile was on them sent. I heard them hymn his name, his power, I heard them and I smiled. How could they say the earth was ruled by but a sleeping child? I went then forth into the world to see what might be there, and there I heard the voice of woe, of weeping and despair. I saw a youthful warrior stand in his first light of fame. His native city filled the air with her deliverer's name. I saw him hurry from the crowd and fling his laurel crown in weariness and helplessness and utter misery down. And what they saw when I asked, can thus a warrior move to scorn his meed of victory? They told me it was love. I saw the forum, there was one with dark and haughty brow. His voice was as the trumpet's tone, mine ear rings with it now. They quailed before his flashing eye, they watched his lightest word, when suddenly that eye was dim, that voice no longer heard. I looked upon his lonely hour, the very solitude, and over dark and bitter thoughts the sick hearts left to brood. I marked the haughty spirit's strive to rend its bonds in vain. Again I asked the cause of ill, and heard love's name again. Yet on I went. I thought that love, the woman's gentle heart, perhaps had flung a lighter shaft, had given a fairer part. I looked upon a lovely face, lit by a large dark eye, but on the lash there was a tear, and on the lip a sigh. I asked not why that form had dropped, nor why that cheek was pale. At the maiden's twilight song it told me all her tale. I saw an urn, and round it hung an April diadem of flowers, telling the mourned one faded and fair like them. I turned to tales of other days. They spoke of breath and bloom, and proud hearts that were bowed by love into an early tomb. I heard of every suffering that on this earth can be. How can they call a sleeping child a likeness, a love of thee? They cannot paint thee, let them dream a dark and nameless thing. Why give a likeness of a dove? Where is the serpent's sting?